Evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome this evening, this town council meeting on this June 8th, 2021. You know, it's amazing. I didn't know anybody without masks on. Thanks for coming, and thanks for your citizenship, town of Blowing Rock. If you would, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Okay, approval of minutes. We're going to do this by roll call, but before we do, could I have a roll call? Albert Yonts. Here. David Harwood.
Here.
Sue Sweeting.
Here.
Doug Matheson. Here. And Virginia Powell.
Here.
Okay. Approval of minutes, May 11th, 2021, regular and closed sessions. Do I have a motion?
Approve minutes.
Second.
Albert? David?
Here. Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Doug? Aye. And Ms. Powell?
Yes.
Okay. Approval of minutes, May 27th, 2021, budget workshop.
Make a motion to approve.
Second. Albert? David?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
David? Doug? Aye. And Ms. Powell?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And do I have a motion to approve the regular agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Albert? David?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Doug?
Aye.
And Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, the budget amendment 2021-05, Country Club fireworks approval and Republic contract?
Motion to approve is presented.
Have a second?
Second.
Okay. Albert? David?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Doug?
Aye.
And Virginia?
Yes.
Okay, consent agenda passes. All right, now, public comments. If you would, please keep this to 3 minutes, if you would. And let's see here. When I call your name, please, Blaine, would you like to, you want to sit there, or would you like to sit next to Chelsea? Well, you don't get a chair, though. Okay. All right, when you come up to please come up to the podium, and if you would state your name and your address for the record. Mark Crumpler. Evening, Mark.
My name's Mark Crumpler, 215 Morningside Drive. I've been a resident since 1980 and a merchant here. I'm going to speak tonight about parking. I've been a merchant and had problems with parking, as we all have for years. And most of the merchants really have 7 months to make their money of the year. And what I'm proposing is to really get a lot stricter with parking from Mother's Day to Thanksgiving. I have my employees sign a pledge that they will not park on Main Street between Mother's Day and Thanksgiving if they want to stay in our employ. And it's seems like I've been up here many times and talked about parking, but it doesn't seem, I've never felt that the town council was really behind the merchants to really get down and get dirty and make it work. They bought a machine to scan the license plates to see who was out of town, who was repeat offenders. I asked for it to be stepped up after repeat offenders, give a larger parking ticket or a larger amount, and that never came about. The machine ended up in the basement of the police department in pieces when one of the chiefs came in and started looking for it. So that didn't work out. And I feel like I'll be in my store at Food Line and I'll have, let's say, that set of prints on the wall. I'll have 3 out of the 4 of them. I'll say, I know I have the 4th one downtown. It's $40 and you'll have the set you want. And customers will tell me I wouldn't drive downtown to get the other one, not find the parking place. And as a merchant, it's really frustrating. And it's, I'm in favor of some paid parking or do something for the town where we really enforce collecting tickets more like Boone does. And I can talk for 20 minutes, but I think I've gotten it across. And again, I've been proud of Blowing Rock since 1980. The only black eye I've ever seen and heard from my customers is the parking problem. And it can be solved. Boone has done it. And I don't know if it's meters or a kiosk to pay for the paid parking where people can pay, but put some teeth into what the results will be if they don't comply or they don't pay their tickets, and try to get some of the merchants that are parking on the street, waitresses. There's no point in alienating anybody, but we all know who the repeat offenders are. And if they got a ticket for $10 and they got caught 3 days a week, that's $30, $120 a month. You can't park and get a parking place in Valdez, North Carolina for $120 a month. And so that's it. And I hope y'all will stand behind the merchants and our customers, because I feel like I'm over my time, but I feel like the chamber tries to work for the merchants. I'd like to see the town council work for the merchants. Thank y'all for your service and being here.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. All right, Pam Lowry. Evening, Pam. Do you yes, state your name and address, please.
I'm Pam Lowry. I live at 389 Fairway 11 with my husband Ken. We are full-time residents of Blowing Rock, and I'm here once again to talk about Green Hill Road. Are y'all surprised? Tonight, though, I thought I'd take a different tact. I have talked to you about what I think we should do and how it should be handled in terms of the road being dangerous for people. Tonight I have some questions and I'd like your answers. And I'm going to ask that the council answers these questions, not staffers, because we elected you guys and we appreciate what you do, but we want to hear from what you have to say about the road. I requested a meeting last week with the vendor who is doing the traffic study. I was told by a number of council members that that wasn't possible, and I dug a little further, and I did receive some help from one council member, and I appreciated that. But I said, you know, if we are paying this group $12,300 to do this traffic study, and what I need to tell them doesn't fit into their idea of doing a traffic study, I didn't understand, and my question to you is, why can't a taxpayer meet directly with this group of people? It could be me, it could be a small group of people, but I think that would add to their knowledge. I sent pictures yesterday to this group of issues on Green Hill Road, and if you live near or off Green Hill Road, you know what I'm talking about. I hope you had a chance to review those, and I have worked on this for 2 years. Some of my neighbors have worked on it for a decade. This is not a new problem. Green Hill has been a problem for a long time. Again, and I'm not being anything but honest, we're spending $12,300 for a traffic study. People have told you, this isn't about data, this is about people. And people have told you for months that that road is a problem. I don't understand, and this is my question to the board, why would we spend the $12,300 to learn about something that is evident? I just don't, and I've asked that question, and no one can answer that for me. So I have that, and by the way, I have copies of the questions I'll give to y'all, so.
What I'm going to request of you is yes, and let each council member respond at a later date at their own time, not tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I was
And they
afraid
will-
that would be your answer.
Well, it's just because it's not on the agenda.
I did ask to be on the agenda. I did, I sent in a request, and Shane responded that he had sent my pictures to the company, and in that, I asked to be on the agenda, and I don't know how that happened.
My recommendation is that since there is a traffic study being done, when that traffic study is completed, that's the proper time for you to address it and other Green Hill residents to address the traffic study. But in the meantime, your questions are very valid, and, you know, I'm sure the council will be more than happy to address them, and, you know, at a later date, okay? I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
I'm not sure what this traffic study is going to tell you guys unless you live on that road. And I know one of you lives off the road, and perhaps you understand, Mr. Yount, what I'm talking about. Will the traffic study know where the deer cross at twilight on a sharp curve every night, right before my road? Or where a deep side ditch can wreck your car in a minute? Or where the couple walks their dog every day in the road because there's no place else for them to walk? Or where a child pulls out from a side road onto Greenville Road without looking on her pink bicycle? Those are things about people. That's not about data. That's about people. And lastly, how many of you have turned left from Green Hill Road onto 321? Show of hands. Show of hands. You know it is a nightmare. It is extremely dangerous. And I want you just to imagine for a moment, right now there are 3 new subdivisions in some stage of planning. I'm not saying they're being built. They're in some stage of planning. That is approximately 20 to 25 new houses. Plus, there is more room on Greenville Road for other developments. My question to y'all is, what is going to be your solution today and long-term for that situation? And those questions have come to me as I've worked on this for 2 years. I'm very disappointed that you won't answer the questions. Y'all are our elected officials, and I would have hoped that you would have done that. But I guess that's where we are, but I would like a comment from someone. Thank you.
Question for clarification, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir.
The intersection Pam refers to just 321 and Green Hill Road.
Yes,
Is that included in this traffic study?
it is not. Due to the fact that 321, the intersection at 321 and Green Hill is a DOT intersection, it is not a town-owned or maintained road. Only the town-owned and maintained section of Green Hill, which is beginning at the intersection at 321 and continuing to Wonderland Trail, is the section that is in the scope of this project. The DOT has the ability, if they choose to do something different outside of the scope of our area of the road that we maintain and own.
Do you have any information you can share? Is DOT cognizant of the problem at that intersection?
I think I can answer that the answer to that is yes. They're aware of complaints and issues at that intersection, yes.
since that was brought up, that is a DOT road, and I've addressed that with DOT and their representatives. If the citizens as a whole feel like there needs to be a traffic light put there, that is something that the DOT, that the citizens need to take up with DOT, okay? All right. Rick Parsons. Rick, if you would, name, address?
Yes, I have a name and address. My name is Rick Parsons. I live at 1577 Green Hill Road. I was informed by the time manager yesterday that I couldn't speak about certain topics because I live too far away from them and I'm not impacted. I'm not sure that's true, but that's a different argument. However, I was told I could speak about other issues, so I want to speak about the Green Hill Road traffic study. And this is, Pam and I didn't collude, but it's a perfect segue. I want to ask the town council also a series of questions. And I'd also ask the town council to consider these questions before taking actions on any projects on Green Hill Road. My first question is this: how can you approve any subdivision with multiple driveway cuts onto a road with limited visibility without first seeing the results and recommendations from this traffic study?
Rick, if you would, please refrain from anything that even includes to,
I'm not talking about any specific, I can talk
Okay.
about Winkler in this case.
that's right. Yes, you can.
know,
That's
I can
correct.
talk about Winkler. I can talk about the one that didn't get off the ground at Edge Hill Road.
That's correct.
All of these subdivisions put pressure on Green Hill Road. All of these things have been covered in the area of the traffic study. And I cannot understand why you will not see the results of the traffic study before you approve any project that could be altered or affected by the results and the recommendations that come out of this traffic study. You can't even tell how many lots should be approved in a subdivision or how many driveway cuts could be affected. Can you go back to the first slide? Sorry. Yeah. There are areas in Green Hill Road where subdivisions could be put that have hidden driveways, that have visibility issues, and yet none of this is being considered when you've approved any subdivision, much less anything that may happen. If you're not going to wait until the traffic study is completed and use that data to drive your decisions about anything that happens, then why don't you fix the traffic and speeding problems and the noise problems that are happening right now, that have happened for the last 10 years that I've lived on that road, and the last 4 years that I've been here asking you to do something about it. Can you go to the next slide, please? This data was provided and taken just these snapshots over a 30-minute period about 2 weeks ago. This was northbound, and this is data recorded by the police chief. This happens every day. This happens in an area where you could put a subdivision, and yet you've done nothing. As a matter of fact, I sat in front of this town council for the better part of 3 years asking for you to do something. I presented data that you've collected, and yet nothing has happened. The only thing we've gotten are the approval of subdivisions that put more pressure on this road. I just cannot understand how you can go forward with a study that will give you results that may impact the decisions you're taking and choose to take those decisions without using that data. Thank you.
Rick, you said you had questions as well. If you would submit those to the council so they can answer those at a given time, okay?
So you have it.
All right, thank you. All right, Martha Green. Ms. Green? Martha Green, are you still here? There you are.
Very nervous, I don't want to speak.
That's okay. Just state your name and address, Ms. Green.
My name's Martha Green. I was raised here in Roaring Rock. I live up on Flat Top now.
but my family still lives here, and I am very, very upset with the town cemetery. My mother and daddy have been known for a long time. Their flowers were stolen. I have an aunt that was, her husband brought her back up here from Hope Mill. Her flowers and even the vase that goes in there is gone. My two nephews are buried up there, Johnny Green and Monty Green. And I have a brother that lives here in Roaring North, Jim Green on Possum Hollow. My brother, Joe, and his wife, their flowers and everything gone. And something's gotta be done, because I go there almost every day, and I am very upset with the town that this has happened to our cemetery. That's all I have to say.
Ms. Green, I understand that our town manager's taking it up with our police department. They're gonna, would you like to follow through with that?
I would, and Chief Miller is here as well. I think this is fairly new, somewhat new, I guess, to us of what's kind of happening up there. Chief, do you mind speaking just for a moment towards the last, say, 48 hours?
And I did talk to Mrs. Green today. We've had several complaints that started coming in yesterday about an incident that occurred over the weekend. We had several graves and flowers and American flags were stolen off over the weekend. So we were taking that very seriously. We met with Mark Pressel, from the street department. We met up there today and tried to come up with some ideas of how to secure that cemetery. We have some new locks going on tonight and some other things. As far as I know, we haven't had any incidents at the cemetery in a couple of years. This all seemed to occur over the last weekend and on the same day.
noticed today, two of my uncles is buried up there, their flags are coming. My sister's only been here 4 years and she's buried up there, and my whole family was very upset.
Right, and they have every right to be, and I understand that. I too have family buried there, I have a lot of neighbors and friends that are buried there, so I'm experiencing the exact same thing. So we are working to secure that, come up with some plans, and we'll be submitting those plans and the costs associated with those in the near future.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
And along those same lines, we spoke with Chief Graham today and Chief Miller about installing cameras. We do not currently have cameras up there, so we've spoken to Brimco as of today about where we could do a power drop and data drop to have cameras at the entrances and the exits. Not really feasible to have cameras on the entire cemetery, but if we can hone in on the entrance and exits to see who's coming and going. And so that's in the works, and that'll be coming to you all soon.
Okay. To all of you, thank you for your comments. And, you know, the council will do their best. So thank you so much. Moving right along, we have a presentation from High Country Council of Government, Ms. Julie Wiggins. Ms. Wiggins? Thank you. If you would just state your name and your organization.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Julie Wiggins with the High Country Council of Governments. Really appreciate you all taking the time to listen to the overview of the High Country COG, as we call it. So I'll give a little bit of history, broad level overview, talk about the program departments, and I will leave some literature with y'all to review at a later time. So just kind of in general, a little bit of the history is COGs were essentially created, so to speak, by congressional legislation in 1968, the Intergovernmental Cooperation Act, which led to legislation at the state level in 1969, authorizing regional planning organizations. At the time there were 18. So the High Country COG, again as we call it, was established in 1974 by our region's 7 counties. We are one of 16, as I said, in the state, and we serve not only the 7 counties, but the 19 municipalities within. And that was a change in the charter in 1977. That was a result of a charter amendment. So we now serve all of the 26 local governments in the region. And I failed to mention that Manager Shane Fox is actually my predecessor with the organization. We are governed by a 7-member board, and our 26 local governments each appoints a designee to serve on the executive board. Councilman Matheson has served on the board for 3.5 years. And he also serves as our secretary and serves on the 11-member advisory committee as well. So essentially what the COG does is we act as an extension of local government, so we can build capacity for our local governments to do special projects. And we also administer federal and state grants and programs. We are designated by largely our federal entities as the official entity to administer these programs. So this is the Economic Development Administration, Health and Human Services, Department of Labor, Appalachian Regional Commission, Department of Transportation, Department of Labor, a long list. So we do a variety of things. Our budget primarily consists of federal dollars, but there are some state funds as well, and then there's local match component, which for our fiscal year 22 budget is about 3% of our total budget, but I want to mention that is a vital 3% of our budget. It's absolutely crucial to leverage those federal dollars. So we have, as I mentioned, 3 main departments. We have the Area Agency on Aging, which is actually where I got my start at the Council of Governments. This department administers federal and state dollars. You may have heard of the Older Americans Act at the federal level or Family Community Care Block Grant at the state level. These services are administered directly and through our county-based providers. So Watauga Project on Aging is our county-based provider. So some of the services that are provided by way of this department are home-delivered meals, in-home aid, family caregiver support, the long-term care ombudsman program, some transportation, et cetera. There's a lot that goes on in that department. The programs that are administered directly through the Area Agency on Aging, that I'll mention at least, are, as I said, the Family Caregiver Support Program. And I'm mentioning this partly too, there are any members of the audience that are in search of services and supports for family caregivers, or have loved ones in the long-term care facilities. I want to mention these for you all's benefit as well. And so the long-term care ombudsman program, there is a long-term care ombudsman who visits all the facilities in the 7-county region, to include the Foley Center, and her primary task is to mediate concerns and complaints in the long-term care facilities and to provide training to staff. And health promotion classes. Like I said, there's a lot that goes on that department, so I won't belabor that too much. The second department is Workforce Development, who administers the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which are federal dollars that are passed through the state and then to the COG, and then also to the county-based NC Career Works centers. So again, a lot that goes on directly in that department as well as through our county-based providers. The type of work that goes on is assisting job seekers and the employers with either job seekers with finding employment or gaining skills or getting on-job experience or paid internships, as well as our employers with subsidized training, as I mentioned, job recruitment, et cetera, and then also rapid response. If there's an industry closure or a business closure, they will go and help the workers find other employment. And then a special project are the Finish Line grants. If they're community college students that you all know, they're in good academic standing, that have some kind of financial barrier that's impeding them from graduating college, there's a pot of money that's available for them, medical bills, childcare expense, their car breaks down, et cetera. So it's a goal of trying to get as many people with a degree or a certificate or some kind of credential as possible. And lastly, the planning department is really kind of the most flexible. The first two, the programs are pretty dictated by the federal funds. The planning department is the most flexible. While they do have federal funds, they also do a lot of work that's just responsive to the local government's needs. And that may be the department that y'all are most familiar with directly working with. So I'll give a couple of examples of the types of services that they provide, and then the specific examples of how they've recently interacted with you guys. So GIS services, we maintain the town's water, sewer, and stormwater mapping and infrastructure. And so our planner comes and does on-site visits quarterly and does the field work and then updates the mapping accordingly. In 2015, we created and continue to maintain the GIS website, or the hub site, as it's called, and that y'all are familiar with this. And there's information really of all kinds. There's 4 main program areas, topic areas, with the general municipal information, zoning, watershed, the roads, and then there's also one for parking, fire and rescue, and the cemetery data. And this is all for public consumption on the website. And then also we do some internal mapping, some information for internal use with the Blowing Rock Fire and Rescue. So that's just kind of some examples of the GIS work that's done through our organization. Grant applications is another function of the planning department. And these can be from water, sewer infrastructure, economic development, various things through Appalachian Regional Commission like broadband, et cetera. And a recent example is the work that we did with you guys for the Parks and Rec Trust Fund application, or part of, lots of acronyms. The planning department writes ordinances, they write comprehensive plans of a variety of functions, and various other miscellaneous services. So again, it's pretty flexible. We've been responsive to the coronavirus relief funds. We anticipate being responsive to the ARP funds that are being directed through the local governments in terms of documentation and reporting and that kind of thing. So lots of flexibility there. The one main, kind of program area I thought I would focus on, and kind of relevant again to tonight's conversation, is what's called the Rural Planning Organization. It's really the regional transportation arm. And the intent of that is to promote larger road projects that are a priority at the local level. And as you all know, the process is pretty lengthy, and it's kind of difficult to get these projects committed in what's called the Transportation Improvement Plan, the State Transportation Improvement Plan. But it's a vital component of allowing for these projects to get committed, is having that organization and the RTAC, the advisory committee component, which is comprised of elected officials, which Councilman Harwood serves on, and he represents the town of Blowing Rock. And then the coordinating committee, I thought I would mention Planning Director Kevin Rothrock serves on that committee. The one other thing I would mention about general functions are the RPO is charged with creating the long-range comprehensive transportation plan. And then a recent example of fairly recent example of how the RPO is engaged with the town is with technical assistance for the application for the Bass Lake sidewalk. So I went pretty quickly because I know y'all have a full agenda, and there are a lot of things that we do, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. And as I mentioned, I brought both, at least our most recent annual report, which unfortunately is getting close to a year old now as we wrap up our fiscal year, and then brochures that cover the various services. I'd be happy to entertain any questions y'all have.
I don't have a question, but just want to emphasize that how wonderful a job y'all did with the Part F grant application. It was we were in hurry-up mode, and you accommodated us. And Corey was fantastic, Phil was fantastic, and much appreciated.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Glad to hear that.
I called over there this afternoon for some information, and they were very helpful and sent me to the right place, so thanks.
Can you tell us what Part F is, Mr. Harwood?
Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grant.
I know that, but they don't.
Oh. She said, I thought you were asking for yourself. Julie, would you like to explain Part F? I'm happy to do it, but you're the expert.
Okay. Well, I must say it is a highly competitive pot of funds to help support various parks and recs. I think projects in local governments. I think it's helped support the Middle Fork Greenway, which is connecting, Boone to Blowing Rock. Let's see, what else do you want to know about it? It's kind of general. It is a very highly competitive grant program that's popular.
Now, is that a
in this
matching,
area.
isn't that a matching grant?
It's a matching grant. The pot of money is allocated by the state each year, and it varies. And and the grants are awarded annually. So there's a point system that you work toward achieving, but the point system is not necessarily what gets selected. So we've made our application for about $470,000 for our Memorial Park. We have matching funds available to us that we currently have on hand. And we'll know, that application went in May 1, and we'll know, I think, in September, whether or not we were awarded. And if we're awarded, great, we'll make those improvements. If not, we'll probably apply next year again.
And where does the match come from?
The match comes from our bond money, yeah. So we have bond money left over from our 2014 issuance.
That was earmarked for the park, correct? Okay.
Trick question.
No, I just wanted
Any
them to
other-
know that it wasn't coming out of the budget.
No, I just want to thank Shirley for coming over and giving a quick, explanation of what the COG is. I think a lot of people don't really know what a service they are to the communities and towns. Thanks for coming over and giving us a little more explanation on this.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank
Thank
you, Ms.
you.
Wiggins. Thanks for coming. All right, we're going to take a little different format. We're coming up on our public hearing, so for this first one, it's going to be on the budget, okay? Shane Fox will lead off. If there's anyone that would like to speak on the budget, please address Ms. Hillary over here, and she will get you sworn in. But you have to be sworn in to speak on any of the public hearing sections. We're going to handle each one individually, okay? All right. Mr. Fox?
Absolutely. I will stand if that's okay with everyone. Thank you, council. Great crowd here tonight, so I know you're here for this particular topic, not for anything else. So I will definitely entertain you, I hope, as much as I can with the numbers of information that I have to present tonight. So before we get into kind of an outline of where we are or what we're going to present tonight, I'll just take a few moments and once again thank the entire staff for the work that has gone into putting this budget together. All department heads, all town staff have a role in putting this together. No one more than Ms. Norman, who is sitting out in the wings right now, who has spent 90-some% of her time, probably the last 4 months, on working on this budget. So thank you to all the town staff, and thank you to Ms. Norman for putting this budget together that we'll present tonight. The budget timeline, really begins with you all. When we start our January retreat, the 3-day retreat, that's leading to a top 10 list ultimately, or a top 12 or 15 or whatever we come up with list. That helps us plan for those bigger ticket items sometimes. Sometimes it's more of the operating and reoccurring items, but that really sets off the budget season that begins in February for the departments and leads into March and April and May with you all as we go through this process. So the budget process really is 5 months in the making. And so here we are tonight presenting the formal budget to the citizens of Blowing Rock, and please stop me as we go through this with any questions that you have. We'll start with discussing overall recommended budget totals. Then we'll go kind of a summary by departments and needs addressed within the budget. We'll talk a little bit about some of the economic environment factors affecting the revenue that we have in here in our projections, and a recommended tax rate, of course, and fees to help balance out the expected expenditures that we've presented. And we'll talk, as we wrap up, a little bit about our GO bond that we issued in 2014 and how the debt service played into some of our numbers here and some of our recommendations, and then obviously our phase 4 that's coming up in the near future. So we'll start with overall recommended budget totals. I won't go into a ton of detail here. I don't want to bore everyone. Biggest point here, if you look at this comparison slide, is that we're looking at really 2 years here. So we're looking at 2021, which is the budget that we're finishing up, and we're looking at our recommended budget, which is our 21-22 budget. Anyone obviously looking at this would notice that the biggest difference is that our total expenditures have increased over $2 million. When we look at all of our operating funds and our funds here, general fund and our water and sewer fund and BRAC fund, I think it's important to note, for those that weren't here last year's budget was a substantial decrease from the year before. So it's almost as if last year's budget and this year's budget that we're presenting tonight is kind of one and the same. We're almost presenting 2 years. Last year, because of COVID, we were standing here at this time last year without really anyone in town. And so the streets were fairly vacant. We didn't have folks staying in hotels. We didn't have sales tax money coming in. And so we ended up decreasing the overall budget last year from the year before due to the factors that were unknown at that time. Several things had a pretty substantial decrease. We ended up cutting our operating expenses by almost 10% at this time last year. We ended up cutting capital 95%. We had one police car that was purchased in the entire town last year. And so I think these are important things to keep in mind as we go through this budget. Essentially, we're looking at a 2-year budget within one, which is not something that we ever have had to do in the past because we stood here last year without any real knowledge of the summer and the fall and the winter that we were about to experience. I don't think anyone would have stood here last year and expected the type of year that we've had, and we've been very fortunate to have the folks in town that we've had that's resulted in the positive budget numbers that we've seen this year. So again, as we go through this, I would ask not to focus as much on the totals as much as the details that we're presenting and the needs that we're presenting, because again, the totals are almost looking at 2 years versus one because of the factors that we had last year that we dealt with. First slide that I'll put up is a pie chart. This is looking at our total revenues that we're projecting, beginning most notably here with our property taxes, which is 49%, and then our local sales tax, which is roughly 20% of the pie. Those two make over $7 million of our overall revenue. Our TDA is right here. That's our occupancy tax, which is 13%. We've got some other items here that are a little bit smaller than our other revenues, which is some installment loans, PAL bill, which is state funded, utility franchise, ABC revenue, which continues to grow, and some of our recycling fees. But I think most everyone realizes when you start talking budget, property taxes is kind of the #1 driver in every town and every county in the state. Thing to point out here that I pointed out previously, I know others have as well, is that I've seen this number in my past as high as 80% in other places. For us to have this, we'll say roughly 50% of our overall revenue, just shows how diversified the revenue portfolio is for the town of Blowing Rock. Town of Blowing Rock has really had a similar formula, I guess, for over 100 years where tourism helps drive the economy. And if you ask about tourism and ask about money being expended, those are the two pie shades here that make up 33% of the budget, which is most notably driven by our large influence of visitors and tourists that we have in town. So the point of this slide is to show a very diversified revenue portfolio that the town of Blowing Rock has. Our water and sewer fund, again, as you talk about financing, you have to kind of take into account there's essentially 2 main funds in Blowing Rock. You have our general fund, which is what we had talked about here, and then we have our water and sewer fund, which is driven by our water and sewer rates. We do have some other smaller kind of fees here that make up some other revenue pieces. Essentially, these are your impact fees and some miscellaneous incomes. A lot of this is to do when we have folks that are new tapping into our system, developments coming online, things of that nature. But over 92% of our overall revenue from the water and sewer fund comes from the actual monthly or bi-monthly charges that we pass along to the citizens. Again, 92% is a very common percentage here, not as diversified, but you wouldn't expect for this to be diversified. This is only our water and sewer fund as a whole. It's not within our general fund. Going into our overall recommended budget, this is again just discussing general fund. We're looking at about a $2 million increase from last year. Again, so take into account last year was a very flat year, actually a decreasing year from the year before. Of the $2 million, I think it's important to note from an accounting standpoint, $750,000 of that number is simply a pass-through. So as we get into talking in some more detail in a few moments, things like our Watauga sales tax rebate and our TDA monies that we pass through to the TDA make up a $750,000 increase. So if you're trying to compare apples to apples, the increase excluding the pass-through is about $1.2 million from last year to this year, of which $755,000 is in personnel and benefit increases, and then the remaining pieces will kind of go into some more detail as we go through things like 321 and some other things. So we do have some highlights here to kind of go through some of those differences from one year to the next. We did put up here GO bond debt service 1920. That year is correct. So if you recall, As we were ending 1920, we issued phase 3 of the bond. As we went into 2021, which is the year we're in now, we fully anticipated asking for a tax increase of about 2.5 cents to 3 cents to help pay for that GEO debt bond. Again, at this time last year, without having any knowledge of what COVID was going to do to the town and to the citizens, we did not recommend any type of tax increase last year. So we held the line, and we ended up cash flowing 1 year worth of debt service last year that was within the budget. Highway 321 and Cemetery, at last month's meeting, on May 11th, you approved the contract with the state maintenance for roughly $300,000 that included the cemetery and 321 maintenance. That's included within this budget as well. So again, we're kind of talking new things from last year to this year. One being GEO debt bond from 2 years ago, and then 321 mowing. Deferred capital needs, again, typical for us is probably somewhere in the $400,000 to $500,000 a year range for capital. Last year we bought one police car. That was the entire capital purchases for the town of Blundlock. And so we've got some deferred capital needs that we're taking care of this year. And I'll go into a little more detail as we kind of roll through with the capital. I think our department heads have done some pretty neat things in trying to reuse some of the capital that they've had and reuse some of the trucks and chassis with beds and things of that nature. So what you see here again is a great effort by everyone to put together a very efficient budget, in my opinion. Part 1 phase of the new minimum wage pay scale changes. We spoke about this during our workshop. Everyone, I think, was in somewhat of a shock when Watauga County passed a $15 minimum wage pay scale on March 1st of this year and put that into effect on March 1st. And so almost overnight, we had full-time employees working for the county that were making $2 to $3 more an hour than our full-time employees in the same position. And so as we all discussed it, even back to the retreat, especially during the workshop, we proposed a 2-year plan here. So we have a phase 1 and a phase 2, or part 1 and part 2. So by this time next year, as we're standing up here presenting the budget, we'll be proposing that part 2 that will bring our lowest full-time employee up to at least a $15 living wage. And so that's presented as part of this new budget as well. And then capital needs in the water and sewer fund, including a reserve for PRVs that we put in there this year, this new from last year, and we'll go into a little more detail with that as well. So I'll go through some of the departments. Won't spend a lot of time because I know you've all been through this, but please stop me as we go through this. Starting with central government, general government, which is the governing body, you all, administration, and central government. We are proposing a 10-year capital plan update. So as part of the 2014 bond, McGill assisted the town in putting together a 10-year capital plan. We're now almost 8 years into that plan, so we did include monies within this budget to ask McGill to revamp and re-up that 10-year plan as we go into the next 10, 12 years within the town to kind of give a guideline and a map of where we may need to be focusing our attentions and our resources with regards to our infrastructure and our needs. Insurance premiums are a part of this as well. Our big driver here is our payment to Watauga County. That's 70% payback of the ad valorem versus per capita sales tax proceeds. Again, talking about the $2 million number that we spoke about a moment ago is kind of the increase. This is one of those pass-through numbers. So as we receive money from Watauga County in sales tax, we pay a portion of that back as part of a rebate that we've been doing now, I guess, for 7 years. That's in here. That alone was over $450,000 within this budget versus last year's budget.
When's the appropriate time for us to have questions?
Anytime.
Anytime? In effect, for the sales tax, we pay the county how much per month back?
And Ms. Norman may be able to answer. I want to.
I'm looking at $2,058,800. Did I get that off the pie chart right?
That's the gross, and so we
Okay.
pay them back for this year.
So let's call it $2 million.
This year, it's close to $1 million total dollars that goes back to Watauga County as a part of this, and so that would equate to about $90,000 a month. I guess we pay them back on average.
That's approximately right. So we basically, what we are paying versus the dollar amount that we're paying is 70% of the difference in the two allocation methods.
Right, and this year in April, they chose
To stay the same.
To say the same, which is the
The ad valorem method.
ad valorem method. So we are blessed in Blowing Rock to have a hefty ad valorem.
Correct. So what is currently being utilized to distribute the $2 million is our tax values and how they relate to the rest of the county. Where the other method is population as it relates to the county. So we were much better off with the tax value versus the population.
And the county chose that in April.
They did. So
They
they had,
chose that system.
by April the 30th of each year, by state statute, they have to choose a method. Or the method that they're currently in can roll into the next year if they don't choose to make any different method changes.
And so you write them, or is it Hillary? Who writes them a check back?
Accounts payable.
Holly.
Accounts payable department. Right?
Yeah.
Tasha.
Tasha. Okay, Tasha. Hey,
Just
Tasha.
limit approves it.
Okay. So we write a check for do y'all realize this? We write a check for $90,000 a month back to Watauga County. And how much did Watauga County approve to give to Blowing Rock in their budget this year? Shane?
$12,000.
They agreed to give us $12,000 in this year's budget back to Blowing Rock. Do y'all know this? No. Okay. So a separate thing is our property taxes, right?
Correct. So we,
Now, the property taxes in 50% of our budget, does the county have any control over our property taxes?
the property tax values are set at the county level, but we do our own billing and collection of property taxes for the town level.
For the town, is there any way that they could stop our property taxes coming back from the county to the town?
No, because we bill and collect, so the county is not involved in remitting that to us.
I'm talking about the county property taxes. So the town, so that 50% are just town property taxes?
Correct.
Okay.
But we
So
bill
the
and
other-
collect, so no county involvement, other than they set the value for everyone's home every 8 years, which is what
Okay.
they're doing now.
So y'all know how you send, I don't know, let's just throw a number out there. $3,000 to Blowing Rock for the town taxes, and $3,000 go to the county. They're about even amounts, right? So we pay, the town uses your town taxes for, water, sewer, pickup, recycling, all that kind of town benefits, the swimming pool, all that kind of stuff. And then the county keeps the other. That's on top of the $90,000 that we give them back every month, right?
Correct.
Okay. So when it's appropriate, I would like, in the budget, I know that we have agreed to write that check back to the sales tax, back to the county. But I would like to amend that in our retreat in July. We're not getting anything for it. They're using us as a cash cow, and it needs to stop.
Would you like to stop that as of June?
I would like to stop it today. Are we about to write them another check?
We will have the next invoice for that on the 15th or 17th.
Of June? So we've written them April and May
Yes, but they are for months in
in
arrears.
arrears.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's a way for us to stop that today, I would love to stop that today.
My suggestion, Virginia, is a good point that you've made, is to request that they stop that until the council as a whole has time to discuss it at our summer retreat to determine how to go forward.
Okay, so today is June the what?
8th.
June 8th. So yes, I would like to request that we do not send the check on June the 15th to the county for $90,000 this month.
I think for clarification, what I'd like to know from the town manager is what is our gain by having the sales tax in ad valorem versus population? I think that's the part you're missing.
No, they've decided that.
No, I want to hear it, because I think the public, you've brought something up, and I think the public needs to hear the flip side of this.
Okay.
Ms. Norman's looking we'll say 350 on average, $350,000 a year on average is what we retain because of the method change. And so just in whole terms, maybe I can explain it. So we receive, again, whole terms to hold me to this, about $2 million in sales tax. We remit back to the county about $1 million because of the method change. So we keep $1 million, again, whole terms. If they were to go with the other method, then we would not have the whole us receiving and giving back. We would just receive from them the actual amount that was being derived because of our population, which is a smaller percentage, which would be somewhere in the neighborhood of about $650,000 to $700,000, not the million. So Ms. Norman's looking up exact numbers, but we'll say somewhere in the mid threes on average. Again, that fluctuates because the sales tax numbers increase. That number changes as well. As it decreases, they go down. And so it's a percentage. It's 70% of the difference. So if $1 million is the difference, the gain, we keep $300,000, we give back $700,000. So that's the formula. Right now, we're giving back about $90,000 a month. But is that correct on average?
Yeah, you're totally correct. It's rounded to about 300,000 is the net that we retain, netting out the fee that we pay back.
Okay, so,
On top of what we normally get, so it's really 700,000
On top of our, what
What
we
we
would
would-
collect under the other method.
so they give us the population method sales tax revenue, and then they add another 300,000 or 400,000. And I think that's the clarity that we need to understand is this is a benefit to
and
the town,
this is done on
getting
a-
this money.
This is done on an
Getting
annual
what money,
basis.
Sue?
This
We
is,
get $12,000 from Watauga County a year, and we send them back $90,000 a month.
But
What
if
is the benefit?
if this
Okay.
flips,
Get
Ladies,
350,000.
gentlemen.
you get
Okay.
350,000, and if you flip this back to population, we're gonna lose that money.
okay,
Lose
it's very
And
possible.
we use it for
Ladies,
infrastructure and
gentlemen,
things.
It's very possible they can flip this back at any given time on an annual basis.
It's every April or May.
That's
So
correct.
they've just done it, so we're clear.
My take on this is that this is something that we need to discuss at our retreat, okay? If you all are in agreement to at least hold back the payment for June or May or whatever's there, then we all can address this at our upcoming summer retreat and determine whether this is doable
Well,
or
is
not.
this a motion?
No, the motion's not required.
Well, I have
You'll
no
have to
part-
have
There's no
a
con.
vote.
You're gonna have to
You
vote
have to
on
have a
this,
vote, didn't
and some of us are not in favor of this.
I'm not gonna have any part of what she wants to do,
Yeah.
because I don't
So-
have an appetite
Okay,
to be
then-
in court for
Then, okay.
malfeasance.
There's no contract in place, number one. But if you all wish to have a motion on this, Ms. Powell, would you like to make your motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to retain the June payment of $90,000 until we have discussion on our July retreat. There is no contract for us to give this money back to the county, and we need to look at this in detail and see if it's truly a benefit to our taxpayers.
Okay, Ms. Powell's made a motion. Do we have a second?
Virginia, would you consider tabling your motion to the end of the manager's presentation so that we could look at the budget in totality and then come back to this issue?
Absolutely. I felt like I should bring it up now because we're on central government, and that's why I asked him if it was an appropriate time. I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion's been tabled till the end of the presentation. All right, Shane?
Perfect. So moving through kind of central government, general government, public buildings and grounds, a few things to point out. Continued funding for our tree planting and holiday decorations or lights in the park. $12,000 towards the 1888 and Edgewood Cottage, which would include new gutters, painting, and pressure washing of those two buildings. Continued funding of debt service, which is most notably our emergency services building, Fire Station 1 now through 21, our Brom parking facility, which is actually paid for through our TDA partners, purchase of the DOT property debt that has now come into fruition, and then 75% of the Public Works building. The other 25% of that is paid for out of the water and sewer fund.
Shane,
Yes, sir.
on the debt service for the emergency services and Brom parking deck, how many years have we got left on those?
I can speak towards Brom as in 4 years. Ms. Norman can look up as we're waiting the difference. I don't know the emergency services building. I'll incorrectly give you a year. 4 years on Brom. And again, that's paid for currently 100% through the TDA out of the 1/3 of monies that the TDA allocates to the town. Ms. Norman's going to keep up the debt service piece.
Sorry to spring that on you, but thanks.
No, we're good. She's got it. Here she comes. So.
Of course she does.
Okay, Brom is paid off in fiscal year 24-25, so there's 4 years remaining on that. And what was the other one?
Station 1.
The emergency services building is the next year, so 25-26, that's gonna be 5 years.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely. Moving towards our public safety, police, and fire, continued funding for a school resource officer. So the town of Blowing Rock continues to be the only town within Watauga County that is funding a school resource officer. The remaining school resource officers are funded either through grants or through the county sheriff's department, and those are on a rotating basis. So Blowing Rock Elementary School is the only elementary school to have a full-time SRO that is not only there full-time, but paid for through the town of Blowing Rock. And so that's continued funding within this budget.
What do they do in the summer?
Walk Main Street. So our officer, Bradley Swift, is now our Main Street officer. So from the end of school through the beginning of school, he will spend 40 hours a week walking Main Street, getting to know the businesses and taking care of anything within Main Street and Sunset. So I say walking, he's in the golf cart, I think, is actually how he's choosing to patrol. But,
Does he run the weekend?
he is not on weekend. We have weekend officers as well. So he is a Monday through Friday officer.
So the county does not fund that?
The county does not fund that. So the county had given us an option, I believe, several years ago that's what led to us having a full-time officer, having a rotating officer at Blowing Rock once every 3 or 4 days, I think is what the option was. And you as council 4 years ago, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Chief Miller's here as well, chose to fund a full-time school resource officer there. Was Lieutenant Dotson, now it's Officer Swift. Continued funding and costs associated with the dispatch consolidation of Boone. So this time last year, we approved a change within our police dispatch services. If you remember, previously we utilized county for all of our dispatch, not only police but fire as well. We chose to bring police dispatch back in-house Monday through Sunday, so 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have someone physically located at our police department, not only for walk-up issues or conversations, but also if you call 295-5210. And so that was a major change of us bringing that back in-house. It did lead to an additional position last year, but still net savings compared to where we were with the contract with the county. So again, we've had 1 full year with that contract with the town of Boone. The contract with the town of Boone is providing the service from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So I did clarify that just a few moments ago. So we're physically here 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The town of Boone, if you call 5210 after 7 p.m. and before 7 a.m., is actually who's picking up the phone and dispatching our officers. I think Chief Miller spoke during our workshop with that partnership for the first 12 months has gone fantastic. We've had no issues with that. So that's continued. Replacement funding for 2 police vehicles. Again, for several years we were on a program where we were purchasing 2 police vehicles a year. Last year we purchased 1 to help with the cost savings. This year we're back to purchasing 2, so not 3, but 2. Both of those are hybrid vehicles, and that has been now 3 years in a row, I guess, that we've purchased nothing but hybrid vehicles to add to our fleet. I think if you recall during the workshop and even back to the retreat in January, Chief Miller spoke towards a 35 or 36% savings with those hybrids in just fuel cost alone. And so those savings are starting to pay off as we continue to replace our older vehicles with our hybrid vehicles. Maintain funding for part-time parking enforcement. Also includes some capital for some dual band radios and traffic cameras and defibrillators. So those two I'll stop for just a moment on. Currently, our police cars are not equipped with defibrillators, and so we've put funding in here, $22,000 for every police car within the town of Blue Rock to have a defibrillator, and for the officers to have training as well, in case they're first on the scene of obviously a cardiac event. They will be trained to help assist the individual until our first responders are able to get there. So that's $22,000 that's included in this year's budget that was not previously put within the budgets, and so I think that's a wonderful thing that you all have suggested as well with Chief Miller. And then the second piece here is for traffic cameras, and so we're looking to have cameras at North and South 321 to help us have obviously video abilities to know vehicles as they're coming in and going within the town itself, and so those are included as part of that as well. Transportation, our streets department, Public Works, that's about $1.4 million of our budget. Continue to provide equipment and tools necessary for our fleet mechanic. I think we're several years now into having a full-time mechanic that's employed here within the town that works on all town vehicles. So not only police and fire, which is our largest contributors to our fleet, also our Public Works, our landscaping departments. So we're continuing to add tools and things of that nature to help that position along with continuing to save the town overall money because of the ability of him to be here and provide that service to us versus us contracting that out with individual companies and entities to work on our cars. Continued funding for contract right-of-way clearing. Our mowing we mentioned earlier, so we are now moving towards, as we discussed in May, state maintenance will take over the contract July 15th of not only mowing 321 in the median at the Parkway, but also mowing and maintaining our cemetery as well. That's $33,000. Continued funding for master signage. Also continued funding for street lighting on 321. And then as we go through kind of a long list here, we continue putting monies back for structural culvert repairs, ditch line repairs, etc. And then there's just a long list of some of our capital needs. If you look at the years, I think that's important. Some of the things we're replacing here, like 2001, 2009, 2010, 1997, these aren't 2 and 3 years old. We've gotten our worth very much out of these vehicles. So some of these are 20 and 24 years old with some of these things. And so I think that, again, is a testament to our staff. We're using things until they can't be used anymore. The addition of the fleet mechanic makes a big difference in that because we know that these vehicles are safe until he tells us otherwise. And that's where we are right now. Each one of the vehicles that we've asked each one of the vehicles that have been requested to be replaced up here, we've asked for our fleet mechanic to sign off on the issues. And essentially what you have is where we have repairs that are needed that outweigh the value of the vehicle. And that's why you have this list here. So we have that as part of our budget process. He is our mechanic and our expert. When he tells us something is more costly than the value of it, it's when we bring it to you all to be replaced.
Go ahead. The other thing that's in the new building is a wash bay to get the salt off, which we incurred that cost to help prolong the life of the tractors and the trucks. The other thing is that, could you, for the public, tell them when the part-time parking enforcement person's here, please?
Chief Miller can speak to that. Starts we'll say roughly Memorial Day. I think it started actually the week before Memorial Day and goes to.
We started the week before Memorial Day, it's the first Art in the Park weekend, so we started that weekend, we'll try to run it through. Last year we ran it through the end of October, that'll be our goal again this year. He works 3, sometimes 4 days a week.
Okay.
And now that we have the ability to tow, we're hoping to see that happen.
Well, you're referring to the change in our ordinance that we made a year or 2 ago?
Yeah.
Track time. That's primarily, we have a vehicle that's interfering with the normal course of town business or something. We do not tow for parking violations unless it's parked in the middle of the park or someplace where it just obviously should not be. But overtime parking is not something that would cause a vehicle to be towed.
Great point. Just so from a Salt Bay standpoint, the budget also includes a 4-post bay that we currently don't have, so we have the ability to lift our trucks up now. So for current purposes, we've been using a 2-post bay, so the trucks are actually tilted. And so that's also included in here, I think at about $12,000, or maybe $8,000, I can't remember, 12,000 is the number there. So that's a safety feature that we're adding to our fleet mechanic as well, so.
Just for clarification, the mowing contract is, the cemetery piece is here under Public Works,
Correct.
and the 321 piece is under
Landscape.
landscape.
Landscaping, Park and Rec, which is coming up in just a few months. That is correct. Again, think of silos within government as you budget things. And so this portion of the cemetery is actually under Public Works because of the fact that when you have maintenance issues, new graves, things of that nature, it goes through transportation, our Public Works department.
Thank you.
Moving on, some of our more substantial changes that we'll see this year is with our sanitation and recycling. In the past, we've had many conversations about recycling and the cost as recycling costs have continued to increase. What we're proposing this year is really an overhaul of this program. So from a residential standpoint, you will notice no changes. So recycling and trash or residential garbage pickup will remain the same. There'll be no differences, the days of the week, no changes there. The cost will not change any whatsoever. What we're proposing as a part of this budget is to move away from our commercial trash pickup. Essentially what that is not rollouts, that's dumpsters. And so if the town of Blowing Rock is currently picking up a commercial trash or commercial garbage or refuse, whichever term you use, client in a dumpster, we're now asking you all as a part of this budget to approve a contract with Republics to start taking over that as of October 1st of this year. Several factors led into that. Overall, we use Republics not only for our recycling, but we also used it some in the past for some of our cardboard and things of that nature. So as a part of our 5-year recycling contract that was coming due this year, we had conversations with Republics about 2 factors, or 2 changes, I should say. One, right now, if you have a residential trash pickup in the town of Blowing Rock, we do that as the town, and we actually take that to Watauga County, and we dump it at the transfer station. We're now proposing to take that same trash to Lenore, which is about a 12-mile further round trip, to dump that trash as a part of this overall contract as well. Overall savings of that, currently we're paying $60 a ton at Watauga. They've offered to us at $39.99 a ton. And so over $30,000 in just tipping fees would be saved net of any additional cost. Again, we have a fleet mechanic within house. We've asked that fleet mechanic to put together a little bit larger of a budget for things like tires and brakes and things of that nature. But overall, it's a 12-mile round trip. As we went through this proposal, we did run for a couple weeks some test trips as a part of that, so we do understand the mileage and the gas and things of that nature that's a part of this. And so, again, overall, we're looking as part of this budget for us to essentially move away from commercial trash pickup and allow our commercial clients to deal directly with Republics, which will save us not only a $175,000 commercial dump truck that was up for replacement this year, will also save us 1 position. And so as a part of this budget, we're cutting 1 full-time position. That's vacant right now, so it's not filled with anyone. But we have a vacant commercial trash position that we've asked to cut as a part of this budget, which is over $50,000 in salaries and benefits. And then we've also asked to cut the commercial trash truck that was up this year, which is a 2001 Freightliner model, at a savings of $175,000 to go along with the $30,000 in savings from the tipping fees. Again, from a residential standpoint, no fee increases are proposed in recycling or trash pickup, and the schedule will remain the same. The only difference is once they finish the routes, they will go south versus north and dump that trash at the cost of those savings.
Will the commercial be mandatory for the commercial customer?
It is mandatory. So the town will no longer pick up commercial. So Republics, as far as I know, is the only entity within this area that's picking up commercial. So I won't say that it's mandatory, but I'm not sure that another entity exists that's picking up commercial dumpsters. If so, then it's within the rights of the commercial clients to do so. So essentially, as a town, as of October 1st, we will no longer pick up commercial trash. And so they can choose to contract with Republics or another entity if someone else is interested in doing so.
What if they want to leave it? What if they want to leave it in the dumpster for a month?
Well, if we have issues from not picking up and, smells or things of that nature, then that would become an issue of the town from an ordinance standpoint, of course. So, yeah, we'll handle that.
That might happen.
I think also too that what we looked at, not only were we saving by discontinuing the commercial pickup, but most merchants was actually, it was gonna be cheaper for them to go with Republic, and I think they were actually cheaper with their dumpsters than what we charge.
So correct. So where we began with this was a proposed increase due to the fact that Watauga County, so Watauga County, and I say tipping fees, that's obviously how much it costs for us to, every time we tip a dumpster or tip a trash truck. The tipping fees, we'll say dating back 3 or 4 years ago, were at $26. From $26, eventually they were up to the $52 range, and now what was being proposed was $60. And so as a town, we were losing significant amounts of money, taxpayer money, because of the increases just in the tipping fees alone. And so we started having discussions with Republic about how we could potentially save without passing on those increases to the residents and the businesses themselves. So absolutely, without these changes, and if we stayed things status quo with Watauga and picking up commercial trash because of the increases and because of the capital needs, we would propose as a part of this budget increases in residential and commercial trash fees. And so by moving away from commercial and going with the proposed plan here, we're not proposing any increases for residential, and we're allowing commercial clients to directly deal with Republics as a part of that. So absolutely.
Seems like the county would give us a little lower rate since they get $90,000 a month from us.
Well, to be fair, the county no longer has a landfill.
It does not. So Watauga County is simply a transfer station. So anyone and everyone that dumps there, whether you're, Bob Smith on a Friday or the town of Blowing Rock, pays the exact same fee, tonnage fee, to dump there, and they simply load it to trucks and haul it to East Tennessee is where it's being dumped out right now. So they have a contract with them.
Okay.
Moving on, in our planning inspections, again, one major change here is we are proposing an additional employee in the department. I don't know, well, I think dating back to your time here, the department has been 3 individuals, is that correct? Pretty close to it. Since the late 80s. And so this is the first time in well over 30 years that we've asked for an additional position. That position will not just be a planning and zoning position. That position will actually kind of be a trifecta type position that will work. We'll say a third with Mr. Rothrock, Tammy, and John Warren as well. So we would expect this individual, and we do expect this individual as we kind of work through the job description, to come in with the qualifications from a educational standpoint. They would be able to obtain or be able to be qualified for the level 1 building inspection, and then work as well a portion of their time with Mr. Warren with some of the building inspections that he has. So we have some backup and redundancy there as well. So this position that's being proposed, we will call kind of a mid-range type individual, not a fresh out of school individual, but someone that has enough experience that can come in and be qualified enough to help us in all facets of planning and zoning and building inspections as well. So that's the major change within the planning inspections department.
That position will also enhance our capacity for enforcement.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And some retirements that aren't eons away.
Maybe so. Culture and recreation, our park and recreation and landscaping. So this is about $1.2 million of our budget. One of the major changes here, again, is we spoke earlier about the estate maintenance contract. That's $264,610 that's included here. This is the other portion outside of the cemetery that's included. Also, from a capital standpoint, we're including a replacement of a 1999 or 97, I may get my years wrong, golf cart, an Easy Go. So again, a 23 or 24-year-old golf cart with another mini truck. So if you haven't seen in town, we have a European mini truck that we're utilizing for our water services. These are easy in and out type vehicles that we can use for various things, and that's proposed within here. Other than that, again, continuing part-time staff and Memorial Park attendees as well as part of that process and part of this budget.
Would you explain to the citizens what the estate maintenance contract consists of that we have to take over
Absolutely. So as a part of the widening of 321 and the landscape that was planted and installed, and I'll get the term wrong here. It's got a term that it's the highest end of the landscape. Landmark landscaping. Thank you, Mr. Gupton. There is 16 miles of turf included, and this proposal was included as part of this contract. So 16 miles of grass, 7,000 perennials, so 7,000 bushes, and over 1,500 trees. And so the contract that was approved in May, which is a fairly large contract here, $264,000, includes maintaining all of that. And that's a year-round process. That's fertilizing, that's weeding, that's pruning, that's maintaining, that's replacement, that is everything that there is on 321 as a part of that contract.
Makes the town look, the county look better too, doesn't it?
What
It
would,
is a gateway to.
what would be the cost if we did it in-house?
Our best projections, again, and these can fluctuate, the majority of our cost, we're split between personnel. We proposed needing 2 to 3 full-time individuals to maintain that property, along with as much as $200,000 to $300,000 in capital, especially up front with the additional mowers, traffic control, things of that nature that we don't currently have. We have a number of pieces of equipment that we use for mowing and weed eating and things of that nature, but 16 miles of turf would require commercial edging, would require traffic control, which DOT requires, that we currently don't have, essentially one-lane traffic, things of that nature that doesn't exist currently within the town. So well over $500,000, I think, is fair within the first couple of years as a part of that as well. So dating back to the March and April timeframe, we did bid this out, open and fairly to anyone that was interested in bidding on this particular contract. And estate maintenance was our lowest bidder and our most qualified bidder. That bid process, if you all had a chance to review it or had a chance to be a part of our May meeting, was very comprehensive. It included detailed listings of the inventory of the vehicles and the mowers themselves, number of clients that they have similar to us, number of individuals they have working for them. So very thorough process that landscaping and park and recreation went through to put that budget process together.
And that contract's for how long?
3 years.
Contract's for 3 years.
And we're not doing this because we just like to have mowed grass. Explain to the audience why we are having to spend this money.
So again, as a part of the agreement to have what's out there, the beauty that's out on 321 was for us to maintain it as it is today. So we take this over July 15th of this year. So within 45 days of now, we'll take over maintaining that property that's out there. If we do not maintain it at the standard of which it is right now, then DOT has ramifications, monetary ramifications from the town. Essentially, the difference between what they would have done out there, which is not plantings of the nature that are out there, the difference between what's out there currently from a cost standpoint versus what they would have put on 321, which is a very basic type design, we would be responsible for paying that back to the DOT. So we are obligated to maintain it at the level in which it is right now. If you've noticed, along 321 in the last few weeks, you've seen some blue tags on trees and bushes. Those are the ones to be replaced. And so as a part of this contract that we're taking over from DOT, we are to take over the 7,000 plants and over 1,600 or 1,500 trees that are living. And so what you see in the blue tags are the ones to be replaced before we take those over. So that's a process that's been going on now for several months as they go through and replace those trees and those plants that are out there. Yes, ma'am.
I see your last bullet says that we're not going to do fireworks. Will there be fireworks in the area, and can the local people that live here watch them?
As far as I know, Tweetsy Railroad and are providing public fireworks. I do believe, as a part of the consent agenda tonight, the country club is offering fireworks to their members that I think can be seen from other places.
From public streets?
Yes.
It's in the air, actually.
They can see
Okay,
them.
Shane, go for it.
Moving along. So we'll spend a lot of time with BRAC. BRAC's our Lone Rock Advisory Committee. They continue to fund our beautiful hanging baskets, which I think are absolutely gorgeous. If you've seen our hanging baskets, that's a big funding portion of what they have that they do. They also sponsor a lot of our other plants and plants within the town, and cleanup day is a part of that. So overall, their budget is $43,000, most of which goes towards our hanging baskets that you see on Main Street. Moving into our water and sewer fund, several things to point out with our water and sewer fund. As we go into just a few moments, we'll kind of talk about our top 10 list. A lot of our top 10 list involve the water and sewer fund. And so I won't spend a lot of time out. In just a few moments, I'll jump in our top 10 list. A lot of what you see here with the proposed increases in our water and sewer rates, we're proposing about an 8 to 10% increase in our water and sewer rates. But that's a different increase. Everyone will be paying something different. It's based on usage. So right now, our minimum gallon usage is 5,000 gallons. We're proposing to go to 3,000. As a part of COVID, we're able to spend a lot of time and do a fairly thorough revenue projection and revenue study, or usage study, I should say, of how much water on average we're using, really focusing on what our residents are using versus commercial, et cetera. And our 5,000 gallon minimum that we've been using is somewhat outdated. We're by far the highest within the area. Some are as low as 1,000 gallons. We're proposing a 3,000 gallon minimum that really kind of focuses on the folks that are using more water will be paying more. And so it's a more of a, I think, in my opinion, and a recommended budget that's in here is more of a usage approach. So the higher, obviously, the more you use, the higher rate in which you'll pay as a part of that. What that allows us to do is not only provide our operating and a little capital needs that are within this budget, as you see there, again, replacement of a 2013 3500 truck and a camera, but also lets us plan for the future. So again, it's our top 10 list. If you recall, we've got some very significant infrastructure items that are in need. We're working currently with McGill and Ms. Norman through planning towards those programs and those projects that'll be coming up within the next 12 months. And debt service will follow. So this really allows us to set the stage to start putting back some reserves to help pay for some of the debt service needs that are coming up.
So minimum cost monthly for water and sewer will be $50. Is that what we figured out?
Ms. Norman's looking up. I want to say 51 and some change, but I don't. She'll look that up.
I have.
Overall, if you're what we consider a typical user, residential user, it's about an 8 to 10% increase within that. So it's about $4 water and $4 sewer, give or take, is what it is within that.
So you won't have to pay the same as I do anymore. You'll pay based on.
Why are you higher? Oh, because you got
Because I
more
have
people.
more people, right?
I don't know. I seem to be using a lot.
As we went through the study, so we'll go back. So for several years, we would propose 10% or 5% increases overall. The issue was that when we were proposing 5% increases or 10% increases, we weren't seeing 5% or 10% returns. We were seeing something about half of that. And so something didn't add up from a usage standpoint, obviously. We weren't getting the bang that we were hoping to get, which means something was amiss within our usage. And so that's why we've essentially spent the past year looking through every individual account and looking to see what a true average is. What's our true residents using versus what's our commercial, et cetera, using. To be able to try to pass along this potential rate increase that would be more fair than just doing the blanket approach, because the 5% or 10% were affecting individuals that may not necessarily have the same type of usage as others. And so that's the purpose behind some of that as we went through that study. Ms. Norman?
Yeah, so if we're comparing a customer with a current minimum billing of 5,000 gallons, we are looking at approximately $50 a billing, going up to $65.50 a billing for a 5,000 gallon customer. For a 10,000 gallon customer, we did a similar comparison. Current rate would be around 78, 79, and the new rate would be about $100.99.
What would the 3,000 minimum be?
I did not calculate.
Okay, sorry.
And if I may ask, now the majority of our citizens use under 5,000 gallons.
But what if you don't use it?
Over 3/4.
You're not here.
We charge double. No, come on now.
So over 3/4 of our, I think it was over 75% of our usage was below the minimum. That's
Well, you know, with the addition of all that's been added in the last 10 years, we're just now up to what we were using 10 years ago with the things that's came in, such as the water saver commodes, the water saver showers. We're not even using probably as quite as much water as we were 10 years ago.
Absolutely. So if you, as part of this study, looking at usage. So if everything water and sewer is based on usage. So you're paying X dollar per gallon of water essentially that you're using, or sewer. If you look at the average overall, our usage has continued to go down, even though we've had development in town, because of the ability, as you said, to install water-saving commodes and faucets and things of that nature. So our usage has decreased year after year after year. At the same time, our expense number, our cost of replacing lines, our plants, things of that nature have continued to rise. And so what we've attempted to do here is try to get a meet-in-the-middle approach of really being able to pass along the correct type of rate to the individuals using the water, and then start preparing for the future. Our water and sewer in this town, I mentioned earlier, the water and sewer fund is completely separate from the general fund. So no property tax money can go within this fund. No sales tax can go within this. The only monies that can go within this fund, essentially 92% of which are direct related to our charges, our water and sewer charges. And so as we have these needs, which we have in the way of water and sewer replacement needs, upgrades, our plants, our tanks of that nature, those expenses have to come within this fund itself, and the only revenue source we have is within the rates.
Which is why you get charged when you leave.
Yep. Economic factors, I think this graph shows, a nice comparison. This past year, 2020, we were the second highest in recent memory, at least in the last 12 years, of overall development at over $35 million within the town. Current value of a penny, so when someone says how much is it, if you raise taxes 1 cent, what's the rate, or what's the return? $122,039. And so for every penny of our tax rate, it equates to $122,039 towards our $12 million budget. You'll see here an important slide as we go into next year. This is a revow year for Watauga County, and so as we stand here next year, we'll be dealing with property valuations that are completely different than they are right now. What we have currently that we're billing on is 8 years old, or 7 years old, soon to be 8 years old. And so as we raise the property tax rate, that's based on home values, more than likely that are at least 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, depending on potentially when you purchase your house or if you did renovations within that. And so the value today is obviously going to be more substantial than it was roughly 8 years ago. So this shows a fairly flat increase in our base. If you go back and look at some of those spikes, the red and the 2 large with the 25 and the 96, those are revow years. And so these are what's to be expected as we go into next year. We'll have decisions to be made on our property tax rate as we go into that. Recommended tax rate is increasing revenues through a 4-cent tax increase from 39 to 43 cent a taxable value, and our water rates, like I said, is roughly about a 10% increase of the per gallon usage within that. As we go into some key recommended revenue recommendations, what I put up here and what we put up here is essentially our capital needs. These are some of the things we talked about with our police cruisers, traffic cameras, and things of that nature. And then our push cameras and our medium truck, or 2013 Chevrolet truck, within our water and sewer fund. Going back to 2014, the bonds. If you recall, there were $13 million worth of bonds that were voted on by the taxpayers at that time, and what was proposed was a 10-cent tax increase over the course of those bonds. Heading into this year, we were at roughly 5 cents, so about halfway through. Of that 4 cent that we just spoke on a few moments ago, we're attributing about 2.5 cents to 3 cents of that towards the bond and debt service towards that. And so closing, as we talked about many of the things during our retreat in the last 2 years, kind of our top 10 list up here is before you. These are high ticket, big ticket items. Number 1, Main Street water and sewer replacement is a $4 to $5 million project. The Blowing Rock ambulance we've discussed. Unfortunately, that's not something that's currently within our budget or within our possibility of moving forward. Crosswalks will be coming to you all next month for bid approval. Yes, ma'am.
We talked to the county about giving us an ambulance, and what did they say?
So in Watauga County, and actually every county in the state, so all 100 counties, the county itself is statutorily responsible for providing ambulance services or emergency medical services within each county. And so we have, I think, directed a request towards the county now for 40-some years, asking for a full-time ambulance to be located here in the town of Blowing Rock. We as a town do not have that ability to provide that service, no matter the cost or anything of that nature. We simply don't have the ability statutorily to provide ambulance here, so we have to request that of the county. The county had responded, I guess about a year and a half ago, providing a 9-hour truck here. That's a Monday through Friday truck. The response this year was that truck would remain in place, but no 24/7 truck that we had requested. So no change in the current agreement that we have.
I think the only thing changing that was that it would remain here and that it would be taken off would not be making the runs. I think is in that it's been pulled away for. What I mean by that is this one has been pulled away to make any of the runs transports to Baptist or to Charlotte as needed. They would use the ambulance at the station here. And they've also agreed that they would, in this year's budget, that it would remain a 9-hour truck and they would stop pulling it to make the transports. Is that not true? Was that not the way?
It was stated that the truck would remain here and that they would not utilize that truck first. So that truck still could be utilized, but it may not be the first source of the convalescent strips that are being made here.
So our truck was being sent down the mountain. Our truck that's here 9 hours a day was being sent down the mountain, taking people down the mountain. Our truck that's only here 9 hours a day, not 24/7, like in the rest of the county.
So in closing and kind of going forward here, I put our top 10 list up. You know, there's over $10 million worth of projects here that we've focused on this year and years going forward, a lot of which are within the water and sewer fund. So again, over $7 million essentially worth of potential future, or $6 million of potential water and sewer projects here. That will be obviously as a part of our upcoming and going forward debt service program. So some of the rate increases obviously are setting back monies and moving forward, being able to pay for those in the future. Also, one of the things we focused on is obviously employee retention, officer retention. Phase 1 of kind of the two-part $15 minimum wage proposal that we put in here, obviously we passed along some of that to our police department, depending on the level which in that, so that'll help us be more competitive. We still won't be up at the same level necessarily as the county or ASU or Boone, but we're right there knocking on the door. So that's important, especially within our public safety, not only in our police but fire, as those two departments kind of trade interminglingly sometimes with other agencies as pay increases and things of that nature happen. So it puts us more competitive. We are currently fully staffed within the town. I think that's something that needs to be focused on, as we all are hearing and seeing entities that are dealing with employment crisis. We are fully staffed right now from a full-time employment standpoint, including our police department. For the first time in recent memory, we have a full police department that's able to go out and do the enforcement and things of that nature that we have. So that's the last slide that I have. I'll be glad to answer any questions. I know that's a little bit long, and I appreciate you all asking questions as well, helping everyone kind of understand the budget process.
Council?
I think you've heard, and I'm glad you're all here, the most informative and concise rendition of what it costs to do business in this town of Blowing Rock every year. This gentleman and Nicole are responsible.
We don't have the public hearing. Yeah, so
Yes.
you can't do the public hearing.
Are you gonna open it to the public hearing,
Yes.
Mayor? Or our comments? How do you wanna do that?
I will open up the public hearing, and then we'll finish off with council's comments and questions. Okay? If you would like to speak on the budget, would you please step over to Hillary and get sworn in? Oh, it's not? Okay. Sorry.
Just go to Hill's one.
Just go to Hillary.
Next to it.
Just state your name, address, profession.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council, Town Manager. My name is Tim Gupton. I live at 235 Meadow Lane. I'm speaking as the president of the Bull Rock Civic Association. This is an accountant-to-accountant discussion, as Shane and I have discussed this budget at length. I think it's important to note that of the budget, as the council has talked about, there's a substantial statutory remittance of TDA taxes back to the TDA and an agreement to remit funds back to the county. So the gross budget is $10.5 million for the general fund, but $1.9 million of that has to go back to the TDA and to the county. So really the town has $8.5 million a year to fund the expenditures of the town. So I say that only to illustrate that from an accounting point of view, you've got to gross it up like was presented, and it illustrates that the property taxes provide about 49% of the gross number, but they provide about 60% of the net number. So you can't spend money that you don't have. So really just to point out that the stability of our property tax base helped us through COVID and is the main driver. And but we're also blessed by the fact that there's a diversity of revenue from sales tax and other taxes. So when I've done our post to the community, I've indicated that the property taxes represent 60% of the total budget. What I'm trying to clarify for you, since a lot of people here, is that that's 60% of the money available to the town to run the job.
Thank you, Mr. Gupton. Would anyone else like to speak on the budget?
I guess it's not the budget, but we pride ourselves on being a wonderful place to come to retire, come to the island. But if most people retire of a higher age and would have a need, perhaps, for an ambulance and would not want to know, if you come here, it might take you 6 hours if you have a heart attack and blood clot to have proper treatment. I don't mean it
Well,
tonight or in
if-
the budget, but that is something we've still
It-
got to look at.
In
So you
defense
would
of
be
the
in favor
council.
of paying for an ambulance?
We
If
pay
the
for it.
offer was given to you?
Well, yeah, or die, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't think I'd deal with whether it's $20 or $60 or $100 or, yes.
Okay.
I don't think we're aggressive, we're talking about an ambulance service for so many hours a day, but not on the weekend or not at night. That does not need to be publicized without.
So you would like a
Sure.
24/7?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely, what's the amount of taxes that we're paying, that should.
Yeah, the amount of taxes
What
we
we're
are
missing-
paying, as she stated.
What we're missing here, and I know what you're saying, we have probably the best that I've ever seen, first responders. They are the best. They're probably superior to anybody that would ride an ambulance from a private contractor.
But
The
can they
first
get
few
you
minutes,
going?
the first few minutes of any kind of a medical emergency are the most important. They would be at your house within 2 minutes.
Mr. Fox, you wanted
In
to,
Illinois?
Absolutely.
So
From who?
I'll speak towards what we have currently. So,
Shane's going to clarify this.
Well, and what's your name and what's your address? This
Mary
is what
Hill.
I,
Mary Hill,
Mary,
140 Ridge.
thank you so much.
I believe dating back to quick history, 1974, the town of Bull Run Rock, I think, first approached the county and asked by resolution for a 24/7 ambulance here. Back in the day of rescue squads, back in the day of volunteers. Fast forward 47 years to today, what we have currently here and what was built up by our former fire chiefs, including Mr. Matheson and now Chief Graham, is a state-of-the-art first responder service. And so Station 1 out on 321 houses full-time paramedics and firefighters. So when we hire individuals, we have 14 right now full-time firefighters that rotate shifts, and we keep 2 on staff here at all times. Those 2 individuals are not only trained firefighters, they're trained paramedics. So not EMTs, these are full-fledged paramedics. So when an ambulance does arrive to you, these individuals that are on the ambulance are, one has to be a paramedic required. We keep two essentially on staff 24/7 here in town. So when you call 911, we're here within usually about 5.5 minutes, close to 6 minutes in our response time. Unfortunately, what we've asked the county for is for an ambulance to be here as well to help provide us some backup and redundancy. So they're also here, and we would like for them, obviously, to be the first on scene and us to be able to provide the redundancy, especially as we get into busier seasons like we are right now, where we have not only maybe a call, we may have 2 or 3 at the same time, which happened today. We had a call on Parkway, and we also had a call here within the town. And so our resources get stretched thin as we get busier. And so what we've continued to request of the county is a full-time ambulance to be here in the station, Station 1. It was built with an ambulance bay attached to it, so there's sleeping quarters and things of that nature. What we've asked of them is to provide that 24/7 ambulance here to help us provide the service we've already been providing to you all. So of our 14 full-time firefighters, I think we are at 11 or 12 actual paramedics, which percentage-wise is unheard of anywhere in the country. So we,
And what did the county say
um,
when we asked them for that ambulance?
well, as part of the county budget that they just approved,
What did they say?
they left the 9-hour truck there. They did not approve.
They said no.
The county did come to the council and state that the council had the option of paying the county an additional $382,000 to receive a 24/7 ambulance.
On top of the 90,000 that we sent out. So I'm begging the council to think about the $90,000 worth of leverage that we have not used before to make some things happen.
And the
I'm
council
thinking more than
decided,
$350,000 loss.
I don't
Well-
think you have any
Not
leverage.
this year.
You
not
have
this
no
year.
leverage.
okay,
You don't
okay,
understand, you
okay,
have no
all right,
leverage.
the council addressed it and decided they would put it up for discussion at a later
What?
date. What?
Damn.
What are you talking about?
Continue trying to work towards a 24/7.
But you said there was $385,000 cost that they offered us. You
Yes.
brought it up.
That's right.
So this woman is agreeing to pay to have an ambulance here 24/7, because all the county has to do is provide us an ambulance service. They don't have to provide it 9 minutes, 90 seconds, they don't have to do any of that.
That's correct.
But they came, per your voice, that they came and offered us.
Yes, they did.
And so I think that needs to be,
Yes,
since you
oh,
brought it
that's
up,
what-
I
that's
think
what I
they need
just
to know
said.
that.
The county gave the town the option, the council the option to agree on paying the county for 24/7 service, which was an additional $385,000.
So the county they're trying to help us, and I think they're getting bashed tonight. And I want to support the county and Larry Turnbow, who worked your $385,000 out. And I think we would have all liked it to have a 24/7.
I think it's the only thing we're lacking here, and we're badly lacking, to be.
And
every time-
you're right, and for us to provide it as a town, it's over 800,000, plus you have to replace your ambulance every 5 years, which is another
That number's not,
225.
that number's not correct. Shane, what is that
These things
firm
don't
number?
happen Monday through Friday during.
Right, right. So, but what I'm saying is, I think the county has reached out and has tried to help us. I think changing the sales tax revenue back to population will hurt us. We've gotten more money from that. And so I think they're working with us.
Well, I think this situation is very fluid. And I don't think anybody's wrong here. I think the common goal is everybody wants a 24/7 ambulance. And I think that the council will eventually reach a point where they come up with a plan to do this for the citizens moving forward.
I think you had a plan. You had a plan.
Well, we had a plan, yes.
We
did.
were offered a plan.
That's correct.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Yep.
We were offered a plan that Boone already has and doesn't have to pay for,
Thank you.
That's right.
right?
Right.
Well, so does Deep Gap. So does Bethel. So does Fosco. So does Cove Creek. but we wanted something that provided our citizens an enhanced service. Okay, so everybody else has the same service that we have. We wanted more. We wanted 24/7. That's what the people are asking for.
That's not my point.
I know, but your point's skewed, and that's what you gotta understand.
I just said Boone, it's not skewed.
Okay.
Boone has it, Bethel has it, they all have
I
it.
think,
Cove Creek.
I think moving forward, maybe that's something else we can address at the summer retreat. Maybe get back with the county and see if maybe there's some negotiating there. We could try that, could we not?
I'd be
So-
embarrassed.
Well, I wouldn't. And I'm never embarrassed about asking for a discount. But, you know,
I don't think it's embarrassing to ask not to have to pay twice for an ambulance. We've got, what did they say, 5.5 ambulances in the county? Is that right?
Less
No.
than that, 4, I think 4,
4.5.
4.5.
There are 4, and our population is 58,000 people.
Permanent population.
Our permanent population is 58. So we've done a study on all of this, and we've met about all of this. There's 58,000 people in this county, and other counties with the same population have how many, on average, ambulances?
It
Could
varies.
be up to,
Yeah, it varies.
it varies. It's more than Blowing Rock. And you all know that a lot of weekends we have, instead of 1,200 residents, we have 10,000 or 30,000 for the Christmas tree lighting ceremony. God forbid someone needs an ambulance, and that ambulance is sent down to Winston-Salem as an Uber.
all right, that's something that I think, you know, like I said, this is very fluid, it should be. And it's something that can come up for discussion again at our summer retreat. And, but I think eventually we will come to terms and have a good plan for the citizens. Now, we have a motion.
Well,
Public hearing.
Do we have anybody that would else like to speak? The public hearing on the budget. Okay, do I have a motion to close? Albert made a motion to close. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, Albert? David?
Yes,
Sue?
Wait, I do have further discussion. I'd like to bring it back up.
We're closing the
We're
public.
closing
Close the
Oh, I'm
public.
sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Doug?
Yes.
Ms. Powell?
Yes.
Okay. We had a motion on the table. Did we want to have a second on that motion?
Who made it?
Ms. Powell did.
To what?
To hold back on this next payment to Watauga County in the sum of roughly $90,000 in sales tax until summer retreat where everybody can sit down and review it.
I was just, for discussion's sake, making some notes as we were going through our budget.
Can we get a second on the motion before you discuss, please?
Oh.
Yes, yes.
Wait.
Do we have a second? Okay, motion does not carry. We do not have a second.
It dies.
All right.
Budget approval.
Now the budget.
Do we have, excuse me,
I make a motion that we accept the budget as presented by Mr.
Second.
Fox.
do we have any further discussion? Okay. Albert? Dave?
yes.
Sue?
Yes?
Doug?
Yes.
And Virginia?
Yes, this is an election year, people.
Thank you all.
Okay.
You
All
are
right,
run-
so the
you are
budget,
not running.
the budget is approved.
Is that right?
We're going to take, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in session. We're gonna,
No, but they'll realize they're on, they can hear.
we're gonna be looking at the Heather Ridge SUP. And I'm gonna lead off with Mr. Rothrock.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and citizens. It's good to see you again. Maybe some people just came because they want to be around me. I know So before we start, we want those that want to speak to this special use permit for Heather Ridge Estates, that's the first case tonight. We need to be sworn if you're going to speak. And so we can all do that at one time, would be the best thing, and then if you decide if you aren't sworn, you want to be sworn later, you can do so. So anybody wants to come up, let's come on.
Now, that means, yes, anybody that would like to speak, now I would ask this. Please do not duplicate what someone else has spoken of, okay? So we can keep this down to in a timely manner.
Are we gonna, when we're gonna address the question of standing, please?
It's going to be left up to the council to determine who speaks and what information to take from that individual that spoke. If you would like to speak, please come up and be sworn in. That's a little different format, but we are going to allow that since we have so many people here. And it is left up to the council to determine what has validity and what doesn't. But this way, everybody that wants to speak has that chance to speak, okay?
So,
Ready? Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
before Kevin starts, can I say just a couple of things?
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Mosley wants to make a few comments, please.
So, I know that we have one person who wants to ask to intervene in this hearing, and that means that person has to establish that they have standing. In order to have standing, they have to demonstrate that they would suffer or could suffer special damages in relation to this project as it relates to their property. And they're going to have to demonstrate that their situation is unique and different from just the people in Blowing Rock at large. And so that has to do with proximity of their property to the project, potentially other types of damages that they could suffer or would like to show by presenting competent evidence to the council. So if we have those people, after Kevin has presented his staff report, we would ask those people to come up and present evidence to council to illustrate why they believe they have standing to intervene. If they are allowed to intervene, then they are allowed to present evidence and ask questions as well of the applicant. Those who don't have standing to intervene are not allowed to ask questions of the applicant. So the applicant's attorney will be allowed to ask questions of the people who are seeking to intervene to establish whether they want to object to their intervening. So, as to the rest of the people who don't intend to ask to intervene based on their standing, the mayor's going to still allow you to, at a point in this hearing, to make your comments.
Do you mind clarifying what qualifies as standing? Is it a distance to the property or what?
It's more than that.
Okay.
It's basically demonstrating that they're going to suffer unique, special damages that isn't just the fact that they're located within X number of feet of the property.
Okay.
Okay.
Ready?
Kevin?
Okay. This is special use permit 2021-03 for Heather Ridge Estate subdivision, and the applicant is K West LLC. And they're requesting the special use permit for a 9-lot single-family subdivision on the corner of Heather Ridge Lane and Green Hill Road. This subject property is 5.1 acres, zoned R15 single family, and there's a portion of it that's in the water supply watershed. You can see that on the map. That's the map we're given by the state that shows the watershed in green. It may or may not be a little bit more than that, but it just shows you that property is partially in the water supply watershed. With this proposed subdivision, there's no new roads proposed, and each lot will have direct access to a public street based on its frontage. The subject property is a 5-acre wooded tract between Green Hill Road and Heather Ridge Lane. Each lot, as proposed, meets the minimum size requirement of 15,000 square feet and the minimum lot width of 100 feet. There are 5 lots at front on Green Hill Road and 3 lots at front Heather Ridge Lane. And 1 lot is on the corner of both streets. To minimize driveway access cuts on the Green Hill Road, staff recommends combining the driveways on lots 6 and 7 and 4 and 5. Staff also recommends access for lots 1, 2, and 3 be provided or shared from Heather Ridge Lane. The setback shown on lot 1 should be either 30 feet on one street and 20 on the other. The potential owner will have the option of determining which is the primary street once they decide to build. No direct access is allowed on the lower gravel section of Heather Ridge Lane. This section of the road is outside the town limits and is private. And in fact, you can see that the property owners, Mr. Smith, Mr. Ford, some of the property owners down there, own across the road, across the gravel to include that. So that these properties own across, there's Heather Ridge Lane, the gravel section, they own across over here, so there's no access for lot 7 and 9 down to there. Stormwater detention is not required on this project, as no new streets or roads are being proposed. However, as a result of the discussions during the planning board meeting, neighboring property owners met with the applicant's engineer and the town staff on June 2nd to discuss solutions to limit negative stormwater impacts as a result of the development of the single-family lots. The draft special use permit requires a comprehensive stormwater management plan be submitted, reviewed, and approved by the town engineer to address specific goals discussed with the neighbors. No building permit for houses will be issued until the items recommended in the stormwater study are completed. Initially, we thought that the lots on Green Hill Road would have to be served by a pressurized system, but we found out that we actually do have gravity sewer that runs up here on that section of Green Hill Road. So lots 1 through 7 could be served by an existing gravity sewer on Green Hill. And then there would be an extension of an existing 2-inch pressure line out in this area to extend down to serve lots 8 and 9. And then that extension would afford the opportunity for lots on Heather Ridge Lane that are existing to be connected as well. Currently, pressure sewer goes through here. All sewer line improvements will be installed at the developer's expense, and staff and the town engineer would approve water and sewer systems to meet the town code if public systems are necessary. We held a planning board meeting on May 20th, and the planning board recommended approval of the special use permit with the following conditions. 1, that the developer meet with the neighbors to discuss potential stormwater issues and provide solutions that can be reviewed and approved by the town engineer. 2, that the stormwater be diverted and spread out from each house and not concentrated. Number 3, that driveways be shared between lots 6 and 7 and 4 and 5, or otherwise limit access to Green Hill Road to 2 shared driveways with an additional non-access agreement easement to Green Hill Road along lots 1 and 3. And just prohibit access in this area right here. So, those were the recommendations of the planning board, and I've made those draft recommendations into the special use permit. One item on the special use permit, item 2 talks about driveway access on Green Hill Road. It does not get into specifics on how that is provided to those lots, but it says driveway access on Green Hill Road should be limited to 2 driveways, which may be shared. All driveway slopes shall be limited to 12% grade for the first 20 feet, not more than 20% for the remainder. And that's part of the town code that specifies that. All the driveways in the subdivision shall be paved, shall be graded or crowned to direct stormwater flow to the ditch lines along Heather Ridge Lane or Green Hill Road as appropriate, and prevent flow from crossing the street to the adjoining properties that would be across the road. Condition number 8 talks more about stormwater management, and some of the items that were discussed last week with the neighbors. One of those goals for the stormwater management plan, the first one is replacement. There's a 12 to 15 inch culvert at the end of the town maintained portion of the road, which is right about in this area here. There's an old culvert there, and it's kind of crushed and filled with sediment and leaves. And what we recommend is that that be replaced as long as the sizing has been done by the project engineer to account for an amount of drainage area going to that. And then that the applicant replace that. And include adequate head wall to prevent water from, if it does get clogged, jumping over and going down to Mr. Ford's property. And then the second was to evaluate the existing culvert at the end of the gravel portion of Heather Ridge Lane and Green Hill Road, which is down in this area close to Mr. Smith's property. And then that if needed, that based on calculations, that be replaced to improve the area, the drainage flowing into this area. So far, that's the goals that have been recommended with the comprehensive stormwater management plan. But that's just the highlights that I was going to point out in the special use permit. Be glad to answer any questions. Doug Chapman's not here, but I think Chris with McGill, I think she's on the Zoom call tonight if we have any questions of the town engineer. And others, I think, are on the Zoom call, but I know there's plenty of people here that would like to speak to the project tonight. So, be glad to answer questions.
Can you show me on the map where the shared driveways will come out for 6, 7, and 5, and 4?
We just kind of appropriated, approximated for 6 and 7, probably right in here, because this is really steep down this end. Come in across this for 6 and 7, and 4 and 5 could be separated and come in like this. 1, 2, and 3 could have a drive right here to serve all 3.
Where? For 1, 2, and 3?
Right. It could be,
I don't see anything.
there's nothing there. It's
I mean, with your thing.
right here. Right there. You could come in here, but this would be a logical place to drop it.
So can you put pavement in a watershed area? Because 6 and 7 are in watershed, correct? I
Yeah.
mean,
Absolutely.
so
Whole
there's no
towns.
problem with that? Okay.
There's no problem.
And do you know where they are per the people across the street? Is it coming to their driveway or the middle of their house?
Which, Green Hill or Heather Ridge?
Green Hill.
I think, Dr. Hill's here, you may want to speak how it affects his. I think he commented, or commented during the planning board. I know there's a cross, one, at least, maybe 2 cross drainage pipes that carry water on this side of Green Hill and cross it over, so they may speak better to that specifics, but.
Now, are you saying that, let's just say 6 and 7. If I bought 7 or 6, I might have to walk through somebody else's yard to get to my driveway?
So it would cut across.
You would drive across. Yeah, yes, sir.
7 would have an easement
You'd have an easement.
through 6.
Okay.
There's a lot of stuff like that
Yeah,
throughout the county.
we have a lot of
Like
shared.
my house there.
We have a lot, there's a lot of shared driveways in town.
I understand shared driveways.
Kevin, which parcels, clarify for me, which parcels could have the option of picking their primary street?
Lot one,
Just one?
just one because on the corner of two public roads.
So if they picked Heather Ridge, that setback would
It
change.
would be 30 here and then 20 on this. It really, it's not where your driveway necessarily, some people's driveway comes in from the back of the house.
Yeah.
You have to establish a primary street, one of them. Even if your front door faces Green Hill Road and your driveway comes in the back, one of those you have to establish when you submit for a building permit.
And your address. I mean,
The
some
address
of
is
them
based
will have-
on your driveway.
Some of them will have Green Hill and some will have Heather Ridge.
And where will 8 and 9 come out?
Haven't determined, but a logical place, if you've been down on this section, is right across here, right in the 8, right here, right in the 9, and then 8, any place along there.
So the little cutouts that it looks like, are those the driveways of the people across the street?
Yes, down on this side here, yes.
How about, the maze looks like it's higher. Do they have a shared
There's little
driveway?
driveways that represent where the driveways are today. There's one right here.
Okay,
That's Miss Hill.
so that's what
There.
that, okay,
That's
It is.
Muscari.
But the town
They're
limits
there.
are like right here.
okay. But not shown on the map for the development, correct?
No, they,
Kevin, I have a question about that gravel road. That's not a town road.
no. Town maintenance ends right down here, about right there.
That's on the Ford and it's on their property.
That's right.
Can they close access off to that road at any time? I drove on that road and came out on Green Hill. I drove over their private road. Is that what I did?
Yes. Earl saw you.
Eric saw me. It's okay. I understand that, the Fords have, they get their water from springs on their property. How do we keep stormwater from messing up with that, with this development? Or is there any kind of way to, where are we putting, where are we putting the stormwater? Is this that deep into development at this point? Where you're proposing for the stormwater?
Okay, stormwater detention is not
Detention's
required.
It's not
It's not
required.
required because they're not building a road. If they're
Okay,
building a
but-
road, they provide it for the road, and so it offsets the impact of that impervious area.
So the road, you mean for Heather Ridge Road
No, I
or
mean,
Green Hill?
they're not proposing a new road, so they're not required to provide detention. What we're saying in this stormwater management plan for this development is to study the drainage area for this property and what drains down this way, this culvert, and what flows here to Wayne Smith's right here and ends up in his backyard. And to one goal is to have the driveway so that water does not shoot across the driveway, cross the road, and have an impact on properties across the road.
Because they sit down.
On the, some
On Green
over
Hill.
on Green Hill do,
Yeah.
yes. But there's a driveway, a ditch on Green Hill that accepts a lot of the water on that side of the road. It eventually it crosses in a couple of locations.
It crosses Green Hill.
One, as far as I know, just one.
Is that by you, Adam?
Yeah.
Do you have any berms or anything in place for that? How do you handle it right now?
My neighbor has some sandbags, it's in front of his front door.
Is that to the left or the right of you?
It's down Green Hill towards the parkway. So that'd be probably half of the upper part of that, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, maybe in between 5 probably. All the water that runs on that sloping side of Green Hill then cuts underneath the road, and then I can't see what my property is, but it's in between mine and the neighbor, between Doug and myself, Doug May.
When you are ready to speak, we'll give you the pointer, and maybe you can get up closer to it and give us a little better indication, okay?
Kevin, why aren't we putting, what do you call those culvert drainage bins? What do you call them?
Culverts?
No, the stormwater retention. Why aren't we putting with less impervious surface? Am I saying that backwards? When they build, when they cut the trees and they put houses in, just like with any other development in the town, and there will be less, is it less or more impervious?
More impervious.
There will be more impervious surfaces, like when we do it with some of our other commercial projects. And it may just be a code thing, but why aren't we being proactive and putting in some stormwater retention basins instead of waiting to see what happens?
Because our code doesn't require
The code does not require that.
it, not for single family.
So we could,
Anybody that's building a house and walk in our office tomorrow and want to build a house, we don't require stormwater retention because it's not required.
right, but for one house, but like for
For
9 houses.
individual houses, these will be houses are built on individual lots.
Yes, but
They have the
this is
same, they're under the same category as your house or anyone else's.
got it. But this will probably be done as well, who knows? He might sell them off once a year for the next 20 years.
This is just a subdivision of existing parcel of land into 9 lots.
Okay.
No road, no utilities, other than the extension of the pressure switch.
Okay. Thank you.
Which is on the development.
That's right.
Council? All right. Open this up for public hearing.
Just a trivia question. Someone told me, and I've forgotten this, it's the truth. Why is that one lot not numbered?
It's a different deal.
This one, this is not part of the property. That's owned by, well, there's new owners, Coin and.
Albert, I'm sorry, what was your question? I missed you, Don.
I wondered why the one lot was not numbered.
It was not sold as a part of this. It's not part of the development.
Okay.
Yep, separate owner.
So we're not considering that?
No.
Okay.
Joseph Coin and Christopher Alberts.
Start with this one. All right, I'm going to start with the list.
Excuse me, the question of standing, is this the appropriate time? Is that?
No, I'm going to let you speak. Okay? And then I'm going to let those here determine whether they're standing or not.
So I think his question was, is this the time for those who want to intervene to be heard as to why they should be allowed to intervene?
What do you think, Alan?
Yes.
Okay. I just needed professional clarification on that one, yeah.
I'm gonna take it. My kingdom, my drink of water.
Please state your name and address once again.
My name is Rick Parsons. I live at 1577 Green Hill Road, approximately 100 feet outside of the 150-foot radius around this subdivision. And I'd like to read a statement. You asked about reading a statement about why I think I should have standing. And so I'll read that now and then I'll live by your decision. Town council is being asked to approve a subdivision, not individual lots, but of that subdivision with 6 of 9 lots that have frontage on Green Hill Road. Town codes pertaining to and controlling the approval of subdivisions are being circumvented to rush through this approval. This subdivision, the approval of this subdivision with the potential detriment of property owners on Green Hill Road. I am a property owner on Green Hill Road, and if my neighbor's property values are negatively impacted as a result of this subdivision, then my property values will be negatively impacted as a result. Respectfully, the impact of this subdivision is far greater than a 150-foot radius around the development, and I should have every right to speak in opposition. Thank you.
I'll defer to Alan and Chelsea.
I would defer to
Chelsea?
the applicant's attorney.
Chelsea, what are your thoughts?
I would just ask from a procedural standpoint, do you want me to raise my objections after each one? I guess I really ought to because it would.
Yes, because they're individual,
I'm
there's
assuming we just
differences.
got 2 people.
Is there anyone else that wants going to? I know that Mr. Plain is going to ask, I mean, I can go ahead and go up.
Well, now, Chelsea, these are people that, Go ahead,
Let me
Alan.
clarify for
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Parsons.
yes.
The real question in terms of intervening is you would then become a party to this proceeding. And that would allow you to cross-examine the applicant. And will allow you to make a closing argument at the end of the hearing. You're still going to be allowed to speak. So the point is that you can still speak in opposition to the application without intervening.
Okay, that is not clear to me. I
Okay.
have a presentation concerning this.
Keep in mind also, fundamentally, the town council has to abide by the terms and provisions of the land use ordinance. And the terms and provisions of the land use ordinance are dictated largely by state statute. And so this is what's called a quasi-judicial proceeding. It's like a trial. And that means that when you get up and speak, you're supposed to be presenting competent, substantial evidence that they are allowed to consider as if they're in a court of law. So that the point of it is intervenors have to demonstrate special damages, which maybe you can, maybe you can't, but in order to become a party, they have to present special damages to show how they would be impacted. Then they're allowed to participate as a party as opposed to you who just want to stand up and have your say.
Well, again, my next door neighbor has standing. 50 feet away from him, I do not. If he's impacted, then I'm negatively impacted.
And
This
it's
is not-
It's not as simple as being within 150 feet.
Well, again, I personally, and you don't, it's fine. Everyone on Green Hill Road should have standing. These developments could negatively or positively impact them. And in this case, these people on Green Hill Road and Heather Ridge, the private lane, who suffer as a result, will ultimately reflect back on everyone's property values. And those property values such as mine directly adjacent will also suffer. So to me, I feel that I have every right and do have standing in this matter. Now, I don't have to participate in the question and answer. I was told that I would not be able to present material, and I would not be able to have material concerning this. Now, if that's not the case, I'll be happy just to present my material, not ask any questions, not be party to anything else. But I was told it was not possible for me to do that.
Okay, so, sorry for the misunderstanding, but I think you will have your opportunity.
Yes, you will. We did check, yes.
Clarify one thing. So this, we're talking right now about people who are intervening parties, period. And the applications there are you have to show that your property can be injured or damaged or whatever. So that's the intervening party.
Correct.
We, from Heather Ridge Lane and Green Hill Road, want to speak. And we're within 150 feet of the property in question. And the public notice that went out about this said we could speak because we live, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, I just think it's semantics.
Yes.
So let's just get clear.
Correct? Okay.
Intervening is different. That's fine. So how do we proceed?
Well, we have one other that wants to speak that supposedly does not have standing. Who might that be?
Yeah,
What?
I think the semantics is confusing. He's asking for legal standing to intervene, and everyone can speak if they want to later.
Yes.
There's no limit on speakers.
That's right.
There's only a limit on standing to intervene, and that's what we're
Correct.
trying to do.
That's right.
Right.
So everybody will have a chance to speak, okay?
No, I don't care.
Okay, so. You'll get to speak.
I'm Jim Blaine. I'm an attorney down in Charlotte. I also live at 208 Heather Ridge, across the street from the lot that's not part of the numbered lots. And I represent Wayne Smith, who we all know is down at the bottom of the hill, and who owns a portion of the private road. Not all of the private road, but he shows the middle.
Are you his attorney?
Yes. And Mr. Smith probably has, well, he clearly has a better special problem than I do. He is being inundated by all of the water that's coming down into the watershed. I'm not good with this pointer, so I'll presume that y'all saw where the about a half acre that's part of watershed number 4 down at 7 and 6, that completely inundates Mr. Smith's property. It's critical that that be controlled.
Does he
Nobody,
have springs, excuse me, does he get his water from springs also?
yes. And his water table stays very high at the present time, full time. Now, if, and all due respect, Mr. Rothrock has made the decision that Chapter 16 doesn't apply here because we don't have more than 10,000 square foot of impervious improvements. He's making that interpretation based upon the fact that it has to be per lot. Of course it's not per lot. We're going to have approximately 9 lots, and if there's average 2,000 square feet per house, that's 18,000 square feet of impervious surface on the roofs alone. So that needs to be addressed, but Mr. Rothrock is taking a position, and I guess it's from previous times, that this subdivision then avoids having to look into that. We can't not look into that. That's an irrevocable harm to his property. We need standing to intervene. I'm halfway up the hill. I got the same problem, but not to the same degree. The fact that we need to locate driveways, we need to locate a lot of things that the chapter requires that we're sidestepping with this subdivision. This is a subdivision. It is developing property in a unified fashion. It is putting at least 18,000 square feet of impervious surface out there. That's what we're doing. So I respectfully request the opportunity to intervene. Mr. Mosley, or whoever makes that decision.
Well, I don't
I mean,
make that
she can
decision.
object, but-
Council makes the decision, she has the opportunity
Oh, okay.
to ask you
Okay.
some questions.
So I'll just ask a couple and then I can go and speak. So, Mr. Plain, have there been any professionals consulted with regard to the existing, alleged water runoff issue? And I say alleged, I live on Green Hill, right off Green Hill Road, so, and I know he's at the bottom of that hill.
You're up at the top on the other side.
Right, correct. What if any professionals have been consulted by yourself or by Mr. Smith regarding the current existing runoff situation?
We're in the process of doing that. That's the whole reason we're here, because this is so fast, we haven't had time. It takes time. It will take time. Every construction person, every engineer, every surveyor, they're all telling you, quoting you 90, 120 days out before they can look at your problem. This has been in a rapid developed state, and we're way too fast for that. We can't possibly be ready tonight to do that the same way that I understand the applicant hadn't done that, probably for the same reason.
I assume the answer is the same with regard to what actual impact any expert has estimated would be the result of this development on that same issue.
That would be
Same-
correct.
Okay.
And that would be the reason that we need to, all due respect to Mr. Rothrock's decision, that's why we need to apply the provisions of the code. Because the provisions of the code are very specific, even computing down to the cubic feet per minute that you can increase the flow. Somebody's got to do that. That's why we're here. So you wouldn't have a room full of people. If that had been done already, then we could look at it. So the same reason we haven't got anybody ready, you haven't gotten anybody ready, and I get that. We're not, this council's not ready to make this decision on this subdivision at this time.
So I'll go up and make some comments. I don't have any more questions for Mr. Blaine, but I'll go up and make some comments regarding the legal issue of standing.
I yield.
Just a So, as is clear from earlier discussions a few minutes ago, and for the record, my name is Chelsea Garrett. I do represent the applicant. Was able to talk to Mr. Blaine just before we started, so understand and appreciate Mr. Smith's position. We have no issue, generally or with regard to this proposal, with anybody coming and speaking about concerns. And frankly, I wouldn't have an issue with allowing intervention for tonight, because I understand the desire to speak more than a minute or two in public comment. That's not enough sometimes, so I get that. What I have an issue with, and what I believe the law supports, is the fact that intervening is more than just tonight. Intervening means that should this council choose to grant a permit, then the intervenors can appeal to Superior Court, and then my client is stuck dealing with that very expensive process. And so if I were able to consent to his appearing and presenting tonight for purposes of informing you all of what their concerns are, I wouldn't be objecting. I'm objecting to that very protracted and expensive process that could come after this, okay? So I do want to make that clear. I realize that that is a legal statement that may be hard to understand for everybody, but it is a very important legal issue, okay? So if he were, and I know he's not going to, but if he were to say, I waive my appeal, I just want to be heard tonight for as long as you'll hear me, I'd say, great, intervene. But I don't want to deal with my client having to deal with an appeal if I can avoid that. So that's my job.
Can you clarify to us whether he has bought the property, or is still under contract?
It is under contract.
Okay, so he can walk away.
Yes. Well, I don't know what the terms of the contract are with regard to due diligence, but in terms of when that runs out.
Okay.
But yes. But that is the case with all commercial and subdivision development, nobody buys a property before they know if they're gonna be able to do the project.
Right, but you said that you would have all these legal issues, but if you walked away, you wouldn't.
Right, if we get the I'm suggesting if we get the permit,
Right,
then that can be appealed. So
Gotcha.
we could win tonight and still be sitting here looking at a court case and litigation.
if you buy the property.
If we win tonight and go forward, I mean, that's presumed, that's inherent in getting the permit is that we're going forward. That's presumed tonight is that we're gonna move forward with what we're
For
asking
clarification,
Right, so,
you're saying that if the council allows Blaine to be
party,
a party,
Mr. Smith would be the party, but yes.
yes, but he's representing Mr. Smith.
Mhm.
So if he's allowed to be a party, then it can be taken further if grant permit.
It can be taken further by us, but that's very rare. I mean, I'm just saying that we do have to deal with that. So I'm not saying that because it's not something you don't know and haven't dealt with before. You've dealt with plenty of situations like this. I'm saying that because there's a lot of people here listening thinking, we're horrible for objecting to this. I don't care if he presents for an hour tonight, but I am going to preserve my client's rights to get it tossed out in Superior Court if in fact we can win on that. That's all I'm doing. So that's all I'm doing. So for as far as the law goes, the standing is addressed by North Carolina General Statute 160D. I would agree with Mr. Mosley's instruction to the council regarding how you assess that. But what I do want to tell you is that there's a number of cases that the Court of Appeals and Supreme Court have ruled on that give specifics and provide case-by-case analysis on what constitutes special damages and what doesn't, and what constitutes substantial competent evidence and what doesn't. So what that says is, in Lloyd versus Town and Chapel Hill, which is a 97 case, that an allegation by an adjacent or nearby property owner alone, that because they're close to the property, that provides sufficient standing is not. So the proximity to the property is not in and of itself standing. Number two, in that case, the neighbors expressed concerns and asked for standing because of existing problems. I think what you're going to hear tonight, there's an existing runoff issue. There's an existing traffic issue on Green Hill. Those existing issues are not the developer's responsibility to fix for the town or the neighbor or the general public. So the existing problems in that case were flooding in the Bowling Creek area, allegation of diminution in value of property that would be affected by increased traffic on roads, increased demands on public utilities. That case, the Court of Appeals said none of those things are special damages that distinguish those neighbors from the rest of the community. So even if the intervener property alleges that they are aggrieved, they have to provide competent evidence. By statute 160D 1402J, competent evidence is not an opinion testimony of lay witnesses, and it says, actually decides for you, that a lay person cannot testify to the effect of a proposed use on the value of property, cannot testify to an increase in vehicular traffic resulting from the development or that it would pose a danger to public safety, and cannot testify about any matters that only an expert could testify or an expert testimony would be admissible.
So you're saying if they have an issue with stormwater flooding that's already in existence, devaluing the property or traffic, that they have, anybody that's here that speaks to any of those things has,
No standing.
Well, I would say it a little
I
differently.
mean, based in Chapel Hill, but this isn't Chapel Hill. I mean, you're
No, that's a Court of
using that
Appeals
court
case.
case, right, to
That's-
show that if there's existing issues, I'm just trying to understand, Tracy.
Right, no, I understand, you're good.
If there's an existing stormwater issue, I wrote down flooding, devalued property, or traffic. If this is existing already, and any of these people that have standing in this room and talk about it, it's kind of mute?
No, what I'm saying is, first of all, everybody can talk whether they have standing, so that's
Right.
separate. But
Just this guy,
but
just
Mr. Smith and
Smith's
Mr. Blaine, what I'm saying is the testimony that is essentially conclusions that there are stormwater, saying there's a stormwater issue is a conclusion. There's no expert testimony, it's a conclusion. I'm not saying he can't observe his own property and report on that. He absolutely can. What I'm saying though is an existing issue is not an issue that would be caused by this development, and therefore this development is not the cause of special damages they will suffer. So any testimony about existing issues is not for this particular property owner or purchaser to solve for everybody else or the council.
Okay.
So that is not a special damage that results from this project. that is an allegation, that's an issue of existing condition right now, before we even present.
And Kevin, why wasn't, Mr. Smith's right there. Why doesn't he have standing? Because he's not in the town of Blowing Rock, or
I'd say.
why wasn't he on our list?
So I can,
He is.
he is, he's on the list.
He is.
This is intervener.
So just to,
Both of them.
To clarify.
yeah, go ahead, yes,
I'm sorry,
He has standing
yes,
to talk.
but he's not
This-
here and
Right,
you're,
there's a distinction between.
He's here.
Standing to talk, he's right back there.
He's right back
There's
here.
a distinction between standing to talk and intervening, and that's what she's objecting to, is the intervening part. Where then I can ask questions
and present
and
evidence.
present
yeah.
evidence,
thank
as
you.
opposed to
Yeah.
just talk. Okay?
I'm
That's-
sorry.
That's
It's
the
been a while.
distinction. That's the
Thank you.
distinction.
It's
No,
been a
it's-
while since our last situation like this,
It's
so
super confusing.
I need clarification. Thank you.
And I will just mention what confuses it further is that the statute or the ordinance provides, and statute, that if you're within 150 feet, you get special notice, not just I gotta pay attention to what's going on in town,
Right.
you get special notice because you're close.
Right.
But that special notice isn't of itself standing, that just means we've decided you're close enough, we wanna make sure you know this is going on.
Okay.
Okay, so, again, I have no issue, I don't really even mind that they would be allowed to intervene and talk tonight, I have to preserve this for purposes of the appeal. And I've done that, I feel like I've objected to the intervention of anyone else, and if you decide to let him in, I think I've preserved my objection for purposes of appeal.
So right now, it's just,
What we need now is a motion from one of the council members to either accept him, allow him to intervene, or a motion not to allow him to intervene.
and if we, so these two are the only interveners that would,
No, sorry. We have a whole bunch of people here that are from Green Hill and Heather Ridge. And the information that was mailed out to us gave us, we were told that we would have the right to come here and talk about this.
Yes.
you do.
You do, you do.
And so,
You,
but I don't, when you're talking about making a motion to.
no. Hear me out for just a minute, please. What they're speaking of is with Mr. Blaine having the ability to intervene. It takes it to a different level, okay? Other than you yourself being able to speak and speak of your concerns. Am I not correct? But yes, you're allowed to speak, but the council has to either approve or disapprove Mr. Blaine representing Mr. Smith. Is this correct? Am I?
Yes.
Okay.
So does
Correct,
that
Alan?
put us in like a judging position of you as the developer's representative versus
Yes.
Mr. Smith? And if you want to get in on this case,
Oh, no, Virginia, no, you can't ask him. No.
yeah.
Everybody gets to talk tonight.
Yeah,
Right.
everybody will get to talk.
Everybody gets to
Yeah.
talk, but these guys are going,
Okay.
they're going a
All
level
right.
further.
Okay. Albert, go ahead.
Chelsea, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. The people that have, what's the term?
Standing.
Standing, can intervene.
Yeah, you guys can decide if they have standing and they get to be a part of it.
So you're afraid of others piling on, is that?
I want it to end tonight, and so what I'm doing is preserving our right so that if we win, if we get the permit, and Mr. Smith hires Mr. Blaine to appeal the decision, your grant of an approval, then we're in Superior Court. I just want to preserve our right to argue that they didn't have standing when I get there.
Council, we need a motion.
So that's all, and I've done that. I've put on the record what my objections are. The law simply requires that I preserve those. And I've done that. So you guys go ahead and vote on it.
Doug?
Question, is there anything out of our attorney at this point?
I'm sorry.
Is there anything out of you at this point?
I just want to make sure, I thought maybe I didn't make it as clear as I should have made it. If Mr. Blaine is allowed to intervene, or if Mr. Smith being represented by Mr. Blaine is being allowed to intervene, that means he's a party. That's different from hearing from everybody out here in the audience. If he's a party, then he has a special place. He's all of a sudden, he's a part of this. If he doesn't like the decision of council, he can appeal it and go to Superior Court. That's why she's preserving her objection to you allowing him to intervene. You need, based on what he said, you just need to make the determination as to whether he should be allowed to intervene.
Okay, so we need a motion either for or against. Council? Do we have anybody that would like to make a motion, either or?
Make a motion, yes, standing, Mr. Blaine for Mr. Smith.
Now, we're talking about you and your client.
Yes, that's correct.
You bowed out.
No, they all get to speak, Albert.
I'm not talking about speaking, I'm talking about this thing that Chelsea has a problem with.
I bowed out.
Okay.
Okay, Sue, your motion?
I make a motion that Mr. Blaine has standing for Mr. William Smith. It's William? Wayne, sorry.
Second.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, Albert, how do you vote?
I vote he should have, what he asked for.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
David?
AYE.
No.
No? David's no. Sue?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. Blaine? All right. How would you like to go forward, counselors?
So I believe that there in your packet are the minutes and a recommendation from the planning board, and which the planning board did recommend that the council approve the project with certain conditions. Some of those would need to be fleshed out with Mr. Rothrock, and certainly would expect that and can do that. I would ask for Mr. Phillips and Mr. Warren to stand up, and I'm not sure which one of you, I guess, Mr. Warner, you're going to present first? Okay. Mr. Phillips is the contractor and builder that has worked with, his name's Charles Phillips, High South Construction, and has worked with the principals of the applicant entity who have been up here in a home, and been up here for going on 35 years, 40 years, and could not be here tonight, but he knows them very well, has built a lot of houses for them. And I think it could be important for neighbors to maybe hear from Mr. Phillips. If you have any questions and you want to go drive by something he's built, by all means ask. He can tell you where it's built and you can go see it. Certainly it's comforting to see what kind of quality construction is going to potentially be near you, and I understand your desire to do that. So, Mr. Warren is the engineer and assisted with the design of the project, submitted everything to Mr. Rothrock, and is who both of these gentlemen were at the planning board as well. I would ask for Mr. Warren to come up and present and also answer questions. And if we need to ask any questions of Mr. Phillips, we can do that.
And your client is not here?
No, the K West folks are not. They were actually up here a week ago, but could not be here tonight. They are.
I am a partner.
Yeah, so he's a partner in the entity.
And what's the name of your business?
My business is High South Building.
High South.
High South what?
High South Building.
Builders.
But he is also an owner of the LLC, one of the members.
K West LLC.
K West LLC. I think I said that right. It's on the staff report. But I simply wanted for everyone to hear that there's an established track record with Mr. Phillips, and also these folks being Monarch full-time residents, very much part of the community for a long time. So to the extent that helps. So I'll let Mr. Warren go.
If you would just state your name and your address, residence.
J. Patrick Warren, I'm a registered professional civil engineer registered in the state of North Carolina, and my address is 850 9th Avenue Northwest, Hickory. I have been working and designing in the mountains since I graduated in '85 with rest his soul, Mr. Chuck Davis was the old engineer up here that I worked for many, many years. I believe I presented some projects to you when you were in Hickory on the council.
I think you
on the
have.
planning board. So, right now, so I've worked up in this area since the '80s. Right now, my primary project is Blue Ridge Mountain Park. It's a 6,000 acre project outside Ball Rock. Right now, I'm in charge of over 40 houses under construction. We have about 60 under construction, including the custom homes. So I do this on a daily basis. I design house sites, I design everything, just about everything you can imagine. So, this is what I do. So, this was presented to Kevin for approval a month or so ago. We listened to plan board's comments. We met with the owners, joint property owners, Wayne and some of the other people across the street. And I looked at the existing storm drainage system that is on Wayne's property. And there's a pipe right here that collects from both directions on the gravel portion of Heather Ridge. There is the pipe that goes under this gravel portion here. There's another existing pipe here and another existing pipe that takes it across. So fortunately, this property is kind of broken up. It's not 5 acres going to one specific area. And so I told Wayne that we would do the calculations as per the recommended conditions that would be submitted to the town engineers for concurrence. And they would show that either the pipes were sufficient or not sufficient. And we would have to make some assumptions on impervious areas because we don't have the individual site plans for these houses right now.
What's the minimum square footage?
2,000 is what Chuck's talking about.
So you know that much is gonna happen?
That's correct.
And driveways?
Yes.
So how much is that per lot?
We think that we'll have around 4,000 square feet per lot with a driveway and a house.
If you don't cut down any other trees?
Well, yeah, but you gotta cut down trees to build houses, like all the other houses around here that whenever they were built. So what we're proposing, the drainage off of 8 and 9 would be directed to the new pipe that would be here. 6 and 7 would be, we would check out this system in Wayne's pipe that goes down to this creek here. At this point, I don't think we'll be increasing any drainage to this where the box is in the middle of the driveway there, Wayne. I don't think we will, but I'm not sure quite yet. We will be improving this ditch in this area to make sure all the water goes down, which that's where it goes now. It all goes down to the ditch. There's a ditch that runs along here and goes into this existing corrugated metal pipe that just needs to be replaced because it's old. It's a 12-inch pipe. 12-inch pipes you never use because you get clogged up with leaves. So, an open pipe. So, that along with the way we direct the water on the sides we agreed to do a stormwater management plan for this property.
And that's not completed yet?
No.
Can you define that for me?
Excuse me?
Could you define what a storm water management plan is?
Well, that's just an overall plan to make sure that you're directing water that's not going to damage adjoining properties is part of that.
So your calculations, you mentioned that you were gonna do calculations. What are those calculations of?
Right now, we would do calculations for the existing conditions, with the existing wooded lot, to see what that runoff is. And then we would make some assumptions on how much impervious area would be on each lot and going to each individual pipe to show if those pipes are sufficiently sized at this point.
Can you, with your experience as a civil engineer, explain why the people on the other side of the road are having to use sandbags if those pipes are working?
There's a lot of times there's a lot of reasons. Well, the little creek that goes through here can be backed, in heavy rains, it backs up and causes the water to come up.
Hey, Patrick, just want to mention, I think the folks that are experiencing that are using the sandbags are actually not near the creek, they're on the
Right.
pipe that goes out, yeah.
Yeah, it may be just a simple thing of getting a ditch corrected so the water doesn't go to the house.
So when you put these 3 pipes up, where does the water go after it gets in the pipe?
This water would actually flow back toward the Yadkin. These flow toward the new
Flow
river.
to who?
The new river. I don't know.
Down by Chatola.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have y'all been down Heather Ridge Lane and
Uh,
know how steep it is?
well,
I'm saying, just-
You'll have a
Okay,
few minutes.
you mentioned improving that ditch line, or you talking about, are you just gonna dig it out, or is it gonna be grass, you
Shape
gonna
it.
burn it with rock?
We're not
or-
paving it. We're not paving it. No, there's not enough water, there's not enough drainage area to justify paving this.
Oh,
No.
yes, there is. Oh,
Not so- grass.
absolutely is.
So what are you
This-
making grass?
This right here is already grass, and what I've observed, it was not eroding right through here. The only drainage that is picking up is this pavement off of Heather Ridge Lane.
So, that, where it's already paved, it speeds up the stormwater, in your opinion?
Speeds up, what do you mean? Well, I mean, right now, the impervious area that's draining to this ditch is all of Heather Ridge Lane.
The
That's-
paved area?
Excuse me?
The
Yes.
paved area?
So, when I went out there, 7 and 9 are fairly high. I mean, the bank's high. Would that be taken down?
No, we're also proposing, we would like to offer that, we looked at 9 specifically. I don't know if you saw, where the fire hydrant is, there's a power pole right there. Just to the right of that guy wire is where we would go in. And what we would like to propose is that, the setback area, that existing vegetation would be in a permanent, a buffer.
So you wouldn't tear it down, you'd leave it?
Correct.
How about on 7?
Correct.
Same thing?
Yeah, we might, depending on where we put that driveway, I think this driveway is gonna start back here, so I think we can save most of that on 7 also. But we would like to, these two 30-foot, the setbacks would become the buffer, and we would have that in the deed restrictions, that they would have to be maintained except where we put the driveway through.
Kevin, is that in your, is that in this?
It's not, but we can certainly draft something if there is.
Any other, from the neighborhood meeting, other, things that you would put in there? You said that you would, increase the pipe size. Where would you increase the pipe size?
Well, from a visual inspection, not by calculations, I know this pipe has to be replaced because it's a 12-inch corrugated metal pipe. And, in Watauga County, if you do a subdivision road, the minimum size of the pipe, regardless of the calculations, is 18 inches. so that they don't get clogged up. So I know that from a visual. I'm not sure, I think this was a 15? Yeah, that's a 15 right there. We need, and then you got an 8, Wayne's got an 18 down below.
Define down below, north?
North, yes. So the pipe goes under Heather Ridge, it discharges to kind of another open pipe, an 18-inch pipe that goes down to the Little Creek, right there.
So would it be fair to put in your stormwater management proposal that you would increase every 12-inch to an 18-inch pipe?
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, this will probably, yeah, we'll probably go to an 18 on that one.
And you would do that in writing with our planner? What other type of things
Well,
did you
we
learn
wanna-
from the neighborhood that you would
What
do?
you wanna try to do is disperse the water as much as you can away from the house into vegetated areas, so it won't, again, concentrate, the best thing you can do with stormwater is disperse it in different directions at the houses, so it's not concentrated in one area. So those are the things that we would look at with, once we look at each house site plan.
Is there a retention, a place where you think a good retention, stormwater retention could go, that you could be proactive and put into place?
Well, we've spoken about, you can do these little small rain gardens at houses where they are, it's a detention, but it's not, it would not be sized what the town requires for a parking lot. It's not, but you make depressions with landscape in it that you let the water run into.
And you put that in the deed on every lot?
I'm not going to answer that question.
How
That's
would you
important.
determine which one would need a rain garden? Based on your calculations?
And you're still talking about dispersing the gutters and not letting them to go into one master pipe.
Yeah, we do not plan on, let's say that the house has 4 gutters, 4 downspouts. We're not gonna take those to one location and just let it go. We're not gonna do that.
Would you let them just go into the land, or would they have to go into a pipe?
They can go into the land.
Would you consider having, for every lot, a deeded, that every lot have a gravel driveway versus a paved driveway?
Not at maybe some of the slopes we have, and plus that's from a marketing standpoint, most people like a paved driveway. Because, we, believe it or not, a lot of the folks that have done the decorative gravel, they go back and pave it because they don't like traffic getting in the house. It's
That's
just-
opinion.
Want to open it up, guys?
Well, who is going to, you said someone had to approve some of this using?
Well, I mean about deed restrictions, I can't speak.
No. Piping down there, you said, does the town's engineer have to approve that?
Well, they're gonna concur with mine or say, no, we don't agree, with Chris.
So you pull this out of the oven a little early, maybe?
No.
No, because the way I look at this is, yes, it's a subdivision, but it's, all right, say if it did have a road, right? If it had a road, you'd have to do the detention system, right? But you don't have to do anything else by the code for each individual lot. So this is a subdivision without a road, but you're starting to require things that in a typical subdivision would not be required by the code, by the council.
And when
You
inspected
understand what
my-
I'm saying?
When you inspected some of my plumbing work, you never used the term think. You've used that term here.
But we don't, if you do a subdivision with a road, you don't have the site layouts for each individual lot. Yeah, when the subdivision was approved on Green Hill Road down at 12th by Jim and Lester and Bo, 4 years ago, we got it approved. It was for a road, we had a detention system. Did not show individual site plans for the house.
That's right. Any other questions? You ready? Okay. We'll open this up for public hearing.
Is Mr. Phillips gonna speak?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Please, please. Oh, yes, yes.
I don't know that I have a lot. Chuck Phillips, I live in Boone,
What's your address?
530 Linville Creek Road. I don't know that I have really any comments. Do you guys have questions?
Speak up, please.
Can't hear you.
He wanted to know, he said he really doesn't have any comments. He's up here to answer questions from the council. Council?
What are gonna be the costs of the homes?
Say that again.
Cost on the homes.
Cost of the homes. Can we get him a mic that works?
This is the closest one we have.
Oh, sorry.
You know, all of you know how property values have increased greatly, which will be good for the tax base, I'm sure, coming up. Probably 900, let's say. That could be more. I think the goal is to stay under $1 million.
Okay. Thank you for
It's
being.
hard to believe that's considered affordable housing now.
Thank you for being honest.
Council?
It just looks to me like there was a statement made that there is a drainage problem here. You are not obligated to remediate that. Is that not what I heard?
Yeah, of course, you're right. But I will say, some of these people here know, I initiated the meeting based on our planning board meeting. I made it clear, we want to be good neighbors. We want to comply. We're not here to try to steamroll anybody. All I would ask, and dealing with Kevin, any planning inspections, I've built projects all over the state, North Carolina. Some of the most stringent city planning and inspections departments there are. Just be fair. Tell me what the code is and I will abide by it. That's all we're asking anyone here. We don't want to create any situations. There's been several requests put forward to us by Kevin. We've met every one of them. We will put it in writing, if that's what it takes to satisfy. We're not looking to be, I'm from here. The Pavians have been here for 47 years. Multiple homes, multiple interests. We all have a vested interest. Blowing Rock is a special place. You want to preserve it. So do I. So we want to comply. Talked about Mr. Ford. We were talking about that pipe at the end of Heather Ridge. The pipe is undersized. Not only that, the water comes this way, the pipe goes this way. There's nothing there to help put the water into the pipe that is undersized.
Is that a good place for a retention basin?
Well, it's not so much about retention, it's a head wall to make sure
Head
the
wall?
water goes into the pipe
Okay.
and will be better served. So, there's no argument. Any development, anything you do in the town, and you pave it, you pave your driveway, you build a roof, you've created a situation. We all want to be proactive about trying to maintain, all of you do, your houses, your driveways. So development is an issue. Overdevelopment is an issue. then change the laws. So we're trying to comply. We want to comply. It's not a matter of you forcing us to. We want to work with you. I've always done that. Working with planning inspections. They're not my enemy, they're my coworker in trying to do what it is we do. I design. We've got a house under construction right now at Blue Ridge, 3 more to go down there. We're building a new house in Hound Ears. I've worked in Hound Ears for years. Terrible runoff situations there. You got houses above other people. They don't like water coming down. None of us do. But we try to work together. How do we mitigate those problems? And they are problems. How do we fix them?
Mr. Phillips, I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
No, sir.
The conditions that you referenced that Kevin has requested, are those the conditions that were suggested by the planning board?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know about planning board. I think you would recommend your office.
There were some that we did that the planning board carried on, and then other things dealing with specifics on, looking at stormwater management comprehensively.
Stormwater management, driveways, and the culverts,
Culverts.
part of the
Culverts
stormwater.
Specific to the meeting we had, so.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Well, I think out of that, though, it was about, first and foremost, on Green Hill, the shared drive thing. That was a no problem. But then, recently, we talked about the buffering, and we want to, I have no problem with the buffering. I have no problem with leaving every tree that we can leave on site, and that's what we will do. I see a development here that it blends into the topography. It doesn't go in and just, I never rake the land just to put my house on. I think the house should fit the land, not make the land fit the house or the building. You see it all the time. It's poor planning, I think, on my part. I always want to do it the other way around, make whatever you're doing look really good. Obviously, it does not benefit us to go in there and make something that would fit in Charlotte here in Blowing Rock. That's not a wise move. So, no intentions to get, we've had a tree survey done. We've got every tree on the property marked. And anything of that size, the intention is to maintain those trees. And we can't save them all. I think 50% would be a good number that will be saved. Mr. Ford talked about how there's a lot of big trees on that property, and there are. They've taken a long time to grow. We don't just want to go in there and clear cut. Same with the brush,
Rhododendron.
the foliage around, yeah.
So you're gonna build the houses?
Yes, sir. We're not selling lots.
Can you explain how you're gonna do the driveway for 1, 2, and 3, please? What's your plan?
It'll go in right here, right here.
It's flat, pretty flat right there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really flat.
It's better than going in from Green Hill,
Yeah,
right?
well, that keeps it down to 2
One driveway for 3 lots.
on Green Hill. They share to begin with, and then they split off to their individual lot. You have easements.
So let me ask you, if we do the shared driveway between 7 and Mr. Warren, this is probably more for you. If we do a shared driveway between 7 and 6, how are you going to prevent the runoff coming from that driveway dumping on the people across the street?
There's a ditch, on 7, and see, that drainage on 7 and 6. So if we start here, somewhere in here with a shared drive that goes up to 7, and that's gonna come down, it's gonna go in the ditch that goes to the pipe that's under the gravel portion of Heatherridge Lane. It won't go across the road.
Okay.
That's
So
pretty
then-
steep, isn't it?
Huh?
That's pretty steep off of Green Hill there. Do I remember that right?
Well, yeah, it's really steep right here, but if you start somewhere back here on 6 and then you go across, you gain elevation to get up to the buildable area on 7 is, right here.
Are you asking about the bank?
It's a bank.
Yeah, there's a bank.
Yeah, and it's rock. We don't want to change.
That's why we're gonna go up
We don't
above
wanna
that bank and
change
leave
that.
that rhododendron that you see on number 7 right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you go up on 6.
And come
Yeah.
above it.
So we'll start back here and then go up and around and come around somewhere to the build site up there.
So 5 and 4, where's the water going in that ditch?
That goes to the pipe that's gonna go across the road.
So that's a new pipe you're proposing?
No, it's the existing pipe.
Okay.
Where is Mr. Smith's house located on this map?
Up there?
It is,
It's on the gravel, Heather Ridge.
it's not on the, it's about right in there, Wayne, right in here. There's the property line. Yeah, the house is here, and then the barn's back over
Mr. Smith, I don't get it.
No,
No,
you
you
can't
can't
ask him
ask.
questions.
I just wanna, if he could raise his hand and show it.
Oh, back there.
Hey, okay, thank you. They keep pointing over here. and I
Would
just wanna-
Mr. Smith have the greatest impact from runoff than any of the other homeowners?
Yes.
And then the Ford's property is over in the,
It's over here, it doesn't, with this pipe here that takes the water across, this water from this goes down to a pipe that's on Lynch property. So I don't see any impact to Mr. Ford's property there.
You feel like that head wall and aligning, putting the water to where it needs to go into that culvert will take care of a lot of that problem.
Well, yes, it's not bypassing unless it's clogged up, and then it would go down to Mr. Ford's property.
Can I ask a couple questions of the witness? real
Yes,
quick, and
yes.
then you guys can jump in.
Yes.
So, Mr. Phillips, which of the driveways, I know we established the driveway survey 1, 2, and 3 is fairly flat. It comes, there's hardly any bank there, it comes in. Is there any other driveway, between the others you just mentioned that, have a very low grade or mostly flat?
4 or 5 won't be bad.
Okay.
And really 6, 7 won't, is where we're talking about doing it. But 8 and 9,
They're not bad.
well, no, and you see the parking lot.
Yeah.
So you go in here and you follow that parking.
Okay, so you're gonna curve in and follow the hill?
Fight against it.
Okay, okay.
Digging the banks.
And, I know Cal asked on 6, 7, because, I know I drive by that every day.
Sure.
There's a fairly large embankment with all the rhododendron. Is the plan, and this is mentioned in Mr. Rothrock's report, but would the applicant be okay with the condition that, except for driveways and obviously the home sites, that the buffer, the setback, that the existing vegetation, with the exception of those things, and having a sight line, we don't want to have vegetation right up the road when you're coming out of the driveway, because I know the hills already have an issue with that. But with the exception of clearing for sight line, that the vegetation that's existing on the perimeter of the property in the setback be maintained as a buffer. So essentially, for 30 feet along Green Hill Road, it stays. And will that help with mitigating runoff if that stays?
Well, the more vegetation stays,
Okay.
Yeah, I know this isn't probably feasible, but I would like the houses to be, if we could make it where they weren't even seen,
Yeah.
that would be the best.
Okay.
There's no use in this property, so
Okay.
there's nothing to
about gravel. Would it be possible, I know they're gonna be, in theory, it's going to be all built, spec, in the sense that you'll be building in theory before you find a buyer, but would it be possible for the properties, depending on their stage, to allow the prospective buyer to pick whether their driveway is gravel or not, except for the 15 feet that are required?
Yeah, and you asked a question about could maybe the gravel up near the house.
Right, where it's flat, where you don't have runoff of gravel anywhere.
I'm no engineer when it comes to this. I can only do common sense when I'm out around the house, so it doesn't take a genius to figure out which way water's going.
Yeah.
But like the pavers that allow grass or gravel,
Yeah,
and
because
it's still basically a hard surface.
Technically, gravel is still an impervious surface, according to state regulations.
Right.
But it slows it down. And I just looked up several properties, $1 million properties, and 3 of the 5 have gravel driveways.
Well, if what we do at Blue Ridge Mountain, we will.
But
allow
you've got
gravel.
us Ridge, that's a different than this.
Yeah.
Blue Ridge Mountain, you gotta have different driveways.
No, what I'm saying is, we allow the gravel if it's less than a 5% grade, because it won't stay, so you do see it predominantly at the right around the house.
Right, so like where they pull up and it's flat and you park and kind of entrance,
Well,
it's
that
a
was
decorative,
steep.
nice look.
But all of these would only be steeper coming off the road, so once you got up so far, if we transition to the pavers that have impervious surfaces in them, that might be a solution, and certainly one we can agree to.
Okay. The same goes for the 12-foot setback. I know that Mr. Smith and the neighbor down there, I don't know the name, but own across the gravel portion of Heather Ridge, which is private. And so there's a 12-foot setback there, and so we would be maintaining the vegetation within that as well.
Yes, 12 plus the land that
Plus.
they already own, so.
Okay, so it actually goes across.
About 30 feet.
Okay, 30 feet total. Okay. So that will remain. I think those are all my questions for Mr. Phillips. I was going to ask a few of Mr. Warren, but if you guys have any more for Mr. Phillips.
I'm not sure who this goes to based on your skills, but if Mr. Smith closed Heather Ridge Lane, how would that affect you guys?
That's not our, we can't, I've told them,
You have every right to.
I will
Right,
tell
right.
every.
I just, it's his right. It's not town property. It's his road. I don't know if y'all were planning to use it for construction or,
No.
I mean,
No.
so basically that could be a dead end lane.
It could.
Is that gonna affect you guys in any way?
Not at all.
I would imagine that they probably, I would assume that they've probably been kind enough not to close it purely for the folks that live at the bottom of the paved portion that don't want to have to drive up a sheet of ice in the winter if they're there to use the bottom, but that's totally within their right.
Because it's gravel, not paved.
Not to mention the turnaround, everyone turns to
Guys,
my driveway
guys,
and the next door driveway.
Guys, you'll get a chance here in just a few minutes, okay? I'm sorry.
But yeah, that doesn't affect us in any way
Okay,
that
I
affects
just-
the rest of the owners on the.
Right, you
road.
know it's not town, it's not,
No, and as a courtesy, obviously, I will instruct everyone not to go, but I told them, obviously, some will sneak by, I won't be there 24 hours a day, but as a courtesy, working with them, I will tell all materials, subs, whatever, not to use that road, in or out.
And there's been signage, actually, I noticed that, I don't know how
Yeah.
recently, but the last 6
It's
months,
still there.
at the bottom, that states construction traffic is not to be used at, and it's right at the entrance of the gravel portion. I don't know how successful that is, but any measures like that can certainly be conditioned.
I think it is.
Mr. Blaine, would you like to
it is what?
address?
I think it is a condition.
Okay.
I would,
Oh, Chelsea, I'm sorry.
No,
Were you?
he's fine to ask questions of Mr. Phillips. I was gonna ask Mr. Warren questions after that, so if there are questions
Okay.
of Mr. Phillips, go ahead.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to ask, and it may be that we ask Mr. Rothrock too, at the, I think it's stormwater management section of the code. Whatever I wrote that's on that. Section 16-1631.3. So that does limit the impervious area to 10,000 square foot, but that is per individual lot, correct?
That's the way I understand it. but
Okay, and I can ask
Karen
Mr.
would be more.
I can ask Mr. Rothrock. I realize that this is not part of the design, and Mr. Phillips can address this if you can or don't want to, but just to put on the record, would the applicant have any objection to any kind of traffic measures the town chose to take as a result of the traffic study, whether it's a stop sign, more than one stop sign, speed bumps, we don't care, but is there any objection to any of that? Okay.
What if the road was closed?
Which road?
Green Hill?
Close the road?
Yep.
I'm confused.
If the traffic study came back and said, we need that road to be closed where the town ends, would that affect your development?
No, but I'd say it'd affect a lot of y'all. Neighbors.
You can't do it with rescue vehicles and so on.
I don't think you'll get big old green.
I don't know if that's a realistic concern,
I'd
but
say the people in Wonderland would like that too.
let me clarify this. Whatever y'all can do, y'all can do. What we're saying is,
That's why I brought that up.
if you can do that, you can do that anyway, whether we like it or not. I don't know.
Well, you
if that's-
said, you were asking if he liked whatever we did with a stop sign, so that this is the same idea.
You're talking about all this.
Yeah, I mean, closing a major
Always
thoroughfare
Excuse me?
in that
Always
area, I don't know.
Always.
Always stops. yeah.
Okay.
That's what I.
I'm not sure how to respond because I don't
Well-
think that is even remotely possible.
Well, are stop signs and speed bumps, I mean, you threw it out there, so,
I threw out stop signs and speed bumps. You're talking about closing a road. That's entirely different.
Totally.
it's a traffic calming technique.
Okay, well,
I'm fine with whatever you guys want to do. I'm simply suggesting that there's a couple of occasions where stop signs would be appropriate, talk to the applicant about it, and they have no objection. I think it would make it safer for everybody. So,
Close
Shall
the
we-
parkway too while we're at
yeah.
it.
so, okay, let's move on. We're getting in the weeds.
Okay, and all I have is a question for Mr. Rothrock, just to clarify what the code says
Okay,
on
and then you
something,
wanna allow-
and then I can turn it over to Mr. Point.
Very good.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Rothrock. Is the stormwater management, and the runoff, management and or detention requirements, those are in section 16-1631, correct? And that 1631.3 states that, that the stormwater retention requirements, which is anything that would require actually installation of something on site, would be inapplicable to construction of any square foot on individual lots with less than 10,000 square foot homes on any individual lot, single family homes, let's look at that, on any individual lots less than 10,000 square feet of impervious surface. Is that correct? So it is per lot, is that correct? Okay. And also wanted to clarify that under the code, if the limitations are followed with regard to subdivision, that every 5 years, the property could be subdivided into 3, then another 3, and then a third round of 3 lots, resulting in a total of 9 lots.
There's a section that deals with minor subdivision approval that says within a period of 5 years, no more than a total of 3 lots may be created out of one tract using the minor subdivision approval process.
Right, so if the applicant were asking, well, first of all, we wouldn't be asking for a special use permit because it would be a minor subdivision. But if the applicant were, if the property owner were to come, they could right now subdivide into 3 lots, correct?
Correct.
And then in 5 years, they could actually subdivide the rest of the acreage by thirds again. And then they could do that a third time up to the minimum square footage required in the code.
Right, ultimately, the division of those lots perhaps meet minimum standards.
Right, at the time, which whatever's the place at the time. But the point is, obviously, I realize that's different, that's not all at once, but the point is, 9 lots and 9 homes could be here, and you're still dealing with all these same things. And so I
Well-
simply want to put in perspective the fact that, in addition to the fact that the development proposed does comply with the code, and that they are taking measures to mitigate, it's clear from the code that 9 houses could be here eventually, if the code were to change,
In how many years?
with no conditions.
In how many
no
years?
permit.
15
It'd be
years.
15, yeah. So I'm not suggesting that the code would be the same,
10.
I'm simply saying that,
10.
sorry, 10 years, 10 years.
So I have a question.
11-ish?
So in regards to that, Kevin, right now, and this goes to your point, right now, you don't even have to come here if you want to divide that property into 3 lots.
Right.
And then in 5 years, you could divide it into,
3 additional.
We could do 3 lots of, a third of an acre each, keep the rest of it, and then do another 3 lots of a third of an acre each, or a little
Right.
less than a third. And then,
As long as there's no public or private road being introduced as well.
right.
that would create a
Um,
subdivision, yeah.
But you're doing it all at once.
Yeah, all I'm saying though is, we're talking about impacts of 9 houses, okay, and 9 driveways. And there could be 9 houses and 9 driveways.
Not 9 driveways, we're doing shared.
Well, sorry. I'm talking about the impacts of improving the property and having more impervious surface. All of those things are gonna be, or could be before you, or actually not before you, could be issues that we have to deal with regardless. And so I'm simply trying to put in perspective that, you actually are allowed to have a little more control over that tonight, by imposing some conditions, dealing with some of the runoff, having met with neighbors and considering what their issues are, and taking into account that the developer right now that's before you hasn't caused any of the existing issues. So they're not responsible for fixing everything right
I
now.
wrote
They
that
are
down.
responsible for not making it substantially worse, and that's what the code says. So,
Can I ask a quick question? I'm not sure which one of you guys, you're the home builder, you're the surveyor.
Oh, no. He's an engineer. He's the engineer.
The engineer, I'm sorry. I respect surveyors as much as I do engineers. Now I just lost my train of thought. I'll come back to it.
We're
I'm
not gonna
sorry.
close the parkway.
Okay, moving on.
thank you.
Would you, Mr. Blaine?
May I? I guess I should stand.
Yes.
Hear me just a little bit better, out of respect. Thank you for coming and delivering some talk, some words, some assistance and some clarification. I guess in that fair game, I can ask them both, right?
You can.
I'll kind of do it in reverse order. Mr. Phillips, I understand that you are a part owner or partner of K-West. Can you give me a little help on the structure? We couldn't find anything to know who K-West is.
There's 3 other individuals.
Okay, so you're one of 4?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a decision maker? Or do you need someone else to help make a decision?
When it comes to the construction and everything we're doing here, I'm the decision maker. When it comes to finances, I have to ask someone else.
Okay. Well, interestingly, that's one of the main questions I wanted to ask. So I guess we're at a loss here. I want to know what kind of a budget is in your, per home, or for the whole subdivision, for complying with the water problems that need to be resolved as you go forward.
Well, and some of that is fluid, because we're still talking about things. That was the point of trying to meet with the
Gotcha.
homeowner.
Gotcha.
You know, obviously, we've put in a preliminary budget. You know, we're not wanting to go out here and take everything, so I'm ready to turn it in tomorrow for a permit. We may not be getting the property. So we've put forth an effort to come up with a budget at this point, per lot, per house. And in that is enough money there to talk about sewer, talk about driveways, landscaping. This that we're talking about, adding a pipe that will affect the Fords, at the other end it affects the Smiths. So, yeah, but I mean, if we talk about this in the town, and it comes up, there's $500,000 worth of drainage work and all has to be done, then I'd say we're pulling out at that point. But like Chelsea said, there's problems there now. We didn't create those problems.
Gotcha. And I understand that you aren't there yet. I get that. I appreciate that. Concerning the one pipe that is close to Mr. Ford's property in that corner of lot 9, and apparently that one funnels over to the middle of the gravel portion to a drainage.
It goes to the east. It goes to the east. It discharges on a.
That goes that direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you show, because it is, can you
So
show
it
where it goes?
So the water,
Right.
that comes, it comes down the ditch, it collects somewhere here and it goes across to this, access there.
And then Mr. Ford.
That lot you're not gonna run the water across is being surveyed right now. Yeah, so you won't be running it over on somebody else's property there now.
Well, I don't think, let me clarify, what we were looking at the other day out there, it would be right back in the same place.
Yeah, it's
We would-
discharging
We would
in the
just,
same
we're not
place.
changing it. It would just make it larger and do a head wall. So I would argue it's gonna be better, not worse, it's gonna get better.
So long as you calculate correctly to get it done.
Just going by what he said, standards and practices that are already in place.
Right. Mr. Warren, in that regard, what time frame are you looking at for making the necessary calculations to determine how much larger to make things, how deep to make swales, and what are y'all, what's your time frame for learning that
Well,
knowledge?
my time frame is, next week I'll have the calculations for the existing conditions, and then I'm gonna have to get with Chuck to go through what our, projected impervious, kind of layouts we wanna do, to look at that. So 2 weeks.
So a week to basically
2
finish
weeks.
what's on the ground now, and then another week to talk with Chuck, and then to do the calculations for the new one. How long will that take?
That's 2 weeks. And it's not, these aren't big drainage areas.
Okay.
Fairly simple. We just need to come together on, what we see as the impervious area on each lot.
Right.
Which, 20%, I don't know.
I understand.
We sit down.
And I get it, that you don't know, I'm on that page, okay. And Mr. Rothrock, if I may, you mentioned that your reading of the ordinance basically exempts this, subdivisions from having to comply with 16A, 16.31.3. I think I got it right. And is it your understanding then that that subdivision would only come into play for a residential structure that had larger than 10,000 square feet of impervious surface, meaning a 10,000 square foot house?
Well, it's 10,000 impervious.
Impervious.
Which would be in
you got a driveway, so, I get it. And y'all were estimating,
Everything added together, 10,000.
and y'all were estimating these driveways to add, it's my understanding, to repeat your testimony, that roughly these houses would be 2,000 square feet plus another 2,000 for driveway, y'all figured about 4,000. So you're saying.
And that's excessive.
Okay, I know, that's larger than what you're thinking. So what you're saying is that your reading of the statute would require 10,000 square foot on each lot if you're just developing one lot.
No more than 10,000 is allowed, right?
Per lot.
Ma'am,
Per lot.
per lot.
10,000.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many lots are in Blowing Rock that have more than 10,000 square feet of impervious surface?
I have no idea.
I would venture, I've lived here for 7 years, and it would be very, very, very few. I'm at a loss. I don't know if anybody that knows anybody that has an 8,000 square foot house.
I know there's.
I got a neighbor
I know
that gets
houses
close.
that are big.
But maybe, okay.
But as
cool.
far as the purpose, I don't know.
Okay, so that would almost, well, I'll save that for conclusion. Let me see, that may be all the questions I have at this point.
Oh, I'm sorry. My thought came back. So the stormwater management, do you do stormwater management plans at Blue Ridge Mountain Club? So that's what you're talking about, that you could figure out in 2 weeks? Okay. I mean, this is like what McGill would do for us.
Yeah, something similar.
Okay.
Any further questions from council? For Mr. Phillips or Mr. Warren or Ms., we can't.
Well,
I
I'm
would-
going to ask Mr. Phillips, you have talked to how many of these people, these neighbors?
There were, what, 10 or 12 people there?
And you feel you made a good faith effort to present your position?
We said we'd comply and try to work out, as I understand it, I think you're out of the city limits, so it's nothing to do with the town at that point. So we're working with him directly.
Well, their property is in the ETJ, so it's still,
Oh,
under,
okay.
it's
Okay.
still under the land use rules. It just happens to be outside of town.
How did that go?
There were 4 owners there. There were 4 owners there.
Well, I think there were 2 there, though, that had water concern runoffs or issues.
But you just said there were 12.
We've
No,
all
I-
had water issues.
I think there were several people.
There were 4. I was one, Mr. Ford, Mr. Smith.
Well, there were other
Usually there
people,
were 5.
there were other people there. Maybe they're not
Yeah,
there.
it was the engineer and you and Kevin.
I just want to know how the meeting, I guess we're going to hear from them how the meeting went.
I think we need to, if there are no more questions of the applicant, the civil engineer,
But you did meet with,
and the attorney, then I
Those
think
who
we
showed
need
up.
to
I would
talk.
have said it went very well. I thought, because we
Get
talked
out.
through the issues, we
Kidding.
looked at the issues and tried to see how we could comply.
I'm sure they're going to let us know.
Okay.
how
So I'd
the
like
meeting-
to,
Let's, if there's no more questions,
I have one question of Mr. Rothrock.
okay?
he wasn't on my list.
He wasn't, see? So he's fair
You
game.
got him.
Kevin, are there any required or requested variances for this SUP? Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for you, because I think sometimes we hurt people's feelings not on purpose because of procedure and how we do things here, and I didn't understand it for a long time. So when people from Green Hill and Heather Ridge come up to talk,
Yes.
are they allowed to ask questions, Chelsea, to the developer and the engineer or not? They're just allowed to make comments. Can you
No,
clarify that, please?
Our position is that they can make whatever comments they want to y'all, and you have total control over how long they go.
Yes.
But they're not parties, and so they can't ask questions of the parties.
Does everybody understand that?
Yes, there's only,
If I have a question.
well, if you'll,
Once we've presented, our statements, can the council then ask questions of the developer and the engineer?
The council can ask
Mhm.
questions.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's good.
okay, all right.
I had a question just about a point of order I just wanted to find out. I don't want to be interrupting folks when they're speaking, and I just want to go ahead and put on the record, for your consideration as you hear everybody, just that preserving the general objection to consideration of any testimony regarding property values or anything that would require an expert for it to be reliable, and that's all, including runoff.
If, Chelsea, in that same regard, if any of these people are experts that we don't know about, they had their chance, is that what you're saying? To say?
Oh, I'm not.
I mean,
You
I
know,
don't
if
know
somebody
if
happens
they're
to be
retired
a-
water,
Right.
I mean, right?
You have to describe, my view, and I'll defer to your attorney on this because this is a procedural instruction, but my view is that if they can show that their testimony is more credible than a regular layperson giving their opinion, you guys have the discretion to give that weight, but they would have to show that they would essentially otherwise qualify as an expert, in my opinion.
And they would ask you about that, or?
No, that's purely within your purview
That's
to
up to
decide.
us. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
May I speak to that?
Yes, sir.
All due respect, I think that a property owner has every right to talk about the value of their own property and the immediate impact that comes upon it. You don't need an outside third-party expert to come and do that. And so, and I thought that would come up later, council, when y'all presented some evidence that there was no impact on valuation and all that. I figured that was gonna come shortly, and you're not gonna present any of that.
Okay. Mr. Blaine, you had spoken. Would Mr. Smith like to come up and speak? And even though we have it written down, Wayne, if you just give us your full name, address.
Introduction. My name is Wayne Smith, and my wife Claudia and I own the property at 338 Heather Ridge Lane, and that's at the corner of Green Hill Road and the gravel driveway. And I had a lot of notes here, but we're going to deviate from the notes because this is obviously a process, and relative to drainage from our end of it, the process began on June 2nd when we met out with the 9 of us that were out there at the time. There are a number of Heather Ridge residents who are here tonight and probably have something to say about drainage, about compatibility, about size, about traffic flow, and so on and so forth, and I let them talk to that. My concern primarily is going to be water damage because I am at the bottom. And I think today I sent a communication to Hillary, the town clerk, and she, I believe, passed it on to the council members. I want to thank everybody for being here, the mayor, and council members. I hope you've read that. I hope you've had time to look at it. It explains what we have done in past years in terms, financial terms, as well as structural terms of catching the water, sheet water that comes across, and we have to define sheet water. And we also have to define seepage. Seepage hasn't been mentioned here tonight. Seepage is when the water comes off these impervious areas and goes into the ground. It's got to go someplace. It seeps. It comes out in low areas. That's why you see these wet weather springs all around Water Rock. The water seeps in and comes out when it reaches someplace it can't go anymore. So we have water in 2 different areas, and the communication I gave to you all talks about seepage. 2 different times where we've dealt with this seepage. And so when we spoke with these gentlemen, Philip and Chuck, about the drainage, I think the truth of the matter is, I think at that point in time, it was brand new. I don't think we realized at that point where the water was going, where it was coming from. And truthfully, they don't realize how fast it moves. Now, I can tell you, the there'll be a lot of experts that will come and tell you about water management. I can tell you from sitting out on the front porch for 18 years and watching it flow, it's going to be a little bit different than somebody sitting there doing some mathematical calculations on impervious areas, land cleared and everything. So there's a couple of things that I'm just going to avoid that there are in that letter that you all have a chance to look at. But I do want to talk about a couple of things as a group, as the residents. We have some concerns. And truth of the matter is the process, it's moving. After the meeting, I believe that Kevin might have gone back after the meeting and said, hey, we need to put some stuff in writing relative to conditional use process right here that we talked about, but we don't have any closure on it. But in that true instant stuff, quite a bit of stuff in that. Yeah, and some of the stuff is going to be a shock to everybody. I read this, and I know this is going to get Chuck Stander up, but on item 5, it says construction traffic must not use the Pryville Gradway portion of Heather Ridge Lane for lots north side, on the north side of lot 7 and 9, right? Then we go down to lot number 16 here, and then it says that any of these conditions affixed here too, or any part of that, therefore shall be invalid and void, then this permit shall be void and of no effect. It has a lot to do with construction people coming down the road. So there is a lot of things in here that has been added that are to my benefit. And I will tell you that right up front. I'll also tell you that all the work that we've done on the gravel, on our side of the gravel road to capture the water, the seepage areas, the 3 areas that capture the water and run it to the creek behind my house, which, oh, by the way, as it was noted in the letter, is one of the headwaters to the New River. So without getting the environmentalists involved, if we want to talk about contamination or runoff or something like that, we probably ought to pay attention to that. Okay? So we've done a lot of work there. By no means have we captured all the water. I'm not going to try to tell you that we captured all of that water. But what we have done is we've captured enough water so that the natural slope of the land, as it comes into our yard and moves back to the New River, and the ground that is there now is permeable enough to handle, at least to a manageable amount, the water that comes onto our property now. But I have to remind you, that water's coming off 5.5 acres of densely forested land. And I'm not so sure, I'm not an engineer in any stretch of the imagination, but you're going to have to clear a lot of that land, even if you do leave the buffers. And then we're talking about now either throwing it into 2 ditches along Heather Ridge Lane or Green Hill Road. And we already know, the folks from Heather Ridge will tell you, that the water comes across Heather Ridge and runs down into their driveway. Earl Ford, it runs down into his garage. For me, it runs down under my house. I think Adam can testify to the fact that his neighbor has to put out sandbags to stop the water that comes across Green Hill. And that is a highly vegetated ditch on the Green Hill side. So, you know, the thought that the vegetation is going to catch all this stuff and make it go away is incorrect. So we have to know what the size of the ditch is going to be. What is the volume of water going to be? And then where is it going to go? Will the little catch basin that I have in my yard hold that water? Will it channel the water? If we increase the rate of water coming down the Green Hill side, will it go under my driveway there, the Heather Ridge Lane, get in that and then run into the New River? Will it do the same thing on this box they're talking about up above Earl's house? Will the water, I mean, that's a pretty big little slope coming off that side of coming over towards Heather Ridge Lane. So do we know that? And so we don't know. And we're going to find out. We've got a plan coming, I get it, you know, within the week, it sounds like. You know, so the questions are, you know, what's the rate going to be of the water runoff? You know, how much absorption capabilities will be remaining on the land that's up there? Are there any drainage applications that apply? And if so, who designs them, constructions, and who pays for them? pipe in my yard is no longer big enough to handle the drainage, do I have to go ahead and tear up my yard and put a new pipe in, and do I have to pay for that? Where does the liability fall? Does liability fall on the town if all of a sudden more water comes down than is anticipated and there's severe damage? Does the developer, is he liable? Current property owners, which would be me, or the new property owners to the houses that haven't been built yet? So where does that liability fall? I can tell you right now that we are already in discussions about having the house fortified underneath with supports, because the water has been under there and it is moving. So we're proactive, trying to take care of issues. So I guess where I want to go with this thing and ask the question, and I can ask the question of council, I would request that the developer or the engineer submit a grading plan, stormwater management model, showing us where the water's going to go, and a surface water runoff mitigation plan, which you may already have, kind of talked about. And give it to us in a manner that we can go to a third party for independent opinion, and give us the time for that to happen, so that we know what we're talking about. I don't think anybody's talking about denying the project, but what's it going to do? And you know, where's the water going to go? And you know, since this is a process, and since it just happened the other day, I think we need to delay this. So I'm going to ask you all to not approve this thing going forward, to delay until we can get this paperwork done, and that everybody has an opportunity to review where this water's going to go and what these plans are. I'll also tell you that, and I'm surrounded by lawyers all of a sudden here today, but I've been reading as much as I can about water flow, stormwater movement, you know, in courts of law and states. And I can tell you all, and the lawyers might tell me differently, but the states don't want anything to do with it, and the courts want even less to do with water movement as it moves from your property to my property, from higher property to the lower property. And the state of North Carolina wants even less than many of the others that I looked at. But there are three things that control the thought process, three doctrines or rules that are generally used to determine responsibility in water movement. And there's one called the common enemy rule. And rain is a common enemy. Water, motion, movement is common enemy to all of us. It just moves. Well, one of them says that under this rule, the landowner is permitted to do whatever they want to alleviate their problem, and no other landowner will be responsible for the other problems caused by the flow of water. Say la vie. Too bad, right? The civil law rule is the second one. The owner is liable to another owner when they change the natural flow of the water on their land and it results in a harm to the second homeowner. So there's some liability if you change the flow of the water. So if we're taking this development and removing the landscape and the forestry that's there now, that's going to change the water flow. The third is a reasonable use rule. And this basically states that landowners are allowed to make reasonable use of their property, even if it results in harm to another landowner. And we all want to be able to do what we can to our property, right? That makes sense. Landowners will only be responsible for the damage they cause if the reason they changed the flow of the surface water was unreasonable. However, in certain circumstances, even if the use of the land is reasonable, the gravity of the harm to the plaintiff is the downhill side guy, may be found to be so significant that it requires compensation regardless of the utility of the conduct of the defendant. And it would be the higher side guy. Okay? And there are times that the damage could be, the damage that could cause you so significant it required you to compensate another landowner for the property that you have damaged. And so it goes on to say, while it doesn't create a bright line of rules for determining fault, like I said, nobody really wants to touch this thing, the reasonable use law adopted by North Carolina courts seems to be a well-balanced method of allowing interested parties to cooperate in handling water drainage issues as our communities attract more people and encourage development. So there is an obligation, if the calculations are wrong, if they're not done, if the permit to move forward is granted, and we don't have closure on this thing before we start moving dirt and start building. So I think what we're saying here, and if I go back and look at this thing and it says, result, let me see if I can get this. It basically is saying here that if you've made the change for reasonable use on the property. And so the question that I would have for the council and maybe for Chuck and his group is that 9 lots, is that reasonable? Could we go with 4 lots? Could we then capture the water on the land? Would the land percolate well enough to hold most of the water on the land? We don't run off as much as we would with 9. We don't have the seepage. We're already going to have 1 house on that lot, on that property to begin with. So if they added 4 more, that's a total of 5. And that brings it to roughly 1 lot per acre, which I think is probably what you'll find in that neighborhood to start with. So again, what I'm asking the council to do is to postpone acting on this until we can gather the facts from Chuck and his group on water movement, on the volume, on the water management, on the grading. If you look on this map up here, you'll see that right down in the middle as it moves up towards the number 6, there's a ridge right there. How could we affect that ridge that would affect the water? I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not a land manager. But it's quite possible that there's some things that can be done on the land once you get into the land that could affect water and movement. So like I said earlier, it's a process. We're early in the process. I think we've got the cart ahead of the horse. And I'd like to see the council vote on delaying this until Chuck's group can get their studies in. We have a time to look at it and take it to an independent person. And then we can present our findings along with it. And you know, our findings might be worse than what you all come up with. But I think, given what I've heard tonight, given what I've seen in the last week or two, this train's moving a little too fast, and I think we need to just back off just a little bit. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
Thank you for a very thoughtful presentation. In reading your letter, you've been at your home 18 years, correct?
Correct.
And in that 18 years, it looks like you've put in a number of items, drainage pits, and $15,000 here and there. And so I guess my question is, did these activities, were they necessitated by an increase in water flow over those 18 years? Or did you inherit a problem that you were trying to fix from day one?
Well, I would say that the problem has always been there. And so we, over the years, have done a number of different ways. At one point, we had a number of different surface drains to catch the water and move it past the house and into the creek. And that didn't seem to do it, so we progressively engaged more and more professional help to get the water to move in a manner. So to answer your question, yes. And I kind of know where you're going on this, so I'll just jump ahead a little bit and say, well, if the problem was there before, then what are you coming to us now for? Well, yes, it was there before, and I understand that, and we're down in the bottom, and I know that, and we accept the responsibility of that. But we have also gotten the control of the water, the surface water, and the seepage, and we have rerouted it to a large extent, but we have developed enough control of the water that has always come onto the property, which is to your point, to a point now where it's manageable. That the water now moves beyond the house, it's caught and goes around one way or goes around the other way, and what doesn't get caught is basically taken care of by the existing slope as it moves to the house and the permeability of the soil as it reaches the house. So we can handle what's there now. The question that I have, and we won't know till the studies are done, is how much more? We heard 20% today. We don't know if that's right. It could be less, could be more. But at this point, I can guarantee you we can't handle 20% more water on that property right now unless we want to dig a moat around it.
Thank you.
I've got a quick question for you. Someone said that the Fords have springs on their, do you have springs?
Yes, so behind my house where all this water is dumping
Yeah,
is one of the headwaters to the New River,
Right.
and that spring is what feeds our house.
and you drink spring water,
Correct,
not well water.
correct. Spring water. That's my wife. She's allowed to answer for me.
Is it delicious?
Yeah, so we drink the spring water. We have a well house, a pump house right in the middle of the creek, and it provides us with clean, fresh water all the time. Yeah.
But people, yeah, I often hear people brag about the water up here.
Now, the
Yeah.
question I would have, and I don't know this, but I could hazard to guess, is that when we start cleaning the land, pulling up shrubbery, trees, and bushes, and preparing it for building, there's going to be a tremendous amount of runoff. And that water that's nice and clear is going to turn brown. Would be my guess. I'm not that smart, but I'm going to hazard the guess that if you disturb the land, it's going to run off and it's going to find its way into the water. Now, if it finds its way into the water below my pump house, my spring, it's okay. It's going downhill. If it comes in on the top end of it, I don't know what kind of water I'm going to have to drink.
Or if any.
I guess it could clog it up, yes.
All right, moving right along. Thank you. Mr. Ford, would you like to speak? Okay. Well, thank you for coming. Patricia Aiken.
Patricia's on Zoom.
Is she on Zoom? Okay.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So, I did not get sworn in. Do I just be, right, do I need to do that?
Yes, Hillary will swear you in. This,
Miss Aiken, do you
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give to this body in this matter being heard shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Okay, my name is Tricia Aiken, and I live at 252 Heather Ridge Lane, and I'm a permanent resident of Blowing Rock. I do have some water concerns, which I did speak to Mr. Phillips about, and to the engineer, and which mainly has to do with if the water comes across, because there will be a driveway directly across my property. And they have assured me that they will keep the water on that side of the road, on the development side of the road. I do think that that stipulation needs to be put, specifically written in, that the driveways will go to the ditch on that side, because there's several of us where downhill, the water can come across the road. So that's all I have to say about water. I went to the planning meeting, and after all of the discussion about the Green Hill traffic and about the water, members of the planning board asked if they could discuss the appropriateness and the compatibility of this development with the existing neighborhood. Mr. Rothrock stated that that was not in their scope of responsibility. And he read the criteria that you, the town council, would use to assess this permit. And he stressed that the compatibility and the injury issues rested solely with you. So although the planning board did recommend this, these criteria, which you all consider, were not part of what they considered. So these are the two that I want to address. The third, under the findings of fact, which Mr. Rothrock has sent to me for this type of permit, number C, says the use or development is located, designed, and proposed to be operated so as to be compatible with the particular neighborhood in which it's to be located. I sent a letter today, and I believe it's been distributed to you all, with some statistics, and I hope that you all have looked at it. And so regarding the criteria of is this development compatible with the existing neighborhood? In the planning board meeting, Mr. Phillips made the statement that the density was the same as what's there. And if you all have looked at the statistics that I have provided, you will see the average lot size of our existing neighborhood is more than twice the average size of the proposed lots. And just so you know, I am not even including the 10 acres that the Fords own or the 2 acres that the Smiths own. I am simply talking about the lots along Heather Ridge between the private road and Green Hill. So if you look at this, the more than twice the average size of the proposed lots of this development are what our lots are. Even if you just take the lots which face Heather Ridge, which are 1, 2, 8, and 9, the average of our existing lots is still twice the average size of the proposed lots. So from my perspective, and I believe that most of the neighbors, the neighborhood of Heather Ridge Lane, this development with this density of 9 lots is not compatible with our existing neighborhood. So that just speaks clearly to the third line about compatibility. Moving on to the next criteria, which says that the use or development will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. I have 2 points to make about this. First of all, a lot has been talked about injury that can be done physically, and I don't need to address that. I think everybody here understands that there's the potential for huge physical injury to these lots because of water. But I want to speak to the valuation issue, which again goes to compatibility. You're talking about putting a high-density development on lots that are half the size. This is going to, without a doubt, negatively affect the feel of our neighborhood. Our road will forever be changed with this high density. The feel of our neighborhood will change. And I believe that there's a legitimate concern among many neighbors that it will also negatively affect our property value. What I can say is that every neighbor I talked to, that we were literally shocked by the density that was proposed. And as Wayne just said, it is a beautiful piece of property with huge trees, with vegetation that is important to the area, and that putting lots that are half the size of what ours is just not necessary, and that it could be developed in a way that did not do injury and that was compatible.
Thank you, Ms. Aiken. All right. Let's see here. Do we have Joseph Coyne and Christopher Albertson?
No, they're not here.
Joseph Coyne is here.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Come on, Zoom.
Okay, could we get Hillary to swear them in, please?
Mr. Coyne, do you solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give to this body in this matter being heard shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do swear.
Go for it. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we own, Mr. Robertson and I own the property that is on this identified as William Miller. And I simply want to reiterate the concerns that have been raised by Mr. Smith as well as Ms. Aiken. We share those concerns both about physical injury to the properties regarding water runoff, as well as compatibility of the proposed development, especially the density and the likelihood of damage to the properties that we own. Our intent has been to build a permanent primary residence on that property, and the proposed development undermines our intent for that property. That's all I have to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
So he owns that 50?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. Go down the list. Do we have Ann McKenzie here? Okay. Evelyn Bailey? Douglas May? Would you like to speak, Douglas? No? Okay. Thanks for coming. Stephen and Frederica Yova? Is that how that's pronounced? Yova? Okay. Adam Hill and Leslie Temple? You have been sworn in, correct? Okay. If you would just state your name and address.
Adam Hill, 1663 Green Hill Road. Good to see everybody. I just want to kind of say I haven't met you. I live, where do I live? Right there, right where maybe a driveway or two might be. I think that's kind of a concern. I haven't heard any, expression of, neighborly love there, but that's, I guess that'll come. I'm concerned about the driveways and how that might have runoff effects onto my driveway, not the pipe in general, but the pipe is also a question. But once water comes onto my driveway, it'll circle around my house and then it will undermine the corner of my house. So, if those things do change, I'm very concerned about how that potentially could affect water onto my property. The pipe that exists now doesn't actually, it's not on my property, but it goes right, there's I guess it's a 15-foot sort of corrugated pipe that comes out between my house and the house leading up to the parkway. Sort of, we join like this, sort of, and there's a dry creek there. But again, I think you've heard that there's some sandbags in front of the person's house that lives on the other side of me right there, and I'm very concerned about that. I mean, I think that's something that's going to increase volume, and I just want to be heard that that's a concern. The road itself is not really, on the table here, but, I think that's an issue for sure. It's a dangerous place where you're gonna put those driveways. I don't know what you can do for that. It's in a curve. I mean, this right here is where you're talking about, and there's even if you put stop signs and stuff like that, it's a dangerous area, and that's where you want to put two driveways for shared driveways. So I know it because I'm on the other side and I can see the cars coming, and you know, I hope that we do get a change in the speed limit or do something there for that, but even so, it seems like a very difficult spot to have, two driveways added to that area. So.
I have a question for, when you come up from your driveway, are you cresting up? Like you have to, I mean, when you come out of your driveway,
Yes.
you're looking over your hood and I'm just trying to get a feel for.
Yes, I'm kind of airborne, sort of, or,
Right.
you know, I'm not looking directly at a flat surface. I'm
You're-
elevated.
You're elevated.
Yep. Primarily backing up. I'm
You
looking,
back-
looking once, twice, 3 times to, get out of there.
Do you have a circle driveway or just one way to get out?
One way.
And so you're coming up a hill.
Yeah, we're backing out usually.
You back-
We don't back into our driveway. There's not a turning, place there, so, you have to look.
Because you don't want to
2 or
back
3
out on
times.
the Green Hill with backwards.
Right.
Okay. And you have young drivers.
Do. Future driver next year.
One question. Obviously, your neighbor has a water problem, or else he's got a penchant for buying sandbags.
Right.
What's the source of that problem? Is it this property, or is it from somewhere else?
It's this drainage right here on the Green Hill side. So from probably 1 to 4, there's a very large ditch that right there. And
It's jumping the ditch?
no, it holds the water. And then there's a pipe that catches the water and then runs underneath the road.
Is that, Mr. Fox, is that something that what our town has cleaned lately, or we can do anything there with that?
I'm unaware in my time here of an issue there that I've been made aware of, so I don't know what that issue, I don't know where that issue, I don't know how long the issue's been there, or where that issue, if the issue's been discussed previously.
Kevin, did you see that when y'all went out there?
We know.
That ditch?
Yes. We've seen the pipe, we know where the ditch is and where it leads to. Is it empty above your property or driveway or between you and one below? Between. It's just a cross drainage pipe that's been in Green Hill Road. Wow, 50 years. It dumps out right here, so especially in the heavy rain. They're gonna get it. They take a run of it, for sure.
But I'm still confused. Is that water coming from this property? Originally, I mean, is that the source when it falls on the earth?
It's from the road and anything else draining, but some of this property, sure.
Okay.
The front half of lots 1, 3, and 4, yeah, parts of that that drain it, I guess.
So there's a ditch in front of that, is what you're
Yes.
saying?
Yes, it's probably not as deep at lot 1, but once it gets down to 4 and 5, it's quite a bit deeper.
So when it goes underneath the road, it comes out and dumps on the property owners?
Between our fields and the next.
But it's above ground at that point?
Yes.
Kevin,
And the new ditch starts below that, where it crosses, the new ditch starts on Green Hill and carries the rest of that down to the culminated lane.
can you get the red thing and point, please?
Battery's still going.
Dr. Hill, have you ever complained to the town about the water issue?
No.
Do you know if the man with or the person with the sandbags has?
I do not.
Jamie, Jamie Collins.
He lives below, I've been out to meet with Jamie about 10 years ago.
Mr. Yova is next to you, Stephen and Frederick.
That's the property owners.
Okay, let's move on. Thank you, Doc.
So real quick, Kevin, if you, they're proposing for a shared driveway off of Heather Ridge, not off Green Hill.
Or 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, probably, anywhere right in here.
Okay, and then 4 and 5, if you'll just remind me. That will share.
Could be here, could be anywhere right in here.
So-
Pretty good there.
One driveway on those two, and then one driveway on 6 and 7 is how it's written now?
No, that was a suggestion.
I said,
And then by staff, we went to a recommendation by planning board, that the CUP says just limit them to 2. However, they can get 2 driveways to serve these 4 lots. The recommendation was that these 3 share and come off of Heather Ridge. I think that's in the staff, special use permit draft. But we didn't specify 4 and 5 have to share, 6 and 7 have to share in the draft document.
just however they figure it out,
However, they just limit to 2.
off of 4 properties.
Yes.
All right. Durwood and Sherry Strickland. Would you like to speak?
I have not been sworn.
Hillary can take care of that for you.
Promise?
If you would, just state your name and your address for us.
Yes, my name is Kirby Strickland, and I live at 1661 Green Hill Road. So I'm right across the street from the development. I'm west, I don't have a water problem. I'm far enough up the hill where I don't have that problem. The problem that I have more than anything else in my location is the traffic, and I do have traffic concerns with adding more homes, 9 more homes, emptying out on Green Hill Road. We, as has been mentioned many times before, the speed limit is always ignored. If anybody ever went 25 miles an hour on that road, it was because they were behind me. That
Or us.
We need some help with that. And I don't think that putting more houses there is going to help that. I have a suggestion, and it's a stop sign. If we made where Wonderland Drive comes out onto Green Hill Road, a 3-way stop, people would have to slow down both ways coming down the hill, and they'd be going up from a dead stop, and that would slow traffic significantly. Probably cost about $200. You've got 2 poles and 2 signs. So
That's DOT.
Mr. Fox, did we not ask DOT to do that? And what was their answer?
It did not meet the criteria for them to evaluate.
But
Fortunately, they own the other parts, so we can't do a 3-way stop.
But we might get some information from traffic study.
It's still up to DOT.
Not to that area, just
I thought we were going all the way to the
to
parkway.
Wonderland. I mean, not to Wonderland, but to Heather, where the town limits are, right at Heather Ridge is where it stops. The rest is DOT property.
Now, and that is, if I may say something, that is something that you all can address DOT with. I mean, we have representatives locally that could push that
Do
through.
you know who your local representative is?
Cully Tarleton.
I thought it was you guys.
Well,
Well, we are on the other end.
Well, we don't, we have, so we can make requests, just like you can, to DOT, okay?
I think he probably carried his weight.
I'm about 135.
May I ask?
You know, we all make requests, but when it comes to DOT, and I can't say this enough, you as citizens have to make requests as well to give maybe support to our request. So, just a thought.
May I ask a question? Did I understand you to say that the development is going to exacerbate the speeding issue?
That's going to put more traffic on the road, and I haven't noticed more traffic on the road, meaning it goes slow. So far, everybody on that road drives up whatever they feel they can do.
So your statement is that it will add more traffic, not necessarily add
No way I'm
increased
speeders,
speed.
because traffic equals speeders on that.
Traffic equals speeders?
Yeah, on that section of the road.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Let's see, I've got a Janet Pratt revocable trust. Is there somebody representing them? Okay. All right. Michael Frush? No. John and Sandra Lepard? Here? Nope. Teresa Kane?
She's not here. She's not here. She's had cataract surgery. She's very much opposed.
Carolyn Stambaugh?
She's in Florida.
Mary Hill?
That's me.
Would you like to speak, Mary? Okay. Well, thank you for coming. Is it John Muscara? Muscara? Tennessee? Richard Camier? Is it spelled right?
Right here. Right here.
Would you like to speak?
Sure. I haven't been sworn in.
Okay. Just get with Hillary over here. Couldn't see you. You were hiding over in the corner.
Can I, Mayor, may I ask real quick while she's doing that? Mary, what's your address on Green Hill? I just have.
140. I'm not on Green Hill. 140.
Yes, just state your name and your address for the record.
Richard Charles Kammerer. A lot of people refer to me as Charlie. I live at 194 Heather Ridge, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 houses down from Green Hill. I would just like to address a couple of points. One is, it's not a design study regarding water flow, but with any moderate rainflow, there's enough drainage off of Green Hill flowing down Heather Ridge that if I step onto Heather Ridge from my driveway, water is over my ankles. I don't want to wear knee-high boots or hip boots each time a rain develops just to walk my dog. Another concern I have is that currently the water supply to the existing homes along Heather Ridge fluctuates. And when everybody occupies the homes, the water pressure seems to go down. I am concerned about what might happen with 9 additional homes. I did address that issue with Kevin when we met. I'm also concerned about the definition, and this is probably more legal and somewhat out of my realm. I could talk about waste being a gastroenterologist, but I'm going to avoid that right now. But looking up in a dictionary, the definition of a subdivision is a portion of land divided into lots for real estate development. I'm not sure what the town's definition of a subdivision is, but in most subdivisions, you have a road and driveways leading off of that road. If water is a problem in a subdivision, you usually have a retention pond. I don't know why we're not talking about some of these things. Again, I'm a gastroenterologist. I would just like to summarize by saying I would hope the town would be very good stewards of this very unusual property in the town of Blowing Rock. And I would hope the town would prevent any development that would lead to a loss of significant trees, natural foliage, more traffic, more stormwater runoff, and any degradation of the site of significant wildlife habitat. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I ask a question, please?
Yes.
You can sit there or not or whatever, but you made me think of, I'd like to know Kevin, how'd you respond to the water pressure issue? Because is everybody on the water tap? I know,
A new water line was put in, I think, a year or two ago.
how's that going?
That's fine, but we still have some fluctuation pressure when everybody is in town.
Memorial Day, how'd it go?
The water pressure was dropped significantly.
Are you,
Yes, we
Yeah.
live in the same place.
okay.
Are you sure?
So I addressed it with Kevin. He took my email address. I haven't heard yet. So
Kevin, how do we, what's up with the water pressure there, with the new water line?
Check with Matt, there's no PRVs in that area that regulate the flow.
So they should have good flow, right?
Presumably, yes. I don't know if it's every house. Sam, we were talking about what they had, your house is a year old. So, could be something in their system, or it could be shared by everyone on Heather Ridge. I'm not sure.
And Green Hill comes up the street a little.
Still, you got fluctuations.
Sometimes.
I'm just trying to get answers as possible. I don't have any answers.
Then another question that, you brought up in my mind, for Kevin, how did we jump, and Chelsea, how did we jump from three lots to 9? How did we do that?
Did we?
Yeah. How is this, they wouldn't have to come before us if it was 3 lots.
Okay. I think I understand your question. So.
I'm sorry.
A minor subdivision, they could do a minor subdivision of the existing tract, existing parcel, just break it into 3 lots.
Right, and you called that a minor subdivision?
It is. Yeah.
Okay,
No more than 3 lots.
right, without our approval?
Yeah.
Got it,
Approved in-house.
right,
They couldn't further subdivide any of those lots out of that principal tract
right,
until after 5 years.
right.
And then they could divide it into 3 additional.
right, and then
and
5
then
more.
another 5.
You can go ahead and sit down.
But
Thank you,
the point-
thank you.
In doing those subdivisions, they can't circumvent the ordinance and say, well, we're gonna have some smaller lots in the code. They still can't do that. So that's how, no one's ever done that in 20 years I've been here.
So-
Never gone that route, just like, well, we'll just wait.
Well, here's my question. At the beginning of all of this, somebody said, well, it's not a subdivision.
Oh, it is.
It's what that's what it says on our thing.
Yeah,
The
it is.
SUP says a
Yeah.
subdivision.
So
It was
why
Rick
can't-
who said it wasn't a subdivision.
Who did?
Rick Parsons said it wasn't a subdivision. No, he said it was a subdivision, but we have it as a subdivision.
No, but then somebody said, but it's individual lots.
Well, they will.
Single family.
It will be when once the subdivision is recorded,
So
it will
why-
be individual lots.
So why can't we ask for a retention pond or something like that?
There's no road.
The definition of a subdivision does not,
I'm sorry, I just,
yeah, a road does not define a subdivision. So
they haven't put in roads, and that's the difference. They're just putting in driveways.
if they were to put in roads, we would only require detention as much as the road surface, the impervious area of the road surface. Still not from the single-family homes, but the road itself would require detention, and the surface of the road would require that.
Okay. I see the difference now.
We don't have a single-family home stormwater retention ordinance.
I see what the difference is now.
All right, James and Mary Addison.
James is not here.
Did you get sworn in, Miss Addison? Would you step up, give us your address, please, and full name?
Well, I don't know my address. It's lot D11 on the tax plat.
Lot D11.
D11. We've always known it as D11, not developed. But it's the one that everybody keeps pointing to as having the undersized culvert on it.
Okay,
And I don't know where the other end of that culvert is.
okay.
Does anybody know?
It's just right there at the road. One end is on one side of the road and one's on the other. That's just where it stops.
So water just goes,
No, it just goes one way. It comes down the driveway. Comes down here and then that's where the culvert begins. It crosses across the road and then that's the end of the culvert. And then it just goes back across the ground.
okay. All right, that's one of the things I want to talk about. Have you got, can you put a picture on that screen?
If I have, yeah, I don't.
It's,
You can't put that up there?
Send it to him.
You can email it to me, I perhaps could.
Okay.
email to you.
Do you have his email address?
Yes. Okay.
I don't know what's in my hand, so I'm floating.
Not
Not yet.
I sent it.
Should be coming.
Not good doing this on the back end, ladies.
I started something.
I sent you another one too.
I don't have anything yet.
Oh, it's big. I sent a big image. Should I send a smaller image?
Yeah, the smaller you have, the better, the quicker it's gonna come through.
Okay, all right. But what about, how will it look on the screen?
Well, I can enlarge it probably.
What is it, an image of, Danny?
It's the Harper Arbuckle tract. The picture of the land that we gave last year,
You mean from?
Black Bear Valley.
Okay, how's that gonna play into
It
this?
plays into this.
It's not coming through, so it must be,
What about this one?
nothing's come through
Okay.
yet.
All right. If it comes,
Yeah, we'll just have to move forward.
okay. My name is Denny Harper Addison,
Ladies, gentlemen,
and I go way back to that piece of land. So does my father, so does my grandfather, and so does my great-grandfather. So Harper's has been around longer than just about anybody up here in terms of the summer people, not the Greens, for sure, or the Craigs. But one house away, or one lot away from this subject property lies a 229-acre tract that comprises that portion of Blackberry Valley that stretches from Heather Ridge around to the Thunder Hill Overlook and down into Blackberry Valley at the bottom. That land, the assembly of that land was from small tracts. It started in 1895, and my grandfather bought the last piece of it in 1949, 2 years before he died, in 1951. And then for 68 years, our family has stewarded that piece of land. Up until 2 years ago, when Conservation Trust of North Carolina approached us. By that time, there were 6 descendants of my aunt and my father who owned this property and who loved it, and paid the taxes on it, had it surveyed. We knew what we could find about it. And where's the thing? The laser.
Kevin's got it. Kevin's got it.
We'll make it bigger.
That's as big as I can make it.
Where's this? You have to hold it down, okay. All right. This is Heather Ridge subdivision, and I hope that you will change the name. My mother named the road. Okay. So, and I think she'd probably roll over in her grave if she saw this name, Heather Ridge subdivision. That's the lot, the last piece of land that we own. My family owned all of this. All of that. This land was donated by bargain sale to Conservation Trust of North Carolina in December of 2019. As you can see, it adjoins the parkway and it runs below the Thunder Hill Overlook. The purpose of that was, and it was a major purchase by Conservation Trust of North Carolina, and it will be donated to the Federal National Park Service as part of the Blue Ridge Parkway. It will be protected forever.
Wow.
Yep.
That's your view, Heather Ridge.
That is your view.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is your view, and that is why property values may contribute to property values going up, because it will be forever preserved. On that property, the reason this happened was that it'll be forever free from subdivision, development, and logging. And it will become part of the Blue Ridge Parkway. The purchase of the property was made possible by our reducing the price by 50%. And the Conservation Trust of North Carolina targeted that property as highly desirable as a protection of the drinking water supply for at least 1 million people in the Yadkin River PD basin, water supply basin. So it flows through North Carolina, through past Winston-Salem, and then it goes south and across the state line and goes into South Carolina, and then it empties into the Atlantic Ocean. So that provides drinking water. So every time a drop of runoff that is either warmer water, or silted water goes over the edge of that land, it's spoiling water that people are drinking downstream. That needs to factor into what Blowing Rock is. Blowing Rock is on a narrow ridge. We're allowing it to be developed intensively. And there are people way beyond us who are going to suffer as a result of that. So that's part of the water issue that I have. You can say that, yeah, we had a water issue before, and so we shouldn't bring it up. That's wrong. That is terrible reasoning, because what happens before is different from what happens after. And the difference is what's important. That's significant. And what is legal is not necessarily what is right. Those two are not the same. So you might have followed the letter of the law on this subdivision. But if you stand back and take a look at what this will do, not only to Blowing Rock, not only to the traffic, which will be worse, certainly, most certainly, but what's going to happen downstream, then it's a much bigger picture than any of us have any control over. And I hope that you will consider that. And especially making a decision so prematurely. There's not enough information. There's got to be control for the stormwater runoff. That water, if it, okay, I want to say one other thing. This piece of property, again, it's one lot away from this triangle. It encompasses most of a broad southeast-facing upper slope cove centered on Martin Branch. The lower elevation portion of the site consists of a series of ridge lines with steep side slopes and rocky stream valleys that open up to broad, steep, mostly southeast-facing upper slopes at the head of the cove. Within the broad upper cove, finger-like rocky convex spurs descend from the Blue Ridge Parkway and the adjacent upland, separating the cove into several broadly concave valleys. And each one of those valleys has a stream. Each one of those valleys has the headwaters of the Yadkin that come together to form the Martin Branch. The Martin Branch becomes part of the Yadkin River downstream. In those headwaters, in 2018, a study was done of the marine life in the streams. Brook trout occupied Martin Branch all the way up to a large pool at the base of a small waterfall. We've checked the tributary coming in at the small bridge, and we're surprised to find brook trout. The uppermost trout was located, I don't know the level, but the brook trout collected previously from Martin Branch in 2013 were tested for their genetic makeup and were highly pure, making them even more of a high-value resource. So not only do we have headwaters for the Yadkin and the drinking supply, we have native, as close to native brook trout as you can get in those streams right below Heather Ridge Lake. So I would hope that the density could be reduced in this subdivision, that the homeowners could come to a happy conclusion with the developer about what's right and what can be saved as green space to protect the neighbors and all the wildlife below you. Traffic, one other thing I want to say about traffic is you've got, If this subdivision gets started, there will be 2 subdivisions bookending Green Hill Road, going under construction. You'll have all this machinery crossing all the way the length of Green Hill Road, from here down to Winkler. Dirt, mud, danger, speeding traffic, and heavy construction equipment moving down the road. They're all issues, and they all need to be considered carefully in allowing this to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Addison.
Well done.
Anybody else want to speak?
Yes, I think we have, let's see, James and Judith Allison.
That's me, not James.
No, you look like Judith, or Judy.
Judith.
Have you been sworn in?
Oh. Judy, if you would, step right over here and give us your name and your address, okay?
I'm Judy Allison, my husband Jim, and I own the property at 240, it's late, y'all, I'm tired. It's 244 Heather Ridge Lane. And we've lived there since 2009. We love Blowing Rock. We love the land, the green space, the wildlife. And you know, I have to say, is it Mr. Harwood who has been so instrumental in helping beautify the downtown and preserve the park and expand the park and the historic walk. I feel like these sorts of things are what make Blowing Rock so special. And those same values and priorities ought to be put on all the areas of Blowing Rock.
It's a team effort.
That's good. I know, you didn't do it single-handedly,
No.
but I know you were the leader. At this 5-acre site, covered in magnificent trees, and as someone mentioned, wildlife, is developed the way it's planned, it is going to be damaging to our surrounding properties. I'm not going to hammer on all this about water, because we've all heard a lot about water. I get water runoff. One of the driveways will be right in front of my driveway, and Tricia Aiken. And we will get runoff. We already do, existing, but this is going to make it worse. So my feeling is a beautiful piece of property like this, one of the last, so I've heard, developable properties in Blowing Rock, it needs to be done thoughtfully, carefully, giving priority to the surrounding neighbors, surrounding properties, and the beauty of the land. 9 houses on 9 small lots. 9 spec houses. I know it meets code, but it's too dense. The more houses, as you've heard, more impervious surfaces, the more water runoff, more trees coming down, more damage to surrounding properties, all the way down even to Wonderland Woods. It is not compatible with the rest of the neighborhood. And I believe it will adversely affect our property values. I am most concerned about land preservation, environmental impact, and what this plan will do to that. If this is one of the few remaining spaces, I just said that, sorry, it must be done right. And I know I speak for many of us that we want to help make that happen. Also, I totally agree we should not put any new projects, new developments, new anything along Green Hill Road until this traffic study is completed. I mean, that just makes no sense. You're spending so much money on this traffic study. Why don't you wait for the results? So I respectfully request what others have said, that we delay the approval of this special use permit until a lot of these issues can be resolved. We don't really have a plan. We don't have the numbers. We don't have really all the information we need to feel satisfied. It's kind of loosey-goosey, frankly. Too many unknowns. Let's don't take an existing problem and make it a worse problem. Let's delay this, give us time to get this plan that they are talking about and get with an independent engineer who can look that over and tell us if it is going to adversely affect us and what can be done to mitigate these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allison.
You're welcome.
That it raises a question. When is the traffic study supposed to be completed, Shane? Remind us. August.
Okay. Now, Mr. Lane, do you want to speak, or?
I'll just consolidate it all the time for my closing.
Rick Parsons.
Yes, ma'am.
Could we possibly ask for a brief break before closing, just to have a brief discussion with?
Yes, what we'll do, we have one last individual to speak unless someone else would like to come forward. Rick Parsons, please, you've already hit the traffic. Let's keep it brief.
I'm not even going to show you the presentation that I put together. I don't want to.
Look, you don't want us falling asleep, okay? Come on.
I don't want to torment anybody else any longer. But I will ask you to look at the materials that I asked Shane to distribute to you.
Yes.
Because it does cover some of the visibility issues on the lots that front Green Hill Road. You can see, I'll just tell you, there are 3 states that highlight lots 1, 3, and 4.
Okay.
You cannot see the other stakes for lots 5, 6, and 7. That's going north. Conversely, going south, you're in the other position where you can't see the lots in the other direction. So you have a visibility issue. Nonetheless, I think what's been said here today, and what I've heard is a lot of, yeah, well, we need to do this, and we need to do that, and we haven't thought about that, and it doesn't need to have that. But the simple fact is, you need to do a study. You need to do a stormwater management model. You need to look at the geotechnical issues that are associated with bedrock. You need to figure out where the water is going to run, where you're going to create the seepage problems, where you're going to create new contact springs. And this all is going to be taking more time than 2 weeks to come up with calculated flows based on some estimate of the impervious area, based on, well, we don't know what the design is, et cetera, et cetera. I've also given Shane a copy of case studies done on stormwater management modeling that's been done in Pennsylvania. I would encourage you to look at that data so we can see what data you need to collect, how you baseline the study for this area, and then how you model the impact of future development. And until you do that, I don't see how you can decide on 9 lots, 4 lots, 3 lots, 2 driveways, 9 driveways, or any of this. You do not have the information right now to truly approve this subdivision. And that's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Okay. It's been requested we take a 15-minute. 5-minute? No. They want to meet with their clients. Yeah, they do. 5 minutes.
Time's up like that gal.
Polish this thing up for you tonight.
Your BIM poll numbers have gone down since.
Okay. We will allow the attorneys to voice their concerns, I think, and their presentation per se. Ms. Garrett? Well, I wish I could give them a 3-minute maximum.
They're attorneys.
Sorry.
What does that mean, is that we couldn't even comply for 1 minute? Now, I will try to be brief. Thank you for your time tonight, and I know and understand that a lot of the neighbors, my neighbors as well, have very strong feelings about this. As is always the case, this is a balancing act. There's the code and what the code allows, and then there's the requirements that the town consider in the conditional use, now special use permit process, how to balance the right of a property owner to develop their property, which is clearly spelled out in the code, and has been confirmed by the town staff that this would comply with the ordinance. But to balance those with, well, let's try to make sure that it's as compatible as we can make it, and to make sure that that the property does not unreasonably negatively impact the surrounding property, whether that be runoff, whether that be any other impact. And I believe that there is competent material evidence that you guys heard tonight from the witnesses that that is not the case. This development would, in fact, not create that unreasonable impact. You heard testimony regarding what these properties will be marketed for and sold for. You heard from Mr. Phillips. You did?
I did.
Yeah.
A million.
Less than
Less
1
than a
million.
Oh, he said actually.
But 900.
900, but not.
He said
not more
900.
than-
And you're
Yeah.
selling them as homes, not as lots.
Well, lot home, right, they would be developed or improved beforehand, so. I would, as to the compatibility of the project, I wanted to bring your attention to, a lot of the case law in North Carolina, on this issue addresses situations where there's a much bigger disparity between the type of uses. For example, you've got cell towers or a commercial use proposed next to or near a residential use. In this situation, we have a residential use, proposed residential project in a residential area. So the law in these situations states that compatibility, that there's a presumption that we've met our burden when the type of use is already included in the table of permissible uses. Then that use is conclusively in harmony with the plan, and then the burden shifts to the other parties to show, and the only other party here is Mr. Smith, represented by Mr. Blaine, to rebut that the competent evidence already provided, to rebut that, to show that it's not in harmony. And I would submit that there was not any evidence provided other than just personal layperson testimony. We've got a residential use next to a residential use. We've got a density that is already permissible under the code that is being proposed, and there's no variances. So by definition, it's in harmony unless there's some other type of evidence presented that it's not. And so the density cannot be in of itself evidence that it's not in harmony, is what I'm saying. I would also submit that if you pay attention to the other properties, I think there was some testimony from one of the neighbors regarding the size of the properties along Heather Ridge. There's plenty of properties, they may not be on Heather Ridge, but they could be across Green Hill. They're not all half an acre. They're not all half an acre. So you can't say that a property, that subdividing a property and using it no less than the minimum size, again, allowed under the code, is therefore incompatible because the properties near it are bigger than that. That's not supported by the law, and the code doesn't say that. So as far as the runoff goes, we've had testimony from Mr. Warren, who's an engineer, that the calculations will have to be submitted to Mr. Rothrock and the town engineer to be reviewed and approved. So any calculations related to runoff at any of those culverts, or any of those existing pipes, will have to be submitted and approved. It will have a second set of eyes. It's not just whatever the applicant says. There's already a condition consented to regarding improvement of the drainage pipes. Anything less than, I think it was agreed to go up to 15 or 18 inches on anything less than that, which would be an improvement for the existing system, and would help mitigate existing conditions that are, none of which have been caused by the applicant. There's been discussion of a wall down at the end of Mr. Smith's property.
Head wall.
A head wall. To make sure that there's no runoff that cannot be directed into the existing pipe, absent some clog, which wouldn't be, again, the fault of the applicant. So the improvement of the culverts, and I would just ask that you consider that these are 9 lots that could be there eventually anyway. The impact on traffic, that's a Green Hill wide, or frankly town-wide issue, and if you guys want to address that, whether the traffic study shows there's reason to or not, the applicant, and as an owner of property with small kids right along that road, I have no issue with trying to slow things down. So go for it. You can have 3 stop signs for all I care, and the applicant has no issue with that. But this property with 9 homes is not going to dramatically increase traffic or speeding. Speeding is speeding. I mean, council can't make people use their common sense. I wish you could, but you can't. So people got to abide by the law or get the ticket. But if you want to put a traffic signal, a stop sign there, that's fine. None of the things that have been raised tonight as concerns are things that are going to be dramatically increased or unreasonably increased by this development. They are things that this neighborhood is concerned about anyway, and there are ways to address those things. And if there's existing rainwater or stormwater runoff issues, and I'm not saying this to be rude or anything, but there's enough, frankly, there's enough money in this town and in this room that if we want to all pull together and put some money into improving the existing conditions, I think that developer would be happy to discuss that and be part of that with its neighbors. But it's not the developer's responsibility to fix issues that are existing right now. I wish, unfortunately he couldn't be here, but I wish that Bob and Chris Papin could be here because they're extremely nice people, and very reasonable. And in fact, speaking to them before tonight, they talked about how they wish they could go to lunch and talk about some of this with folks. I relate to them what I'll tell you, and I've told you this before, when the property behind me, which is approximately the same size, there was a proposal by Jim Lester and his partner. It was approved for, I can't remember how many homes. 9 homes right behind me. No road separating me. Behind my property. I got a letter. And my view, and I realize that I have a little more experience with these particular issues and analyzing the code on this, my view was he gets to do this. And my best bet for trying to have some role in speaking into this project and having a good neighbor is to call Jim and say, hey, can we talk about maintaining the natural growth? Can we talk about maybe me having a conservation easement or a view easement where you don't disturb some of the trees closest to my property so we keep that buffer? What can we talk about? I called him, he was happy. He said, once we get through this, I'll be happy to sit down with you. I understand that there's skepticism and concern that won't get anywhere. I can tell you with these developers and this applicant it will. These folks want to listen, they do care, they have a presence here, and they want to be good neighbors, but they also are going to protect their property rights or potential property rights. And so to say that a residential subdivision is not compatible with the residential neighborhood around it, is, in my opinion, a ridiculous statement. So let's figure out a way that they can work together to address some of the issues, and they've already shown that they're willing to do that with some conditions. And be good neighbors and look into these things, meet on the property more with Mr. Phillips, with the Pavians, with Patrick, and approach us as a team. I don't think that's actually a pie in the sky idea. I think that's a very realistic way to go forward. So we thank you for your time. We thank everyone for being here, caring enough to stay this late. And we just would ask that you approve this.
Thank you, Ms. Gary. Mr. Blaine?
Thank you for your attention. Thank all of you folks for your deliveries. They were excellent, articulate. Makes me not want to follow that drive down the middle of the fairway. I don't think I can hit the ball straight. You did a great job, and I hope it all came through clearly. Our position is pretty simple, and you've heard it repeated tonight over and over. The applicant's application here is not complete. It's just not ready for you guys to hear and cannot be approved based upon the way it's currently entered or delivered to you. The rules of your land use ordinance require certain things that have been sidestepped, stating that they weren't applicable. They are applicable. I don't see any way in the world they're not. 4-21.1 says, no person may subdivide his land except in accordance with Chapter 16. That's pretty broad. That says you got to do it. Unfortunately, they haven't done that. The subparts of that specifically are that it's got to comply with all the requirements of Chapter 16. That's the health, safety, welfare, the compatibility that we've talked about, and not substantially injuring the values to other property. Council mentioned that you can't, that there's no evidence of residential incompatibility or density incompatibility that complies with the statute. I finally went ahead and decided to take the small print and look at this. All the evidence is in. It's been submitted to you to make a decision. If you'll look closely at lots 2, 3, and 4, neither of those 3 lots is a half acre. The requirement is that you have to be a minimum of a half acre. Those 3 aren't even a half acre. You've got 18,653 for one, 21,367 for the other, and 21,750 for the third. A half acre is 21,780 square feet. It just doesn't add up. A second provision that's required is that you have 100-foot width on every lot. Lot number 6 only totals 99. It's not 100-foot wide. They've submitted that to you as a final, complete plan. And by the way, all due respect, where we are trying to trust the system to take care of us later, let's go ahead and prove this, subject to everybody else kind of looking at things and make sure they fit. This has already gone through Planning Commission, and they didn't catch these 4 things. Sorry, but when it says you have to have a minimum of 2 per acre, that means each one has to be a half acre. And we don't make that, and that's gotten by them, and nobody caught it. There's other provisions in the code that require computation of cubic feet per second of water runoff. None of that's been done. They haven't even tried, and they said they can do it in a week or two. Okay, I'm hoping they could do it in 2 weeks. I suspect it'll be closer to a month or 2 months, because there are a lot of factors to consider, and I don't think it can be done quickly. I know it hadn't been done, they've admitted that. If they haven't done that, and the statute requires them to do that, then you can't approve it. It's just that simple. And that takes you off the hook. All you gotta do is follow the statute. I'm not asking you to get outside of the statute and make an exception. All developments, and this is one of the particular sections that y'all we've discussed briefly, and that's the 10,000 square foot rule. I encourage each of you to read it. It's not that artfully drafted, don't get me wrong, but I think you got to look at it in the context, the overall intent. Stormwater management is the section, okay? It's not talking about if you're in a floodplain or that kind of thing. It says, all developments shall be constructed and maintained so that adjacent properties are not unreasonably burdened with surface waters as a result of the developments. The requirements set forth herein are intended to assure this. No development can unreasonably cause substantial damage to other adjacent properties. No development can do that. Well, that hadn't been determined yet as to whether or not this development will. The part that gets a little specific comes down and says the following requirements shall be, this is 16-16.31.3. The following requirements shall be complied with for all new construction or development in the town. Guys, that's a shall. That's not a, well, I think I'm going to give you a slide on this. That's a shall. For the purposes of this subsection, a single-family residence subdivision shall be considered a development, and the requirement shall be applicable to such development. Is there any question as what those two sentences say? They say it applies. Now, then there's the inartful sentence, and it says, the requirements, however, shall not apply to the construction of single-family houses on individual lots with less than 10,000 square feet of impervious surface. I don't think they mean individual lots along with 8 other lots. It just says individual lot, like one lot. That's what that exception's for. If you're doing one lot, standalone, you don't have to deal with this. I don't see how you could possibly read it otherwise, because the third sentence would rebut the first two. It would completely make the first two sentences wasted to be in there. That doesn't make any sense to me. Now, if I'm right, then they've got to do the things I was talking about. The next sentence, the next subsection says stormwater on the property shall be controlled and released at a rate between 2.2 cubic feet per second and 2.4 cubic feet per second. They haven't done that. They haven't even tried. The next one says construction or development of the site shall contain a minimum storage area for detention with controlled release of 9,100 cubic feet per acre of impervious surface on a site plus 3,600 cubic feet per acre of area with vegetated cover. They haven't done that. That wasn't relevant. They were told it wasn't necessary. Guys, we're putting, as someone said, the cart before the horse. We're not doing that. We're way out of the barn down the road before we've done the things you got to do to have a subdivision approved. All culverts have to be sized for 6.8 inches of rainfall in a 24-hour period. Well, that takes a little study. You can't just dream that up. And they haven't done that. So, our position is really pretty clear. We're hit with this thing that says, and they're trying to say they're all half-acre lots. They're not. They don't even comply with the basics of a half-acre per lot. And secondly, they don't comply with one of the lots. It isn't even wide enough. Now, I would basically reiterate everything that these lovely folks have said, and I do appreciate the approach they've taken. Nobody's coming here angry. Everybody's coming here trying to just articulate their thoughts. And I'm just sort of the guy in the back just trying to shepherd this thing along. I have to respectfully request that you deny this permit. I don't think it's possible to approve it. If you do, I think you might be doing that in a situation where, as counsel to the other side was concerned about, an appeal. And if you do the right thing the first time, it won't be a problem. None of us may know what that right thing is. I submit that the right thing would be to deny the permit. Thank you for listening to us, and we thank you for speaking so late.
Thank you, Mr. Blaine. Thank you again, Ms. Garrett. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I think it says a lot for all those that have stayed this evening about our citizenship here. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Before you close it, can I ask Kevin to speak to the, I'd just like to hear Kevin respond to the questions about the half-acre lot size and the one lot that didn't have the required width.
Kevin, would you like to speak on that?
So the half-acre minimum lot size is for the property if it's in the watershed. There's a small portion, there's half-acre, three-quarter acre that's in the watershed, but the rest of it can be 15,000 square feet. So the density does not apply if it's not in the watershed. So the half-acre does not apply.
There's area here in the watershed, is that what you're saying? Because I live on 0.37 acres, so am I in, I have a even smaller lot.
Green is the watershed, right?
Green is the watershed.
So how many lots does that impact?
It's parts of 5, 6, and 7. So it's the overall, you take the overall and how much is applied in the watershed, and it's half acre to three-quarters of an acre if you use your computer to digitize that part out. So for all lots, and if you had that same piece of property completely in the watershed, then he's right, half-acre minimum lot size, but it's not. Part of it's out. So that does not apply as a whole. The lot size, what he's looking at is the distance that's been shown on lot 6. It's not measured at the street. It's measured at the setback line. That shows the calculations of 13 and whatever the other numbers are. It's 99 feet. But that lot width, there it is, that's 99 feet. But the lot width is measured at the setback line, which is this line. And if that needs to be moved into lot 7, 1 foot, then it'll meet the requirement.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Are we allowed to ask?
No.
No.
No. We have a motion to close. We have a second.
Can you speak the applicability of the ordinance? Did you address the applicability of that section he's referring to in your
I did
staff
earlier.
report? You did earlier? Okay. Just want to make sure.
I don't agree with that. Those are, once the subdivision created, those are individual lots, and that 10,000 square foot is the other part of that. They would apply to each individual lot. And as was pointed out in parts of the earlier meeting, I'm not sure how many lots in town have 10,000 square feet. I'm sure there are some, but not a great many. But the way we have applied the ordinance is long before I was here. Subdivisions created back in the 80s and 90s when the stormwater development standards were applied for detention. It was part of the development that was added as in the street, public street, sidewalks, curb and gutter. The impervious area created by that for a subdivision was part that was subject to the detention standards. And those have been installed on subdivisions all throughout town over the past 20, 30 years.
Everybody good? We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion, council?
We're gonna
About
vote,
closing,
we're gonna vote on the closing.
This is closing. That's what we got a motion
Yeah.
second on.
That's correct. I'm closing the public hearing. Albert? Dave?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Dave? Votes?
yes.
Virginia? Okay. We have closed the public hearing. What are your thoughts, council?
Well, I've seen a lot of these events. I don't see animosity tonight. And I think it's because everybody here is speaking from their heart, including the developer. He's an outlier for developers that I've met in here. And maybe there's a possibility of something. I don't know. But, there are some inequities here. The good news is we're flying around Mars on helicopters designed by engineers. Surely one of them can do some work on this project if everybody wants that. I don't know.
Do we have a motion?
I have a couple of questions. I want to know if the applicant is amenable to the limit of 2 driveways off Green Hill Road and adjusting Lot 6 to achieve 100 feet. Thank you. And then there was an issue about construction traffic on Heather Ridge Lane, and I don't know the enforceability of that since that's not in the town limits.
It's in the ETJ.
Well, ETJ, and it was in the,
Okay,
it was
good
in the
point.
SUP,
Okay, good point.
and he agreed to it, as much as he can control it.
Right, I understand that. That's all I had, thank you.
Well, I think there's some concerns that I have that I would like to see some answers to before I'm comfortable voting yea or nay. And I would suggest that we table the SUP and ask the developer to get a stormwater management plan, a surface water runoff mitigation plan. I'd like to see the grading plan, and that we hold this until we get this traffic study completion, so that we can review.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Okay.
I'll second with one addition,
Okay.
that we be assured that no water that we've been talking about for 3 hours, I think, goes on that property that the, Mrs. Harper's, former Miss Harper's, gave to the Blue Ridge Parkway.
Well, and I think that's part of what the stormwater management plan would give us.
I'm not sure, I just wanted words. I wanted
How about the
in there.
okay.
I don't know how you can pull that one off. It all flows downhill.
Well, I think if we get the plan mitigation, that's gonna be fair enough for the developer. I don't know that we can.
All right, so we have a motion. Would you please reread your motion for Hillary?
I make a motion to table this project and the developer, provide a stormwater management modular plan, 1, surface water runoff mitigation plan, 2, that we get to see a grading plan, 3, and that we are allowed to review the Green Hill traffic study
Before,
completed.
okay,
So that's August.
okay. And Albert seconded. Do we have any further discussion?
As far as her motion goes, or in general?
As far as the motion?
Well, it looks like in this, I'm not clear as whether or not, because we got an update on this from Kevin, the developer, if y'all are agreeable to 1 through 16, have you got all of that and,
Yeah, so let me just make sure we've
Yeah.
gone through it pretty extensively. Patrick, 1 through 16 of Mr. Rockrock's. I know the vast majority are fine, let me just look at one thing.
What you can do is
But we're
put that in the
tabling.
motion that,
I know, but I'm just, in this is the stormwater, it says that they have to do that. You're just saying, table everything, I mean, they
I
have
wanna
to do
know it, I wanna review it.
You
I
wanna
wanna
review
review
it.
it, right,
Before approval.
before approval.
Would it be, I mean, our expert is McGill to get their eyes on it.
well, McGill would have to look, we could request
Per the
McGill.
recommendation,
Yeah,
McGill would review the study.
And I've asked, I think
think
they
they
asked for a third party. So
They asked for a third party.
Right, they asked for a third party.
McGill would do.
They're our third party, would, okay.
You ready?
Did you figure out if y'all, I mean, regardless, are y'all all okay with these? all of
Yes, my
these?
understanding is we're okay with everything. The only thing I saw was in number 10. Well, actually, there's two things. In number 10, I would say the words "if any," which are in parentheses, it says a POA will be established to perpetually maintain all landscape buffers, street trees, common reserved areas, stormwater detention basins, and drainage. I think "if any" needs to go to the end of that, because we don't know what of those things are going to be required. So "if any" needs to be not just after landscape buffers, but after all that. In other words, POA will be established, and it will maintain any of those things that end up being required. But I don't want to commit us to installing stormwater retention basins and drainage, because that's clearly what's the issue tonight. So it should say "if any" at the end, and the only other thing was just, the buffer, there was a recommendation that maintain, Mr. Nutcracker, your buffer, maintain the trees and rhododendrons in the buffer in the setback area?
It wasn't in there.
It's not in there, it's just what we offered.
Suggestion.
Okay,
okay, we
yeah, okay.
have a motion, we have a second. We're gonna vote.
Wait.
Yes, sir.
I was waiting on Virginia to finish.
Well, I thought she had.
didn't, but
I
go
thought she
ahead,
had.
David.
Go ahead, Virginia, I thought you'd completed.
Well, they offered, vegetation along, lot 7 and 6 to stay. No construction, well, no construction is in there. I just made these notes when, the engineer and the, developer were up there. I don't know if y'all are willing to put this down,
I can
increase,
clarify that one if you want, so you can put it in there.
okay,
I think the offer is actually to not cut, not disturb the existing vegetation, trees, rhododendrons, whatever, in the setback. So the 30-foot setback and I think it's a 12-foot technically a setback. But wherever the setbacks are, there would be no disturbance except for a driveway cut.
Do you get that, Hillary? Okay, good, thank you.
The other things that, I saw no construction on there, no traffic. Head wall in the southeast corner, I did not see that on there, but they offered that. So when I say southeast, I'm talking about Ms. Addison and Eric Ford's.
Well, we offered it on the Smith property. Did we offer it on the other one too? So both sections.
Our
I think we,
Yeah,
pub,
we're talking about conditions on,
Just to clarify, he said to where it wasn't empty, we don't want to change it if we go right where it is. So if it empties where it empties now, we're not changing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
that's what he said earlier.
Right.
But there seems to be a problem with how it flows, is what you were saying. Like, there's a, is that the head wall that we're talking about?
Heading into the pipe on the ditch side,
And-
not on the other side.
It's not going to the other side.
It does, but
It does. It
it
already does.
overwhelms it in a very hard way.
And then you offered rain garden detention for lots.
Well, Mr. Warren was suggesting that that would be,
Yeah.
land, it's essentially a landscape feature. So I don't know, I don't know if Mr. Warren, what do you say about rain gardens?
Where we could install, I don't know without doing the grades, to see where we could put those.
No, it's, okay.
I
The
thought
public
we were-
hearing
I
is
thought
closed,
we-
first
I thought
off.
we were
Secondly,
Asking for a study.
the study
We
has,
were micromanaging.
that's correct. The study has been requested, and that was part of the motion. We need to move forward. Okay, we have a first, we have a second.
Okay, so what y'all are talking about is delaying it no matter what it says.
What says?
The special use permit, the thing we're talking
We're
about.
tabling the whole thing until we get the information from the developers so we can help make us a decision, and then you can go into the minute facts.
But they offered this stuff tonight. Why not get it in writing?
They're gonna have to,
The
if.
study is gonna be the
The
catalyst
study
of
may
whether we
offer
approve
us
it or
to
not.
change that.
Right.
I think, I don't know.
Okay. We have, go ahead.
I just
Go
wanted to
ahead,
mention that
Chelsea.
It will be in the minutes, and it will be in the minutes.
Mhm.
We do need to flesh out some of the things, because there's clearly questions on where the existing culverts go or pipes. But it will be in the minutes, and we don't have any intention of withdrawing conditions, but we may need to clarify a couple things. And that's where the minutia is.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I don't care about getting in the minutia. I was just writing down things that they were offering to
Yeah.
do that were additional to this. So, I mean, if they're offering it, why wouldn't we get it in writing? Delay or not? That's what I was asking. So if y'all don't wanna do that,
Well, it's in the minutes, and you have brought it to their attention.
and you're willing to update that?
those conditions stand subject to the, like, we need to clarify that rainwater garden was a suggestion by Mr. Warren, but I don't know that we're ready to say, yes, we'll put one on every lot. So that's what I mean by that. We can flesh that out, but we're not committing to, yes, we're doing that on every lot right now. That's all we're saying.
Well, it may not be necessary
It
once
may
we
not be
get the study.
necessary, so, but yeah, we can commit to exploring that.
Okay, and then the 12-inch pipes, I think that is on there to make those 18-inch.
Yeah, the surveyor came up with that.
Depending on.
Yeah, the surveyor.
I'm sorry.
About
It's
confused.
depending on the
right
study,
there.
Patrick suggesting 18 minimum, but it could be 24. But the study will share with what needs to happen.
Okay. And then there were two more stars that offers a permanent buffer on 9 and 7. Is that the same? No, this is different. I have this different way down in the conversation from the vegetation along 7 and 6. And we can pull that back up in the minutes, but do y'all remember that?
Mr. Phillips mentioned that, and Mr. Warren with regard to the driveway coming in to 6 and 7, and even the slope, because there's a embankment, and you were worried about it sloping and having runoff be part. So what, do you remember the context of that? Is it different from the other buffer?
The land that we're not buying against the gravel road and then the setback. So it's about 28, 30 feet. But it loops around to, on the side of 9 on Heather Ridge and 7 on Green Hill. We've said, yeah, I mean, we can put that in writing.
So to answer your question, Ms. Powell, I think that it's redundant, because what we're saying is we will commit to maintaining all of the existing growth, except for driveway cut on 6, 7, and wherever else the driveways are, in those setbacks. So I think it is redundant to what was said earlier, but it was discussed separately, so I
Is
understand.
that in here
Yes.
already about the maintaining growth?
Yes, so in all the setbacks, we would leave the existing growth except for we have cuts for driveways.
What number is
No,
that?
you didn't. No, you're okay.
That is not in what Mr. Rothrock submitted, that is a condition that we stated that we would agree to.
Okay.
So that's And we did state it a couple times, so it should be in the minutes in several places, and we won't, that won't change.
I thought this is contingent upon professional study being returned here.
That's correct. That was the motion.
That's what I thought. I'm getting confused.
Ms. Powell was just reiterating some things that the contractor or
Develop.
individual said that they would or could consider doing.
Well, that would be in the,
That's in the minutes.
what's going to be coming to us,
That's right.
hopefully.
Okay. All right. Getting late, guys. We have a motion. Yes, sir. Mr. Harwood.
Are you done?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. My discussion is germane to the motion, which is delay, and I don't see why we need to delay this.
Well, we have a first and we have a second.
I know, but my statement is that this project meets the town code. They are going to supply the runoff study, and it's going to be verified by our engineers. I have faith in Mr. Warren that he has the ability to do that. I know that firsthand, that faith. And I have faith in McGill to double check that. Your comment about a grading permit, or grading plan, I don't see how they can provide a grading plan when they haven't sold a lot or have a house plan. So
I'd sort of like to know where the driveways are going. And
we
they're
don't
not-
know. They can't provide that right now.
Well-
We've said that they've agreed to have 2 driveways off Green Hill.
Well, and then the
but-
grading would also be where they're gonna, if they're gonna take the banks out, if they're gonna do the buffers. And,
That would happen all of that would happen during the design phase.
well, the surface water runoff is not part of it was a stormwater management plan. So it didn't address the surface water.
Which our code doesn't require.
Correct.
All right.
I'm concerned we have a problem there now, and will this make it worse? If this tells me it's not, then I'll feel better.
Okay. We have a first, we have a second. Any further discussion? Albert?
Well, what is the motion now?
The motion is we're tabling it until we get the further studies from the developer.
We're tabling it till when? To what meeting?
It looks like August.
I will just mention, we do have a contract, so I would ask that it not be tabled just until we get things, but be tabled till a date certain. And we can do our end of it, but if the traffic study's not in, I don't think, we can't wait to have it be heard, because our contract will be issued.
Traffic study will be presented at the August meeting, so I'm not sure.
Will be
if that would-
presented?
I'm not sure how that timing would coincide with you making a decision based on them presenting at that meeting.
Would we see the traffic study before the August meeting?
Perhaps. I can't guarantee you that. The August meeting is the
Um,
deadline.
We could table this until all information has been gathered, and then we can call a special meeting per se, could we not?
We could.
Well, and didn't he say he could get the information in 2 weeks?
So,
No way.
we
Well-
can do, if you're gonna table it, and we would ask that you not, but if you're gonna table it, we can do stormwater management, surface water plan, those things by the, we don't need to rush ourselves in 2 weeks, we're not gonna hear 2
Right,
months. So
yeah.
we'll get it to you a couple weeks before the meeting. The traffic study, which I submit, is respectfully totally irrelevant to 9 homes. We've already said you can add as many stop signs as you can. Should not be a consideration if it's gonna delay us past August, because we have a contract we've gotta comply with.
When's
Okay.
your contract?
All right. We
September.
We have a motion. Now, we have a second. Do you want to table it until further notification by our town manager, once and our planning director, until such time that the information is given to them by the prospective developer? How do you want to do this? Or do you want to have it heard at the July meeting or August?
That's up to the motion maker. In a second.
I know, that's what I'm saying. And that's why I'm asking Ms. Sweet what you want to do.
Well, I would like all the material in, but if the town manager will get it, then I'm okay with a special meeting.
I would just ask to clarify what material that is, like in detail of what we're asking for. Does that include the
Stormwater
traffic study?
management model plan, the surface water runoff mitigation plan. I'd like to know what kind of grading they're gonna do. And then I asked for the completion of the traffic study, so we could that we can review it. So if that comes early, then I think that's great. I'll have a special meeting, or we can have it at the office.
Okay, we have a first and we have a second. Yes,
The
Doug?
only problem I have is just to part with the traffic study, because I feel that we're gonna end up having to do something anyway, but I don't think this is gonna have myself any pertinent thing to do that's gonna change what the traffic study's gonna do. I hate delaying it for that particular reason. I agree with everything else on your motion. I agree with everything else on your motion.
Al, would you be willing to drop it?
Drop what?
It doesn't sound like the traffic study's gonna go on the motion.
You made the motion, are you gonna drop it?
I like it.
Okay.
Why don't we try it?
All right.
I tell you what,
Okay.
let's vote it and see what happens.
Okay, all
I
right.
want a second.
We have a motion. We have a second.
I'm not gonna modify my second.
Okay, that's fine,
And I'm
Albert.
not
That's fine.
modifying.
And you're not modifying, so
So let's
we
see what
have no
happens.
modification here. Albert, how do you vote?
We have no modification?
No, it's just that you stated, both of you, okay? As you seconded, okay?
Now, read the motion to me again. I want to be sure.
Go ahead.
Hillary.
Are you doing it, or you want me to do it?
You do it.
Okay.
I don't know that I have it right.
Okay. I recommend, or I make a motion to, table the, SUP and ask the developer to get a stormwater management model plan that we can review, a surface water runoff mitigation plan that we can review. I would like to see a grading plan, and I would like to have reviewed the traffic study, for Green Hill.
Okay, that was the motion. You seconded it.
I have a problem, and I'm basically agreeing with Doug, and I'll probably be hit before I get out of here, but I agree with Doug about the traffic study. If you would modify that to say, we would discuss this with the traffic study people and push this to the forefront.
Discuss that would be to review the results. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the
I
formal.
would want to know
I
that
don't-
if there is gonna be an impact from this 9-house subdivision on Green Hill Road. I somewhat doubt it, but we're paying a lot of money for this study, and I don't wanna just helter-skelter out there.
So is the meeting in August their presentation so that we could get the results sooner than August?
If you would like, I can ask as a part of the study if they would like to weigh in prior to the study of whether or not these 9 homes
That's
have
what
an
I'm
impact.
asking.
Okay.
If you modify the motion, I'll second it.
I'll modify it to what he just said.
Would you be sufficient with the email response from them? as
Yeah,
they
I
look
don't
at
need
this plan?
Okay.
I don't need a written report.
Second.
So they can, just to clarify, we're asking the traffic study people to weigh in
For this
Between-
part of the Green Hill.
probably before the final traffic study, whether or not this will have an impact on
Yeah.
Green Hill.
That's
Or
correct.
what the impact is with this development.
Okay.
And I will ask them from because this alters the scope of what it currently is being asked for. If there's additional charges, then I would ask for you to allow me to incur those. This particular subdivision is not a part of
Yeah.
the current scope.
And the main reason I kind of ask that is that if they have a deadline, I would rather give them a yes or no by that, before that deadline, not
Okay.
have to put that off.
Well, we can do that at the August meeting then.
Okay. All right, got a first, got a second, first modified, second. Albert, how do you vote? David?
No.
Sue?
Yes?
On modification, yes.
And Virginia?
On the modification, yes.
Okay, so on,
Like,
so this is delayed, tabled
How's
until
it
such
feel?
time that additional information is submitted by the
Hey, it's okay,
contractor
we've all been
and,
there.
yes, sir.
Can I just mention something out there?
Yes, yes.
All we gotta do is just see the study.
Oh, I know, I made Main Street beautiful, so there.
You're the only one working on this council. Don't go anywhere, we haven't done it.
Oh, we got the GO.
Ladies, gentlemen, whoa. We are still in session. Please quietly, okay? I don't want you to wake me. Have a good evening, all. Thanks for coming. Okay, would you make a motion
I'd like to
to,
make a motion that we
Postpone.
postpone the coffee shop SUP until next month.
July?
Is that okay?
Yeah.
And that we go ahead and discuss the GO bond,
Okay.
GO bond.
Shane?
Real short and sweet.
I'm here for the call, I'm going to the coffee shop.
Oh, are you really?
Oh, you're kidding me. I'm so sorry.
I would like to get a vote on it. I'm sorry if I'm out of order, I just overheard you make that motion, like, no.
Well, sorry,
Don't
yeah,
worry, we've been
I
out
think
of
it's
order all
best
night, so.
if this is,
It's
Postpone.
12:26 a.m.
Thank goodness, Patrick, you were here for another reason also.
Sorry.
all right, okay, we're going forward with
We
the
need do we have
GO.
a motion? Do we have a vote?
Second to
Thank you.
delay the
Thank you.
coffee
Thank
shop.
Yes. Albert?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Virginia?
Yes.
Cool, okay.
What?
GO bond.
Fixed it.
Yes, so in November 2014, voters approved water, sewer, street, and park recreation bonds to be issued to the town of Blowing Rock. Those bonds were 7-year bonds expiring November the 6th, 2021. As we went through the first, second, and third phases of the 2014 bond, we were left with a fourth and final phase to be issued. Those, again, would expire without extension November 6th of 2021. As we went through last year and then, of course, this year with our retreat and determination of our top 10 list, including our Part-F application that has been submitted that we will wait on until September for answers, along with our water and sewer projects, we made council aware that we would like to extend those bonds for an automatic 3-year extension. That process begins at the state level with the LGC and the Treasurer's Office approving that, which they have done already. The last requirement is for us to hold a public hearing, so we will have to ask for the public to allow them to speak on this
Today?
matter. Yes.
Tonight?
Yes, tonight, right now.
Oh, good. Anybody want to?
Okay, hit him.
Ms.
All
Ashton,
right,
would you like to
we,
speak
we,
to
we,
this?
we are now
Public hearing?
in public hearing. If you would like to speak, you must be, does they have to be sworn in?
No, they do
They
not.
don't?
They
Okay.
do not.
All right, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion?
Second.
All right, Albert?
Yes.
David? Sue?
Yes.
Doug? Virginia? Okay, the
Yes.
public hearing has been closed. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the bond extension.
Second.
Any discussion? Albert?
Yes.
David? Sue?
Aye.
Doug?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, moving right along, official reports and comments. I do not. Albert? David?
Pass.
I'd like to bring up parking at our retreat,
What?
since that was brought up tonight, and I had one other thing and I can't find it.
Good.
I want to add to Sue that I want us to discuss 2-hour parking versus 3.
Great.
Okay, cool.
And you know why we did it.
I know exactly. I
Okay.
was guilty of voting for it.
You go with that, Sue?
Did you?
Doug?
I will bring up next month, if we have time permitting, an update y'all on the board of directors meeting. The only thing that I'd say tonight is please, try and put out to anybody you see that we do have a shuttle running now. Without it being running for 2 years almost because of COVID, you know, it's taking a chance for everybody to get back used to. So please, when you're out there, shopping and stuff, let people know that we do have a free shuttle running on Fridays and Saturdays.
We'll ride it.
From
Virginia.
From
The route is on our website, but it's from, actually, it's from Brass Exchange is one stop, school, right across from Ragged Gardens is the second stop, Tanger is third stop, what's the name of that motel again? Village Inns.
On the corner.
Yeah, and then, Holiday Inn Express,
Somewhere on the
Great
side,
Park
too.
Inn, back to Main Street.
And that's on, do we have an app for that? So they can pop it up, or is it just on the website?
It's on the website, and then there.
Yeah, there is an app.
Virginia?
I don't think that it was, I'd like to put it on record that, you protected every employee's job and no employee left our employee. And thank you for addressing our top 10 list with this budget.
He's almost as wonderful
And the
as
state
Mr.
of
Harlan.
emergency is over. We survived the pandemic. Thank you,
All right.
Shane.
Yes, and
Mr.
now we will
Mr.
all bow
Mosley?
before Mr.
Mr. Mosley?
Mr. Harwood?
And Mr. Fox?
So quickly, 444 days we were in a state of emergencies. I don't know if we'll, I pray we never come close to that again. TDA was up year to date, they're up 34%, and ABC is up 87%.
Good God. I'm gonna go home and have a drink to support the town.
If you bought it from the ABC store, good for you.
And that's
All
with
right.
me, that's
You
with
good?
me not
I'm good.
drinking.
Do we,
Yeah.
do we,
They-
do we have a motion?
Did you have any comment tonight?
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
I think we need a bow before Mr. Harwood prior to.
Oh, yes.
leaving.
Yes.
Since he